Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to whatever day it is of the week. Is it Tuesday? Tuesday it is. It's only because I'm adjusting to my new surroundings for the moment. Because my studio upstairs, this doesn't mean anything to you if you don't know the layout of the studios, but one is on the floor above, which is quite a small, in fact, about, I would say, a quarter the size of this studio. So now I'm in something that vaguely resembles a football pitch, which is absolutely huge, but it's set up as a studio, as a film studio, recording studio, TV studio. And so there's cameras all over the place. And then somebody said, oh, if people go onto Global Player, they can watch you doing the programme. Well, I hope not. Oh, they can't. Oh, thank goodness for that. Oh, that would be a bit frightening, wouldn't it? Can you imagine? All of a sudden, because we did have that some years ago. But I will appear on the screen upstairs in the newsroom, and I will appear on the screen downstairs in reception. And anything apart from that, I'm negotiating the contract as we speak. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I hope you're well. I've got 2 weeks of this studio, which is, I mean, it's very nice, but it's a bit further to walk. And to record the podcast, we have to go and do it in a Mr. Jam studio. It's all very exciting, And Adam said to me, he said, if they bring back In Conversation, he said, I'd like to hear you and Mr. Jam in conversation. Oh, goodness sake. That'd be something to talk about, isn't it? Anyway, I'm getting to grips with a few things, actually, this morning. I mean, apart from, all the usual bits and pieces, tomorrow is going to be very important because we'll have that sort of mini budget thing from Rishi. You'll hear it on LBC. There is a push to increase the state pension. Can't wait. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I'd be very grateful for that. The P&O staff, this one's running. We're supposed to hear today how they're justifying it, but because they're under a flag of convenience, they don't have to justify anything, but we can maintain that their ships are not fit for purpose and they're not maintained to the highest standard. And that could be a way of impounding them. I think it's unlikely because it's owned by a company in Dubai, it's part owned by somebody here and all these different companies now. It's wheels within wheels. So now the new P&O crew, the union have claimed, less than £2 an hour, about £1.80 something. And you think, well, where are they getting them from? The answer is they're getting them from all over the place. They don't have to take them from here. They don't have to pay the minimum wage. And so they're saying 181. And they've said that the low pay is exploitation. It's absolutely exploitation. What else could it be considered? You're getting rid of people who are probably earning the minimum wage in this country, the $8.91 an hour or whatever it happens to be, and they're employing people who are going to save them a small fortune. That really, to me, is an indication of they couldn't care less. And the people who are taking the job, they're just grateful to get something. And that's the way it's going to go. Whether or not it changes today, we should find out, I hope. Still the bombing goes on in Ukraine, and still cities are being wiped off the face of the earth. And now there is a group of people who are saying, I think in Switzerland, that Putin should get his girlfriend out of there because they don't want her there. I mean, whether or not it makes any sort of difference to anything, the way that he sort of looks on things, I should imagine it's highly unlikely because he doesn't really care. He doesn't care if it's men, women or children. He doesn't care who it is. And then it turns out they've taken a lot of Ukrainian soldiers and they've been transported back to Russia. And you think, that doesn't sound very promising, does it? Perhaps he'll hold them to ransom. I've got no idea. We'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, you look at the people. There was somebody who was killed the other day, a 96-year-old who survived the Holocaust but was in a concentration camp and survived it and then lost their lives in their flat, which was blown up, which kind of sort of makes you just feel a bit sick about the whole thing. But as I say, Putin couldn't care less. He really doesn't care. And you think to yourself, even with the Pope saying, this war has got to stop, then, why has he taken no notice? What's he achieving by this? Answer, nothing. He's achieved nothing. But this man, 96 he was. His name was Boris. And he died during the Russian shelling of his apartment block. Because you've seen people in Kharkiv where they're literally, all the windows are blown out and all the frames and everything else. And they're literally, if they step too near the edge, they're going to fall down and kill themselves anyway. But some of these office blocks, which have been converted into flats, they're not doing the job that they should have been set up to do, because you'd have thought, I just suppose they never thought about bomb blast windows and everything else. But it's just, you just see a shell of a building. And then they sort of have to go through and they have to find all the different people, some of whom have lost their lives. And it's just so terribly tragic. Interesting to watch Nazanin coming back now. Doesn't she look good? Doesn't she look good? She looks amazing. Zora Suleiman and myself were talking about it. And, she's had 6 years inside. 5 Home Secretaries have failed to do anything at all, knowing that they owed £400 million to the Iranian government, and they just left her in there to rot. And she's come out, and she's strong. Boy, is she strong. You'd have to be strong to survive, the 6 years which she spent inside. But 5 Home Secretaries, failed to do anything at all, and she's very bitter about it. I think she sold her story. In fact, I would think she's probably absolutely guaranteed sold her story to one of the papers, because I think, if she's got half a brain, which we're well aware she has, she'd have been keeping a diary of everything that took place. And I hope she gets it. And also, I don't know whether or not I've got this bit wrong. The girl who was strip searched at the school, is that recent or is this an old story? And the reason I ask is because I'm in the back of my mind, I'm sure I was reading something and they were saying it happened 2 years ago. And I was thinking, really? How has this only just resurfaced? Or how has it just come into the public domain? Because this surely would have been around from years ago. But it was interesting. Was it 2 years? 2020 it was. Why has it only just come up now? This girl, 15, so she'll now be 17. She's taken legal action, which, absolutely she should do, because this is not the first time that the police have made such a catastrophic mistake that it almost beggars belief how a 15-year-old girl could be stripped when she's on her period, made to take out the sanitary towel because they thought she was carrying cannabis. And then somebody said, the police officers were inexperienced. Well, what in God's name were they doing there in the first place? Her parents had not been informed? Really, absolutely. One of those situations where you think, put yourself in the position of, if that had been your child, you'd have been going up the wall. Absolutely up the wall. The stars turned out the other day for Dame Vera. Love Dame Vera Lynn. I was watching Andre Rieu. There's a channel on my television. I don't know where it comes from, but it's constantly showing Andre Rieu in Maastricht, Andre Rieu in Mexico, Andre Rieu here. And at one point, he wanted to go and see Dame Vera Lynn. So he came back. He came over here and he interviewed Dame Vera Lynn, who I think must have been about 100 at the time, and was talking about going out and singing the songs for the boys and the troops, and how incredible it was as an experience, and how lucky to get some of the songs that she actually got. And I thought she was amazing. I think I met her, but I can't remember. I think I went to an event once, and I think it was a showbiz charity, and I'm 99% certain that Dame Vera was there, because I know Dame Thora Hird was there, because I spoke to her, and I remember her saying to me, this must have been some time ago, I'm 87. And I said, are you really? And she said, yes. And I was a big fan of hers. So when she appeared in Last of the Summer Wine, because she was fairly old by that time and not very mobile, all of her scenes were done where she was sitting. She was either sitting in a car or sitting on the settee or doing things like that. And I always thought she was great. And Dame Vera Lynn, I just thought was amazing. And when I spoke to... who was it? It was somebody who'd been on Britain's Got Talent. He was a soldier, but very old. He was about 80s or 90s, and he was singing songs. And it was his dream to meet Dame Vera Lynn, and he was going to the Albert Hall. They were doing a special commemoration for her, and he went to that. And I remember thinking, it was Colin Thackeray, and he was so inspirational, as indeed are so many of these people. They really are. When you look at the Chelsea pensioners, and that's him, he made me cry. He made me cry because I thought to myself, he's a Chelsea pensioner. He lives at the Royal Hospital, and he sang all these songs so beautifully. And it was his one thing to meet Dame Vera Lynn, because he was one of the boys. He's still going. And if you happen to live out of London, for us it's quite normal. If you go down the King's Road, any day of the week, you will see some of the Chelsea pensioners. They walk up and down, they go for their exercise, and always in their uniforms. don't see them casual, and everybody buys them drinks. You could become an alcoholic down at the Royal Hospital in Chelsea because everybody buys them drinks. In fact, I think it's considered good luck to actually buy them a drink. So they have to get to the stage where they go, couldn't drink another drink. Thank you very much indeed. But I've been down to the Royal Hospital in Chelsea. I've been obviously to the Chelsea Flower Show, but we see them on a regular basis. And now there are women there as well. And it's just one of those things that I think that we do so well, and they've survived. He's 92 now, 92, and I'm delighted to report that he's in good health at the moment. And the Queen as well, who's had a stair lift installed in one of her cottages, and they said it was £20,000. And I thought, blimey, what's stair lift? Is that how much these things cost? I'd say to somebody, listen, we're going to build you a bedroom downstairs and a bathroom. Yeah, but it depends how big the staircase is. I think they're going to put her in a wheelchair. She doesn't want to go in a wheelchair. She's quite adamant, Her Majesty, that she will not be in a wheelchair because they've got to get her into Westminster Abbey. And I think what they'll do is get her in and seat her, first of all. Harry's not coming over, so that's the best bit of news you've heard all day. But the Duke of York will attend. And then, after it, he will disappear completely from public life. Thank God for that. The average stair lift price, we found out, is $3,200. Do you think hers is gold-plated? I love it. I love it. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's Tuesday, the 22nd of March, and it's just gone 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along to the programme. 18 minutes past the mystical hour of 4 a.m. I love 4 a.m. I was saying actually to the driver the other day, how much we love coming in at this time of the morning because it's so much. London is so busy. London is absolutely chock-a-block with traffic. Even on a weekend, just when you think, perhaps people will stay home. No. Everybody comes out over the weekend. Today's going to be the day. It's going to be hotter than the Greek islands. Now, I can only pass on to you what they've told me, because, it could be a load of old hooey, couldn't it, really? And, or was it Mystic Meg doing the weather prediction with Michael Fish last week, says Andy. Niall says, close your eyes, Steve, you'll be fine. I know. It's the trouble is I'm so far away from everybody in this studio. Nobody realises that when you do a radio programme, it's a fairly intimate thing. It's all right if you're a music-based programme, because it makes no difference whether you can see the producer or not. But on this programme, Niall says, if P&O get away with this, then so will the airlines and the trains. Well, it depends where they're registered. It's only because P&O are registered overseas. They fly under this flag of convenience, and it means that they aren't responsible for paying the crew. You could pay them £1 a week. And we don't have any jurisdiction over that whatsoever. We have nothing at all. So it's unlikely it's going to be occurring with the trains and all the other bits and pieces. But, it's a thought. Natalie in Dubai says, it's my birthday today and starting off listening to my favourite show on LBC. Oh, what would that be? Which one are you listening to? Yeah, she says, any advice on turning 35? Enjoy it while it's there. It goes by really quickly. I have to tell you. Everybody says to me, what's it like being 68? And you go, well, actually, I don't have any problem with being 68 at all. I'm sort of quite good with things like that because I'm not sort of somebody who dwells on age. You don't sort of worry about it too much. But 35, I don't know, it depends. It's almost like an achievement. It's almost like somebody will say to you, did you have a bucket list when you were younger? And I said, I did. Because I was going to be on Radio 1, I thought, by the time I was 20 and driving a white Rolls Royce. I don't think a grey Bentley in graphite kind of counts for it, and I certainly didn't make it to Radio 1. Although somebody did write to me a short while ago and said, you're always complaining about the BBC, it's only because you're not good enough to get on there. And I retorted to this poor old baggage, who was obviously in some home or something, that actually you don't have to have any talent to be on the BBC, you just have to be a little bit lazier than everybody else, because they've got so many people working on programmes who don't do anything. I remember I went down to a friend of mine who worked on that station some years ago and was amazed at how many people there were sitting around doing nothing. I'm always, thinking to myself, my God, did you come into radio to actually just sit there and do nothing at all? So, no, I was always quite grateful. There's a weekly Keep Fit boost for OAP's mobility. It's like, I mean, somebody always said to me, you don't get any exercise, do you? I said, well, I am now. For the next 2 weeks, I'm going to be getting exercise up and down the blooming stairs. And I suppose I could sit here and sort of do steps and stuff like that and sort of, all this kind of thing. I could do press-ups and just be sort of fairly fit. But judging by the story about the GP surgeries, which are closing, 100 have closed due to lack of doctors. They haven't got enough doctors on there. I dreamt about a doctor's surgery the other day. I have the oddest dreams. It's great. And Emma, well, I was. It turned out I was sort of overseeing this doctor's surgery. I don't know why. I mean, I quite like going to the doctors. Sort of. I like it when they sort of say, "Oh, you're doing all right." And I bought this blood pressure monitor the other day. They're really cheap, 18 quid. These are the ones they put a band round your arm and you push the button and it goes. I mean, it's very clever for 18 quid. But this one is the first one I've ever seen. It arrived yesterday because I've lost the cable for my other one. And this is the first one that I've ever had which you charge up. It works on batteries, or you can charge it up on the internet. You just plug it into the side of your computer and it charges it up. So for 18 quid, really good value. I'm really pleased with it. Really pleased with it. So I shall use that today because I've got to keep a record. I did my blood sugars before we started the programme, and that was 11.2, which is a little bit on the high side for me. A little bit on the high side. I'm sure I will be. I'm sure I'll be better because when I was in hospital, they were testing my blood sugars, on practically an hourly basis. And I remember thinking, oh, God. I mean, sometimes in the morning they'd come in and go, oh, it's good, it's 3 or it's 6 or something like that. Mainly because I wasn't eating anything. So, it doesn't necessarily work. Emma Raducanu, I mean, does she ever find time to play tennis or does she just accept the freebies? Her agent must be absolutely loving it because she's now apparently the face of Porsche. I've got no idea why. She doesn't make them. She didn't drive one until the other day when they gave her a freebie. And so that's nice. So, I mean, maybe one day she will go back to playing tennis. Not at the moment while they're handing out the freebies. I mean, she's had free dresses, free jewellery. She's had most things free. The billionaire Asda owners, Asda, the supermarket. Well, apparently they're in talks to buy Boots. Perhaps they'll get better staff. Some of the staff are ever so rude in Boots. Mind you, I noticed that in Iceland the other day. Very curt. Very curt. I mean, you would think it's something. A lot of the supermarkets do it. They give you the polythene bag, which you've paid for, and they just give it to you, like, sling it across the counter. And so I always say the same. Sorry, can you open it for me? I can't open plastic bags very well, and I make them do it. But they do it almost begrudgingly, and it's so annoying. They do it in Greggs. They just give you the bag. Yeah, give you the bag. There's a big Greggs opening on the Strand. I went past it the other day and said, oh, look, guess what's going to be here? And I thought, can't imagine. Kebab house? Nope, it's going to be Greggs. So that'll be quite nice, won't it? The Queen's launched her own brand of washing up liquid. I have a feeling she's running out of money. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I've got a horrible feeling Her Majesty is feeling the squeeze as everybody else is, so she's having to flog this up. The trouble is, this is 15 quid a bottle. 15 quid a bottle. I'm sure she does all her own washing up. I shouldn't imagine she's ever done washing up in her entire life. They would have dishwashers. That's what they called him the last time he was in. But yeah, they have a dishwasher. She wouldn't do any washing up or anything like that. That's done for her. She's the Queen. You don't expect her to sort of turn the hot tap on or put on a pair of marigolds. It's not going to be happening. But, and doing the hoovering, do the shake and vac and put the freshness back. I can't see that happening. I mean, all those carpets that they've got in Buckingham Palace and Windsor and all the other houses that they've got, Sandringham and everything else. Interesting. So she's launched her own brand of posh washing up liquid. But I'm so glad, actually, that Prince Harry is not coming back to this country. There was a story in one of the gossip mags, of which we seem to have quite a few of them at the moment. And you're never sure whether it, you believe it or you take it with a pinch of salt. And they reckon that Harry is worried that his marriage is going to split up. Because if you think about it, she goes off and does lots of things by herself. She was always the one who was desperate to be famous. He basically was just a bit of an idiot who went out and got drunk and embarrassed himself. But she has now got half of that money. What does she need him for? She doesn't need him. She's become famous in her own right through marrying him. And so they were saying Harry's quite worried that, she might leave him and walk away from him. But he'll have to keep paying for the children. That's the way it works nowadays. And as I say, do you believe it? Do you not believe it? You take it with a pinch of salt? And the answer is you take it with a pinch of salt, I suspect. Putin's enemies calling on Switzerland to expel his mistress. She's in a hideaway. I don't see why she should be in a hideaway. Why don't you buy her a holiday home in Ukraine? See how she goes for that one. The answer is she won't. But I do pray every day that it's going to get to that stage where there's nothing left to bomb. The people would have left the country. What's he got? He's got a bombed-out country with nothing, with absolutely nothing. I mean, perhaps he's not bright enough. Perhaps he thinks he can go in there and rebuild, or he's just going to leave it as a barren, empty place, and all the people who lived there are going to be taken in by all the caring people. I mean, nobody gives a stuff about Putin. Nobody cares about him. He has turned out to be the most hated man in the entire world. There's a few people who sort of think, oh, he's doing the right thing, but they don't know anything about it either. They've got no idea, and that's what I think is so sad, that he can literally watch men, women and children being killed and not shed a tear or feel a pang of guilt that he's the one responsible for it. It is terribly sad. Mind you, some of the other stories in the papers, I can't remember. Oh, Katie Price got burnt on holiday. I know. She didn't put any suntan cream on, so she's been complaining about it. And I maintain, and I still keep saying it, why don't you come back, dear, find a little job, because you're not really fit for purpose, and pay back your creditors. Because that's what I'd be doing. I'd be saying, listen, I want to take your mucky mansion away from you. I want to take your car away, not that you're allowed to drive for 2 years, and let's make your little boyfriend pay for it, shall we? Because she's due back from holiday very shortly. She might even be back. I mean, as I say, she wanders in and out. She's a bit like Matt Goss, who apparently now, and I did point it out the other day to the newspaper, but they chose not to believe me. They were saying, Matt who lives in Vegas. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He's got no work in Vegas. There is no work over there, so he's come back to live here. And he obviously doesn't have a recording contract. And the reason being, he's having to pay for his own video to go with the single. Now, there's nothing the matter with that, but he's spending £100,000 on something which will never chart because there's not enough fans out there. So he's back here, and he's appearing on Coventry on the 26th to do an appearance. And then the next day, he's doing Kingston upon Thames, a live show. Can't imagine where he's doing it. There aren't any theatres. Oh, there's the Rose Theatre, but let's face it, even I could to do that. He's appearing in Prism, the nightclub, which is near Wilkinson's, isn't it? Yeah, they call it Wilko, do they now? Oh, right, I've always called it Wilko. Oh, he's appearing there, is he? Obviously, the darker the better, I should imagine. It's still not going to help, though, is it? Because I didn't know it was called Prism. I went there when it first opened. When it was Oceana, and I did an interview for my overnight programme because I'd not been inside a nightclub for years, and they invited me down there. And I went there, and it just reminded me of what working in nightclubs was actually like. And it was dark, and the carpeting and the lights on the floors and everything else, which I thought was really good. But, so he's appearing there. Well, that'll probably he'll come on and say, yeah, it's obviously an invited fan club event. But unfortunately, there's not enough of them to get him into the charts. Ticket only, yeah. Do you have to pay for them? You have to pay for the tickets? Wow. That's a bit of a swizz, isn't it? But I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Unfortunately, he's just not very good at taking advice. So, do we know how much the tickets are? They can't. £11. That's odd, isn't it, really? I wonder how many it holds. I wonder, would that be a place that holds a few hundred, but obviously a few hundred people, but I can't see them getting a few hundred people. But you've got to buy your tickets in advance. And that's the Sunday. So they've had to go in there and clean after the Saturday night. Starts at 7 p.m. on the Sunday. Yeah, a little bit late for me. It'll be over by past. Honestly, it's a very odd way of doing things. So I don't think he can have a record deal. I don't think he can do, because otherwise the record company would have gone, listen, we really need to sell this. Let's record the video. But he's having to pay for the video. £100,000. Not cheap, these things, are they? Let's have a quick look here. I've got to try and work... Oh, I can't... Wait a minute. I don't know how you... Oh, it's the news. I've got to try and work out how to use my laptop in the studio. Everything else is all high-tech, except I've got a laptop and I can't work out how to scroll down. Doesn't help, does it, really? But anyway, it's now 4:31. Let's get the news headlines on LBC with Zora Suleiman.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets. At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 4:33, coming up 4:34 on a Tuesday morning in London town. Apparently, it's cold around the world. Pete in Lindos, which is the Greek island of Rhodes, he said it's been freezing here for the last 2 months. Last week we had 50-mile-an-hour winds and 3 degrees. When will I see you again? Thank you. It's an old gag. And Steve, I'm addicted to Four in a Bed. And I was wondering whether the people who participate are given a budget by the production company similar to Come Dine With Me, or whether it's their own money. No, they're given a budget by the production company. You can't expect people to pay for themselves, can you, on these sort of things? Because some of these bed and breakfasts, which are sort of 60 quid a night, or some of them go to 300. Well, I wouldn't be paying for something. Why would you be paying for something like that? They're making a television programme. And Chris says, with the petrol prices so high, you thinking of downsizing from the Bentley? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I'm in a fortunate position. I can afford petrol at £1.79. Actually, I was putting some petrol in the other day. I don't know why, actually. Oh, I went to buy some plants. And this woman who was driving a very big 4x4, she walked past and she went, beautiful. I said, who are you talking to, the car or me? And she said, you. And I said, of course, it's filthy. But the trouble is, even when my car's dirty, it looks clean. It's a bit, and we're still waiting for this money to be transferred over. I don't know why it's taking so long. Can't be that difficult, really. Steve, the Queen's washing up liquid for 15 quid made me think, I live in a studio flat on my own, and I actually don't think I've got more than 15 quid's worth of bits to wash up. This is Ashley. But mind you, you see, I always thought years ago that if you buy the Fairy washing up liquid, it comes in lots of different colours, green, blue and everything. I used to buy all the colours and then put them on the windowsill in the kitchen so the light used to shine through. And all of those, if I bought all the colours, it still wouldn't have cost 15 quid. You know, and I think the Queen, obviously, it's only £15. I don't think, the British public would worry about that. And you think, that's a lot of money. 15 quid for a washing up liquid, which doesn't even look that exciting. It's not even coloured. Not even coloured. But apparently she has done washing up before, but not now. She doesn't. She's 96, for God's sake. And here it is. It's Sandringham, and it's clear. It's not very exciting. The label is dull and boring, and they've spent no money on it whatsoever because it's a black and white label. Put a coloured label on. She's probably going, we've got a washing up liquid, and I'm looking at all the ingredients and everything else. It's just washing up liquid. I'm not going to get excited over it. They've also got dog cologne. Sandringham. My God, she's cheapening the brand. And she thinks that you spray it over the corgis. So they put a corgi on a tree trunk and they're spraying it. Just after the picture was taken, the corgi attacked the person who sprayed it with dog cologne, I should imagine. It's just unbelievable. Has it got its tongue out? Or is it holding a ball in its mouth? Its tongue's hanging out. I couldn't work out what it was. It's called Norfolk Natural Living. That's what I heard about Norfolk. That's what they said about Norfolk years ago, all the jokes. I'm still not comfortable with William and Kate on a freebie holiday. I don't see what the purpose is of it. They've upset a lot of people over there. And it's just basically two people, and then they go, the royal fashion verdict. She's wearing chinos and a white T-shirt. And then they went to see a 3,000-year-old palace, and apparently they were left in awe of it. Yeah, it's a lot of steps to climb up, isn't it? And then you just get a picture taken at the top. And I just don't understand what they're doing there. It seems a totally pointless exercise. But, keeps people happy, doesn't it? Here's this apocalypse now. This is the cities who refuse to surrender to Putin. And they basically bombed a shopping mall the other day. Yes, they still have shopping malls. And the Mercy flight to bring 52 Ukrainian orphans to the UK has been delayed. They were expected to travel from Warsaw. Final checks were not completed by Ukrainian and Polish authorities. TV's Rob Rinder, who was flying with them, said we're in the middle of a bureaucratic nightmare. The Home Office said it's only right we have the full written agreement of their home and host governments. They're basically just dragging it out, aren't they? basically dragging it out. I mean, it's absolutely appalling. Absolutely appalling. Denise Van Outen, every time I see her now on the television, I'm sorry, I have to turn off the television. She appeared with Steph the other day. In fact, she's on every day with Steph, to the point of boredom. And I'm thinking, now we've read all about your sex life and the fact that you knew apparently for some time that he was cheating. Why don't you just sort of go out and find somebody else, dear, and just give up on it? It's so boring. It's so tedious. If that's the best way you can do a book is to sell it on your so-called love life, I feel immensely sorry for you. Mind you, Daniela Westbrook's daughter was interviewed in one of the, OK or something like that. I don't know why, because I'm sure she's got children and it's all wonderful. And she was criticising people who criticise her mother for wanting to have cosmetic surgery. And she said, my mother loves cosmetic surgery. It makes her happy. And you think, no, it doesn't. That's the trouble. It doesn't make her happy. She's miserable all the time. And, you can't put her back on television. And the daughter wants to be on television. She wants to be either an actress or in West End musicals, like you just wander in there. She's incredibly naive because on one thing she said if she wants to have cosmetic surgery, she, makes her happy. And she said everybody in Essex has surgery. And you think, no, they don't. And then she said everybody in the world has surgery. And you think, no, they don't. I mean, it's really embarrassing to find somebody who's sort of, nobody gives a stuff what Daniela Westbrook wants to do. We know that she's lapsed numerous times over the cocaine addiction. I sat with her on a coach once when she was going out with Brian because she was part of Noel's house party and we had all the celebrities on the coach and all the rest of it. She spent most of her time in tears. Coke. Spent most of her time an emotional wreck, I'm afraid, for most of it. And it all just went from bad to worse. Then they put her on couple of TV programmes, then they had to abandon her because she was just unreliable. And now she thinks she's going to write a book and she's going to be, what do they call it? Not an expert, a lifestyle guru. And you think, Daniela Westbrook? Well, having a laugh, aren't you? That's like sort of being advised by Katie Price on any cosmetic surgery you might be thinking of having. Definitely not. Thank you very much indeed. The Strictly pros, Nadia Bishkova, cozying up to Kai Widrington, whoever he is. I've got no idea. He's just got loads of tattoos at the moment. Everybody's got tattoos. Brooklyn Beckham's got tattoos. The youngest one in the family who sits there in his pants, he's got tattoos as well. The mother's got tattoos and the father's got tattoos. I think they're living in the wrong place. They need to live in a caravan park. Make it an awful lot easier, I think. They'll sort of blend in a little bit more. But we're so looking forward to the wedding, aren't we? No, I didn't think you would be. Nobody's looking forward to it. Nobody gives, really, they don't really care. Nobody knows anything about Brooklyn Beckham, and we don't care about it. And he doesn't really have a job as such. Occasionally there might be a little modelling job that comes along. And that's about it. Also the paper today, TV's Amy. This is Amy Childs, because she talked like little child. All the people in Essex who featured on Towie. They had Lydia Dim on the television the other day. And she was on the Celebrity Tipping Point with Ben Shepherd. They'll put anybody on there. They're really not particularly fussy. The Z-listers crawl out the woodwork to be on the programme. They have to get the celebrities to tell you what they're famous for. It's that bad. And so they had, can't remember who they had. But anyway, they had Lydia Dim. And she said, because I'm like Lydia and I'm from The Only Way is Essex, or I think some people call it Towie. And you go, yeah, The Only Way is Essex, is Towie. She didn't know that. And I wasn't sure if she was playing stupid, trying to sort of equal Joey Essex, or whether she really was dumb. And I came to the conclusion she really was dumb. She really didn't know anything. And then, who's the other one? Old Paddy McGuinness's, Christine McGuinness. She's going into a show on television with, it's supposed to be a celebrity version of the games. You've never heard of anybody, including Christine McGuinness, poor soul. Obviously, she can't get anything else. And they have to sort of put her on there. And you sort of go, these people, they're desperate attempts to be somebody, as opposed to sort of concentrating on sort of getting used to life and getting jobs. It just amazes me. Kerry Katona's popped up on another couple of reality shows. Listen, we know everything about her. We don't know anything else about her. Drop her and find somebody else. Make her go out and do a day's work. What's she going to be there? Still at 60, if she makes it to 60, still doing reality shows. And we're going to be going, oh, not her again, for God's sake. I mean, it really is a bit embarrassing. Emily Atack has been bombarded with obscene messages when a porn site dedicated to sex in taxis used her picture. But that happens all the time, dear. I mean, you can't be that naive. Go down to London, if you're allowed in. We're open Monday to Friday, half-day closing on Wednesday. Pop in and go down all the phone boxes on the Edgware Road, and you have a look at all the pictures on the calling cards of all the prostitutes and massage. That's not the actual girl you're going to be going round to see. These are just photos they've lifted. No, it's very tacky. But they've lifted other people's photos. They just see them on the internet and they lift it and they put it on a calling card. So all the prostitutes who are advertising in the Edgware Road, of which they go round, the boys are paid 50 quid a day and they card. It's called carding. They will be employed by one prostitute and she will pay them 50 quid and they will go round. They've got blue tack and they put all their cards in the phone boxes and then all the locals go and rip them all off because you don't want hookers in your neighbourhood. A friend of mine had it in the road where he lives, which is quite selective, off Lisson Grove, and two hookers moved in. He said all hours of the day and night, people ringing your doorbell because they didn't know exactly where they were supposed to be going. Luckily, the police came and moved them on because more than two, it's a brothel. I think that's how they work it out. But anyway, I mean, it's just dreadful. We have it in Twickenham at the moment. And the person who owns the building knows that it's going on because they've been told about it. Because I've seen men queuing up to go inside, and apparently it's Thai massage. And I think we all know what that includes, unfortunately. Although we have got a genuine Thai massage, and they've got a notice in the window that they do Thai massage. They don't do any of this naughty stuff. The rest of them are the hookers up the road. It's just, I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. I remember, Vienna from years and years ago, and anybody would tell you this, that, Vienna, I mean, how many prostitutes have they got working the ring and the girdle? I mean, thousands. It's extremely popular. What have we got here? Matt Goss for his chart comeback. It's not going to happen, dear. I would like it to happen, but it's just not going to happen. And you know why? His attitude. Watch the DVD when the screaming stopped and you'll realise that Mr. Temperamental really doesn't know how to play humble at all. It's a bit sad. In Vegas, in the smallest little lounge to play over there, and now back in this country doing what? I don't know. Perhaps they'll put it. Oh, I know what I know what they'll book him for. Matty will book him for Loose Women, and he'll sit there with his funny hat on his head, and they'll book him for Steph's lunch thing. That's it. There'll be nothing else. I don't know where else you can put him, poor soul, but it won't sell records. To sell records, you need a bit more, I think. 14 to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 5 is the time. Well, very nearly. Very nearly. Steve, I like hearing you talk about the celeb world. What are the best and worst things about that life? Well, it's vacuous. It's delusional. And, you've only got to look at certain people who pop up on the television and then basically they play their complete lives out in front of it. So most of the people you see on reality shows have got issues. They've got issues with their life, with drugs, with drink, or with, the inspirational side of it and trying to find something because they don't understand that it's very short-lived. Very, very short-lived. That's why, we've got these programmes coming up, with the one with Christine McGuinness in. You might have heard of one person who's on this programme, and this is supposed to be the celebrity version. It gets so desperate. It's like the other day on Tipping Point, they had somebody who was, I think she was an actress, and she said, "You know me best for." And I thought, well, if we haven't seen the programme, we don't know you for anything, do we? So the idea of being a celebrity is that you're instantly recognisable, that people go, oh, yes, that's you. But the rest of them, they keep using people who have no interest to anybody at all. They're certainly not role models. Certainly not role models. The amount of times I've seen people who have sort of said, oh, yes, I've had a cocaine problem. You think, well, I don't call you a celebrity. But that's just me, actually. It doesn't make any difference. I mean, everybody else. Peter in Wokingham says, listen in the UK and Cyprus. Thank you. Yeah, I've tried that two fingers bit on the mouse pad. And we've decided we've moved it and made it bigger, and it's come up on another screen. I mean, it's very high tech here, very high tech. So this ITV News sports reality competition will see 12 celebrities compete in an activity extravaganza hosted by Holly Willoughby again, like yawn, bloomin' yawn, and Andrew Freddie Flintoff. They're going to be joined by, here we go, Phoenix Brown. Anybody? No, thank you. Songstress Chelsea Grimes. Who? Not a clue. Harry Potter star Josh Herdman. Who? Yeah, Harry Potter star. Coronation Street actor Colson Smith. Who? ITV News journalist Lucretia Millarini. Who? Former Love Island contestant Wes Nelson. Emmerdale actress Rebecca Sarker. Who? And Corrie heartthrob Ryan Thomas. About the only one I've heard of. The rest of them, and this is supposed to be, you know, a lineup of celebrities. Well, I mean, you know, you couldn't find a bigger bunch of Z-listers if you tried. It's really embarrassing. And Max George and Christine McGuinness. Olivia Atwood. Who? Christine McGuinness. I mean, honestly, you're a bit ancient for this kind of thing, aren't you, dear? There's no personality in any of these people. They're just sort of there, and that's what they do to make a living. Mike says we don't have gas here in Kings Langley. He says, I've got an oil boiler, got a delivery in December, and it was 63 pence a litre. Getting another today, 95 pence a litre. Wow. That's a big jump, but not as big as I thought you were going to tell me. I thought you were going to tell me it was sort of something much, much bigger than that. I'll tell you one thing you do lose on this blooming computer. The mouse. The mouse vanishes. And I've got no idea where it's gone to. Wait a minute. I can't find the... Honestly, what happens to these things? 1 minute the mouse is there. The next minute, the little arrow thing, jiggle it round a bit. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I jiggled it around a bit. Ah, there we go. Right. Honestly, I don't want to move the mouse closer to me, no. And, somebody else, apart from Tara, asking about the 4 in a bed. And Beatrix says, if I have to see the doctor, I'm looking forward to sitting in the waiting area because I can speak Spanish to the staff. They're from Latin America and I love Spanish. Well, there you go. I mean, it's always best if you learn a language, isn't it? I always think that's good. Very good idea. What else have we got? And somebody else enjoying hearing the talk about celebrities. But the trouble is, it's a very... They batter it about, don't they, as a very sort of free and easy word. You know, oh, you've been on television 3 times, you're a celebrity. You know, on 4 in a bed, it's understood they don't get paid to appear on the programme. They pay the other B&Bs out of their own pocket, but if they underpay, the producers make up the difference. That's why they all underpay. Have you noticed that? There was one the other day, and then they all have arguments at the end of it. I mean, some of them, they're outrageous prices. Absolutely outrageous. But there was a lovely couple on the other day. I like watching it. I just sort of find it I find it entertaining to look at the... I mean, I have never once, I don't know whether you have, been into a hotel room or a bed and breakfast and started lifting up the mattress and taking off the covers and running your finger and then having a look underneath the rim of the toilet. I've never done that in my life. Never done that in my entire life. And yet these people do it. You think, God, you need to get a life. I mean, some of them, their places are filthy. Absolutely filthy. Here we go, the verdict. They're all dragging themselves out, aren't they, as Kate and Wills go off on another holiday, leaving the kids at home, best place for them. And then they go, Kate went full Lara Croft yesterday. She pulled on combat trousers for her visit to the Caribbean jungle. And you think to yourself, it's just a pair of trousers, for God's sake. She's not doing a Lara Croft or anything. Wills, you know, is sort of doing it. But apparently husband William went for the Raiders of the Lost Ark look, just minus the whip and fedora. Yeah, and then embarrassed himself by attempting to dance. Why do they put themselves up for this? It really is embarrassing. Don't need to see it. We really don't. So Denise's Rat X in New Gibert book. And he's taken a swipe at her, insisting he won't be controlled. I mean, listen, she's trying to flog a book. That's all it is. She's trying to flog a book. Because presumably that's about it. It's that and appearing on Steph's programme every single day, which is where you're going to end up with Matt Gosson, who will turn up for the hair and makeup. I think hair comes with him. And then he'll sit there with his hat on. And he actually appears... I think he sleeps in the hat as well, because he seems to wear it everywhere. Everywhere he goes, he wears the hat, because that's a trademark thing. It's only because the hair is most peculiar. I can't work out if it's... because his brother Luke, his twin, is bald as a coot. Bald as a coot. But obviously Matt, you know, decides that thing. But that was all right when he was working on stage. It's like somebody coming out of, you know, Miss Saigon and turning up, you know, singing to everybody, the heat is on in Saigon. Yeah, because it's just not happening, is it? It's sort of one of those things. And he's not working anywhere at the moment. Could he sell out anything else? I don't know. I think he does it every so often. Every time he's just spent £100,000 on a video for a single that probably, as I say, the one problem that Matt Goss had got is that he can't play humble. Even when you watch that, and I watched it again the other day just to reaffirm for the fact that he's quite clearly not got all his eggs in one basket, because he seems to lose his temper at the drop of a hat. I mean, even with his brother, who he then said in an interview the other day, because he's a bit swings and roundabouts, his poor Matt, he said, he's my only friend. And I thought, God, what a sad reflection on life. What a sad reflection. And it was a shame. I mean, I'm not like that at all with my brother. No, not really. No, do we have a row? No. Why would we? What would be the point? I mean, I'm always winning anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. But it's a case of, if he played a bit more humble and stopped playing this silly little I'm a star kind of thing, because he's not. He hasn't got any gigs at the moment. He's got his website, which somebody obviously does for him, and he's got the record. And don't get me wrong, some of his music's actually quite nice. It's just I don't know where you put him. If you're pigeonholing, and lots of people need to be pigeonholed in the music business, if you're going to pigeonhole Little Mix, you're going to put them in outfits that are going to sort of appeal to fashionista girls and boys who fancy one or more of them. That's how it works. The music is almost immaterial. Almost immaterial. Ed Sheeran, you ain't going for looks. You're going for the music. You've got to be able to pigeonhole somebody. You've got to be able to say to them, this radio station could play you. And I just don't know with Matt Goss, where you would. I mean, had he not been such an idiot years and years ago, coming round drunk out of his mind, threatening and all the rest of it, I mean, if you'd heard the language, I wish I'd recorded it. It would have been, in fact, you wouldn't have believed it in a million years. We could have put it out as a podcast. Nobody messes with the Goss brothers, all this kind of stuff, and then littered with every single swear word you could possibly think of. I mean, he was drunk, and quite clearly he's a very bad drunk, but it was just, an embarrassment. He could have played it so much better. He could have played it really well, and had sort of an outlet for his music, or, for a chat, or he could pick up, that sort of thing. But unfortunately, he didn't play it very well. Didn't even play it very well with his brother. The poor old brother who had to put up with it, who was just sort of sitting there, taking it all in. And when they were rehearsing for the shows, Luke was doing his bit, and then Matt starts kicking off and having a bit of a screamy tantrum about, I haven't even got a chance to sing yet, and all the rest. And you think, oh, come on, honestly. You need to go and meet people in show business who are professionals. People go into a place, into a theatre, and they go, you've got this, that. A bit like me coming in here having a bit of a tantrum about having to move studios. Utterly ridiculous. Never would have anything like that at all. And not a word of complaint or, I'm seeing my lawyer. None of that kind of stuff. I'm the easiest going person in the world. People crave to work on this programme, They really do. Some people even pay me. Well, they offer money anyway. I'm assuming it's to work on the programme. This music means, because I can vaguely hear an orchestra in the background, which is very nice. We're coming up to the news at 5 o'clock this Tuesday morning, the 22nd of March. Anthony Joshua, boxer, caught wearing a wedding ring. And if you've got £100,000 to spare, I can offer you for sale a 4 billion-year-old meteorite. And did you know that apes have their own language, just like humans? That's touching, isn't it?
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Oh dear, honestly. Where would we be without a laugh? Here. Anyway, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I've used that line so many times. Every time it makes me laugh, because I think it's quite funny. And I can't remember who used it. I mean, it could have been somebody like Ken Dodd or something like that. But coming up to 4 minutes past 5, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And still to come, the abandoned 18th century farmhouse, which has been dismantled and rebuilt stone by stone. They did that years ago. They sold London Bridge, and all the bricks were numbered. London Bridge, the one that was London Bridge is falling down, because it used to cross the Thames, and there used to be houses on London Bridge, and we sold it. I think the guy thought he was buying Tower Bridge, but he didn't. He got London Bridge. And so it's been rebuilt in the Arizona desert, as far as I remember. And each brick was numbered so that they could put it together like a jig, because they're a bit thick over there. And they go, oh, look, brick next to another brick. And so that's how they did it. They sort of put... Why we sold it, I've got no idea. I've never heard of anything so stupid in my entire life. And when you look at it, I mean, it moved to... 50 years ago, it moved to Arizona. And I thought, well, who authorised them to sell London Bridge? You know, that could have been a great tourist attraction. Left all the houses on it and all the shops and everything else, and, you know, put a ticket barrier in either end, and you could walk along it and get a cup of tea or something. Perhaps Starbucks could have, you know, sponsored it or something like that. But, you know, it was never to happen, I'm afraid. But I like the idea. I love it. I tell you what, I'm loving it at the moment, although I've got my brother. I think it's my brother who hates... Is it my brother? Yeah, my brother hates daffodils. Hates daffodils. Because I was going to take down pots and pots of daffodils... so that he can, you know, plant them in his garden, because he's got a bit zen with his garden. It's a bit of a Japanese type garden now, which is very nice. I don't have any objection with things like that, but I think it's quite nice. But I thought daffodils everywhere, swathes of daffodils, middle of the road, by the side of the motorway. It really looks lovely. And I went out yesterday to buy. I've got some big black plant pots, big, about 5 feet tall. And they had these plants in, but after a couple of years, they started looking manky. So I went out and bought replacements the other day. Cost me 90 quid for 3. And they look really good. But I've not planted them in the pots. They've got the earth in there. But I just put them in just to see what they look like, just to get approval from everybody. And I got the approval, which was very nice. And so today I should probably plant them out. So the meteorite set to sell at auction, 4 billion million. How do they know that? How do they know something is 4 billion years old? I mean, how do they cut a bit off? And it's like if you cut a tree, yeah, he's probably got his own birth certificate. Hello, I'm a meteorite. I fell in Mexico, and because if you want to find out the age of a tree, you cut it in half, and then you count the rings. And have you ever done that? When we had the big storm, the amount of trees that came down, they started cutting down. You could see how old it was, because each ring signifies. Every tree, yes, every tree. They've all got rings in them, the bigger the tree, obviously, and then you count the rings, and you can say this one was planted in, around our way, we've got some that were planted in the 1100s, and they've grown to be, I mean, you couldn't get your arms around them, not that I'm a tree hugger or anything like that, I don't think I'm that sad, you know, and they're really old, and you look at them and you think, God, they're beautiful, but in these big storm, we lost a few of the big ones down by the river, but they were planted there years ago, I mean, donkey's years ago. And so nice. I mean, I think people should plant trees. I think we should start a campaign to go and plant trees, or plant, daffodils everywhere. But you could do that yourself. You can just get a box of bulbs and just throw them out the car window as you're going down the motorway, and they will seed themselves. Supermarkets are scrambling at the moment to catch up with the new egg rules, because there's no free-range eggs now because of this sort of illness that they had. And consequently, you get sort of these, I mean, semi-free range, but they're not really. It's very nice, actually, because a friend of mine who always says, good morning, Captain, to me, always says, good morning, Captain. No. Always reminds me, we've got to do that thing for Charlie Girling. No, it's a friend of mine who's luckily in the same business that I am. And he says, Japanese gardens don't usually have flowers because they die, whereas Zen is meant to represent the eternal. So careful with those daffodils in your brother's garden. Don't put the mockers on it. I like Japanese gardens. In fact, actually, the funny thing is, if I was given the choice, Japanese or Chinese, I'd go Chinese, because having lived there for 2 years, I came to like the fireworks, the smells. I mean, the smells in particular in Hong Kong. You know, we were there back in the 60s, long time ago. But we had the floating restaurants at Aberdeen, the fish markets at Wan Chai, and just amazing sounds and smells. And I just took to the culture. I just thought it was lovely. If you saw old people in Hong Kong, they looked like old people. Nobody looks old nowadays. Nobody looks old. You know, people put cream on and they take sort of away people's age. Where'd my cream from? From overseas. It's from Vietnam, I think. I bought this cream, which is very good, actually. Put it underneath your eyes. I haven't put any on today. And then you let it dry, and it takes away the wrinkles. It's a temporary kind of thing, but I think it makes me look younger. I'm totally convinced. I think I look younger, but there again. I know I was going to have, years ago, I was going to have Botox. And then I thought, wait a minute. I don't think, because I quite like people to have what they call lived-in faces. So you look as though you've experienced life. But I don't want to look too wrinkly. I don't want to be sort of too smooth, so I look a bit fake. I just like the idea of sort of, cleansing and looking after your face. And it was never fashionable when I first started doing it. It was really unfashionable. Nobody did it. Now you get people who sort of look after themselves a bit more. I mean, I've got a friend of mine, the one who just sent me this Morning Captain. He's very, very, very fit. I mean, like, super fit. In fact, the first time I met him, I've known about him for years, but I'd never met him before. We were just screening. And I always remember it because he was wearing his running gear. And he had his son with him as well. And he said, Steve Allen. And we got sort of chatting, and he's been a very good friend, actually. But it's a case of he's super fit. He runs into work. Me, I wouldn't know where to begin. I wouldn't even cycle into work. And yet occasionally I think to myself, perhaps I'll buy a bicycle. Then I think perhaps I'll buy an electric bicycle. Then I think, no, maybe not. Maybe not. I wouldn't. There was a girl who died on a mobility scooter, not a mobility scooter, one of those, an e-scooter the other day. She got hit by a car. She was 14. Now, I don't know what the age limit is to be on one of these scooters, but I have said before, I think they're highly dangerous. Especially if you ride them in London's traffic. And people have got all sorts of things, hoverboards, it's just too dangerous out there, because when you've got they whiz in and out, people step into the road. It's just a nightmare. But now I know about Zen Gardens. It's very peaceful, isn't it? I like Japanese maples and I like sort of dwarf trees, and I love bonsai. I've never tried it in my garden. No, I've always just filled the pots up so that they're overflowing. But once you fill them up to overflowing with bulbs and plants and all the rest of it, it's a lifetime of watering. Seriously, you're almost grateful when they finish flowering. So you don't have to sort of go out there and start watering again. Because some days I'd become lazy. I'll leave it for another day. But my Lynn is very good at things like that. And my next door neighbour as well, Lindy. They're very good. There's a postie here. We have a very good postie. In fact, most of them are very, very good, actually. I've got all my bits and pieces arrive. I like ordering things. I don't know. And at the moment, it's arriving fast. And I believe that they get paid per parcel that they deliver. That's how I think it works. Because sometimes they run, to deliver the parcel, beep, beep, ringing the doorbells and all the rest of it, popping the parcels in there. So I've got my parcel from yesterday. Only ordered it the day before. Yes, I ordered it. Yes, it's my, oh, come here. It's, sorry, it's in the bag. It's my blood pressure, what? My blood pressure monitor. Look at this. And you just plug it into the computer and you charge it up. And I've got the pad you put on your arm, then you push the little button. I haven't done it this morning because I've only just charged the thing up because I guessed that it needed some AA batteries and I didn't have any AA batteries on me. And so when it came with a cable, I thought, oh, that's interesting. Comes with a little cable. And so I might do it before the end of the programme, actually, just to see what my blood pressure is. Because I have to... Maybe tomorrow, save the excitement, day one in the studio, bit of a virgin in the big boys' studio. Actually, everybody was saying to me, how big is the studio? I said, you've seen football pitches, you've seen Wembley, it's like that. I'm so far away from the boys, but that suits me fine. I don't really want to get too close to them, not in this day and age. And they're also quite happy in there, because the lights are so bright, I can't see them at all. So I have no idea. I'm just assuming they are behind the glass. Yeah. I saw that, Elliot. Over in Finland, and why not? Let's face it, somebody's got to go there. I've been to Finland, and yeah, you don't have to go for a sauna in there. Families go for saunas. Can you imagine sitting in a sauna with your parents? I don't think so. The family were with us. When we were in, we went to this hotel, me and my friend Andrew, and he worked at the radio out in Vienna, and we went off. We were going to go skiing, but I can't ski, so that would be a pointless exercise. So we went tobogganing, and then we went back to the hotel, Panhans, big hotel out in the Tyrol, and in a place called Sievering, I think. And they had a sauna in there, so we finished, and we were the only two sitting in there. So you're sitting in there, then all of a sudden the door opened, and a family come in. Mum, Dad, the daughter, who was about 14, and the son, who was about 15. So I spent the next 15 minutes staring at the ceiling, because you don't like to enter into conversation with somebody because they're naked. And, of course, they didn't think anything about it. They thought it was perfectly normal to be sitting there naked with two perfect strangers. And then they would go outside and jump into an ice bath kind of thing, because apparently it's supposed to be good for you. I think not. That's when I decided to sort of make my excuses. I'll feed us in, and then you sort of quickly leave. But they all do it. Nobody thinks anything about it. But the most beautiful thing was, in the Tyrol, when it snows, it's beautiful. It's like God's dusted everything with icing sugar. And we went down to wait for a train. My friend Andrew speaks fluent German. And there was nobody on the station. We'd walked down this little hill path, standing on the station. The orange lights were all in the snow, middle of nowhere. It was like a scene out of an Agatha Christie. And we stood there, and I said to him, do you think we're going to get any train? Are there any trains? He said, yeah, there'll be a train along in a minute. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, belching steam, this train arrives. And it is Agatha Christie. We are doing Death on the Orient Express, or Murder on the Orient, whatever it was, we were getting on it. And we get on it. And, of course, because he speaks German, he's chatting away to everybody on the blooming train. I'm sitting there like mute, completely mute. But it was just the most beautiful experience. I've always remembered, and it happened so many years ago now, that I've got to that stage now where I'm quite happy to sit on a bench and talk to people. I talk to people all the time, actually. Not intentionally, just basically, no, you're not. On the train in the morning, start off at Waterloo empty, and then by the time you get to Clapham Junction, it's packed. I don't let them sit next to me. I won't have anybody. Yeah, bags on seat. And sometimes I close my eyes to pretend I'm asleep. I'm a bit like that, actually. I pretend. Look at the time. I can't believe it. 5:15-ish. Let's get the I can't even speak now. The excitement, honestly. The latest LBC Travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Being happy this morning, which is quite nice. Dale says, Steve, with the years you've had in the business, thank you, is there anyone you got a little starstruck over? I did, like Ricky Gervais when he was hosting the Golden Globes. No, I've never been starstruck. Not physically starstruck. I like meeting people. That's what I'm in the business of. I'm in the business of people, and I like meeting people because I think it's great to meet people. Which is actually, quite nice. Oh, I've got these. This is what a file has been sent to you. Have you sent this? I don't even know what this is actually. I've been sent a file on my telephone, and I've got no idea what it is. Absolutely not a clue, which is very odd. Very odd. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's from my friend actually, live from Shepherd's Bush, after being diverted from the A40. He says. Which is completely closed eastbound. And a file's been sent you. Tap the link below. So I tap the link below, and I love he sends me these things every so often. He's wearing his shorts. Is this morning? It is freezing cold, young man. Put your shorts... he sent me a picture with him with his shorts on this morning. I used to get these before. This is a friend of mine. I'm not going to tell you who it is. It's far too embarrassing. But for him... But he's super duper fit, and he's out there running. I think it wakes him up. Some people have a shower in the morning, and that's the thing that wakes you up. And for him, it's a pair of shorts. His little spindly legs, bless his heart. I should try it before the show one morning, says my producer. You must be joking. Listen, I'm nowhere near as fit. He is so super fit. So super fit. And so nice. So nice. But no, in reference, Dale, to your question, have I ever been a little starstruck? Oh, I tell a lie. I tell a lie. Once, many, many years ago, I went over to America. They flew me over to interview Julie Andrews. And I remember sitting there, and we were at Little Venice Beach, and we stayed in a hotel there, which was lovely, and they brought Julie Andrews down. She's got a house up in the hills, and I forget what she was promoting. I think it was an anniversary of The Sound of Music, and she came in to the room, and I remember thinking was, it was ever so rude, I remember thinking, bloody hell, it's Julie Andrews. It really is Julie Andrews. The legendary Julie Andrews. And it was just one of those sort of things. And I'd read all the books going over to America, but I knew enough about her. I knew enough about The Sound of Music, and I knew, all the kids. And in fact, I'd interviewed all the kids at one point. They brought in all of the children to be interviewed when we were in another studio. And I can remember thinking, this is about as good as it gets, because for some reason I had an obsession with The Sound of Music. I thought it, mainly because I liked Austria, and I thought it was beautiful, and the scenery at the beginning. I still have watched it, yeah. I still watched it because it was sort of, I don't know, I just feel a loyalty. Every time we went to family, my family would always go to, we were quite a big family, so we all went to different relatives at weekends and stuff like that. And if The Sound of Music was on the television at Christmas, you could always find me sitting in front of the television, and I would watch it because I just thought it was a great film. I thought the music was lovely. I thought the puppet show was great. I thought the house was brilliant. And I remember the story of them falling in and then all the clothes. I mean, it was just great. And at the very end, when they walk up, the mountains, they've sort of escaped and they go over. And I remember, I think at the time, Christopher Plummer had to carry little Gretel on his back. And they got to the top and they went, "Can we do that again?" He said, "No, we bloody well can't." She weighed a ton. And so they didn't do it. But I just thought it was the scenery is so beautiful over there. So beautiful. We're very fortunate in this world that we've got so many stunning places where you look at them and, I sort of, what was I watching the other day on the I was watching that, I think, The Seven Ages of something. It's a David Dimbleby production, looking at all the things in this country. And he went to Canterbury Cathedral, where Thomas à Becket was murdered, and the spot where he was murdered, there used to be a big tribute to him there. Henry VIII had it ripped down, and they literally, nasty piece of work. I was so glad he died in agony. I couldn't be happier, actually. And, yes, I remember it vividly. It made the local papers. They were all talking about Henry VIII. They go, he's riddled with syphilis. And I go, good. I was very pleased. But he actually tore down this thing. But when Thomas à Becket was there, he said to them, what are you doing here? Four members of the sort of the guard had come over, and they basically macheted him to death. And so it became a shrine afterwards, and they have a candle in the same spot where he died, and it's still a shrine for a lot of people. But you've got places like that, and you look at, oh God, there were some amazing things on there, absolutely amazing, crowns and stuff that they found in the Thames, loads of different bits and pieces, and I love things like that. I think that's, I love history. I don't know, I like the sense of the occasion. I hate it when they pull things down, and I think, why'd you pull that down? Sometimes they go, oh, it was protected, but we pulled it down really quickly, so nobody noticed. And that drives me a little bit mad. I like people who collect things. And my friend, who writes to me as captain, he collects cars. He's a big car collector. And I always thought, if ever I, was in a position of winning, a couple of quid on the lottery, and, perhaps it'll be better after Camelot lose it and it goes to somebody else. But I would like to be a benefactor. You could do so, like Judge Rinder is at the moment, bringing these Ukrainian kids back to this country. And you think, that's something nice. Everybody should do something nice at some point in their life, which is good. And that's why I'm here in this vast studio. As I say, you could build an Olympic-sized swimming pool in here, and we could all sort of dive in, which would be very nice. Not. I couldn't dive, actually. Somebody says, are you a fan of Gogglebox? Is that the one where they all sit on the settee and pass comment on a DVD they're watching? Yes, I've seen that a few times. I'm a bit. They're still showing the Denise Van Outen one with her ex-boyfriend, which is hilarious. Yeah, it's the celeb Gogglebox. I've seen the other one. I think I know who most of the people are. I can't stand the Brighton hairdresser. Cannot stand him. He drives me insane. And they've all got dogs. Have you noticed? Everybody's got dogs. I don't know where they find the time to look after them. So, am I a fan of it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do like programmes like that. Mainly because, but I don't want them to become famous. Just do the programme and then... I quite like Mary and her husband. They always amuse me. She's always telling him off. Oh, Giles, we don't want language like that. Don't say that, Giles, again. And he goes... Yeah, but if you look at early pictures of them and things, they were a really good-looking couple. It's a shame it's gone the way it has, but, And they sit there in this cottage, which apparently is falling apart. But I quite like it. She's always telling him off, which is great. Steve in Southampton says, I've literally been on the phone to British Gas yesterday and they're predicting the calculation for next month for the increase in prices, and I'm on a fixed fee of 117 quid per month, and that will not fluctuate for a whole year. So that's the deal they're doing. They said, if I go nowhere near 117, it'll go back on my credit on my smart meter, and that's for electric and gas. Wow. It's good, isn't it? A lot of people are going to be worried about the increases that are going to be coming in, and they are writing to people and going, oh, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. And you think to yourself, there's going to be a lot of people. I mean, that's why we're hoping for some magical thing from Rishi tomorrow, which you'll hear on LBC. I shall be glued to it, especially for the pension bit. Especially for the pension. I've lost the bloody mouse again. It's annoying me now. It's really, really annoying me. But I'm getting there. Slowly but surely. What do you remember I called his legs spindly? He said, what do you mean spindly? Such a good word, isn't it? I love you to pieces, as you know. And Jonathan Shalit says, of course they're showing Denise and her ex-boyfriend on Gogglebox. And you know why, Steve? Because you just talked about it. I know. The trouble is, I sometimes fall into this, Jonathan, as you know, young Shalit. Young Shalit, honestly. Can't wait for my invite. I'm being invited to a party, and I can't go to parties most of the time. I mean, because I go to bed, although I'm getting better. I did the other week, but I'm getting better at going to bed later. The other day, 4:30. Miracle. I've never been to bed at 4:30 before. You know, I think that's almost a late night out. I can't find the mouse again. Is there some reason why it vanishes? Is it just because it's... Give it a shake. Oh, and a shake. Oh, there it is. It's come back when you give it a shake. Oh, how lovely. Steve, the mouse goes to sleep when it's been active for a period of time. Are you serious? When you're ready to start, just click on the right-hand click, if right-handed, and then when you wiggle, you'll see the arrow, says Sheba. Are you sure? Really? Well, I shall try it. Talking about celebrities, says Mark, whenever I pass Global, there are always photographers outside. Do these celebrity DJs tell them to come and wait for their arrival? There is one person who does, yes. There is one person. There is one person who works in this building, and they come in to the building. They get papped by the pap outside, and then they have a look at the picture. If they don't like it, they come in again. It's bizarre, but I promise you it's absolutely true. No, they never do me. Steve, I heard that the Americans thought they were buying Tower Bridge. Yeah, they did, and they got London Bridge. Listening from Hanoi, Vietnam, says Robert. Do you know we get people all around the world? I love it. Steve, part of Old London Bridge handrail is used as the front fence for a couple of houses in Cold Harbour Lane in Brixton. Is it? Well, I'm big on that one. Trucker Chris says, I was in Hong Kong from 1990 to 95. Absolutely amazing experience, and the whole Chinese culture, which as an adult has come out in my home. I'd love to visit again as it's changed so drastically. It has. I just liked it. And Stella says, you don't need Botox. You are as gorgeous as you are. Well, I mean, very kind and, yeah, creep. Stephen Stroud says, the London Bridge that got sold didn't have houses on it. They sold it off because it was sinking and it was deemed preferable to rebuild it. It was built in the 1800s to replace the medieval one that had the houses on it. And that was the one that was falling down in the nursery rhyme because it was London Bridge. You don't do nursery rhymes now, do they? All the nursery rhymes that we do are old ones. There's no modern nursery rhymes. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. I don't know why. What she's got to do with it. My fair lady. Yeah, we'll find out after news. We'll give you the whole poem, whether you want it or not. It's 5:30. Let's get the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Young Jonathan Shalit, as you know, from Intertalent, super agent to the stars. He said, we've all rallied behind Ukraine. Yesterday, we secured visas for 2 Ukrainian girls, aged 24 and 25, who've lost everything. Inna and Valentina will arrive in the UK this Friday to start their new lives. When we told them yesterday the visas had been secured, at first they couldn't believe it, and when they read it with their own eyes, their tears of relief and joy made us so happy. Doesn't it give you a warm feeling when you do something that's really nice? And I've said before, and I'll say it every every day on this programme, we have no idea what these people have gone through. We have no idea. We read it, on the newspapers, we look at the pictures, but we've got no idea what it's like to be actually on the ground. We have a Ukrainian restaurant in Twickenham, and they've got boxes and boxes and boxes of stuff outside their front door. They've had to clear the restaurant out to put all the stuff in, all the baby stuff and things like that, because people are being incredibly generous. And I just think it means that they don't have anything. You look at that, that poor person who died, the one Boris at 96, who was a veteran and who'd survived the concentration camps only to be blown up in the flat that he'd lived in all his life. And you think to yourself, and we complain, we have no idea what it's like. We have no idea. And so, when you hear of people doing nice things, I think it gives you that warm glow, I think, that at least we're doing something. We're doing as much as we can. I just wish the government would pull its finger out and sort of get these visas arranged as quick as possible so we can get people in there. And very shortly there's going to be nothing left for Putin to bomb. Absolutely nothing at all. And he's end up, he'll inherit a country that's got nothing. No people who want to be there, and around the world people will take in the refugees, because that's what this country is built on. It's built on the refugees. Other stories in the papers. Apart from that, I quite like the idea that some film critic came up with this brilliant one. He said, can we please have toilet breaks at cinemas? Because the films are so blooming long now that if you sit there and you go to the toilet, which I am prone to doing, I mean, mind you, I've decided just to be incontinent on the seat. It's so much easier. There's no point in getting up and moving around. You can do it quietly to yourself. Just sit there with a big fixed grin on your face. And years ago, you would get a break. So all the lights would come up. You could go and get your ice cream from the person with the tray that lit up, which was always very good. And then you go rushing for the toilet, and then you come back and settle down. Because some of these films, some of the Bond films are running like 3.5 hours. It's too long. For the incontinents, they need to put a sign up saying this film is 3.5 hours, go to toilet before you start. Or at least make sure you've fitted up with something. Because it's just absolutely ridiculous. And he's recommending that they bring back the intermission for the bladderbusters, as they call it. Because they're giving you all these huge drinks and huge Coca-Colas and fizzy oranges and all the rest of it. I don't know why people insist on having a giant hot dog in a cinema. What's that got to do with cinema? Nothing to popcorn, I can understand. I don't mind popcorn, which apparently is supposed to be quite good for you. Not the stuff with all sugar. I bought some Butterkist the other day. Have you ever had Butterkist? That's very nice. That sends me... Yeah, for diabetics, it's fantastic. It sends you completely round the bend. Seriously, I can be up on the ceiling with a feather duster. I'll clean anything when I've had a bucket of that stuff. And I had it. And I only bought it because I was queuing in a shop to buy a saucepan. And I saw it there on the shelf, and it was only £1. And I thought, years ago, I'd have thought £1 was a lot of money, but not now. Apparently there's an app which tells you the best time to take a toilet break in the cinema. Really? There is an app. Lord above, an app. I'm not very good, actually. It's called Run Pee. Please make up your own jokes. Free to download on both iOS and Android. It's an app that moviegoers are sure to love. The premise is simple: to improve your moviegoing experience by identifying the best time in movies to run and pee, so you don't miss important scenes. Oh, right. There are important scenes in movies. Oh, right, so you don't feel as though, when you've been away, you've missed it. Yeah, what have I missed? Because you can't talk to the person next to you, can you? You can't sort of say, what did I miss? What was going on? I am prone to falling asleep in cinemas. My friend will tell you that I'm a bit bad at things like that. Mainly because the lights go down, the seats are very comfy. It's like sitting in an armchair. And I just nod off. Even during Quentin Tarantino films. I fell asleep. The Bloodfest that was Quentin Tarantino at the next door cinema. There were 8 of us in there watching a preview. And I just went to sleep. Which is not very good, is it? I feel a bit guilty, actually. What was the other one? Oh, the supermarkets, Denise Van Outen. Sausage dogs. Dachshunds. They're the most overindulged pooches. I don't think they're the most attractive dog. I feel a bit sorry for them because they don't really have very big legs. They're not... I was watching on YouTube, there was a veteran. They have these veteran dogs. They're called... There's a name for them. I can't remember. They're not called veteran dogs, but they're army dogs. They're given to people who need these dogs. And they have a coat on... Yeah, somebody know what they're called. Somebody will tell me what they're called. But they have a coat on them which tells them that they're not a guide dog, but something similar to that, and they look after the person. There was this... no, not a therapy dog, no. I can't remember what they're called, actually, now. But there was a veteran in America, and he had one, and the restaurant asked him to leave because his dog was a fairly big dog and it was upsetting people. And there was some woman on YouTube screaming, you know, get this dog out this restaurant. And they went, no, this is a what's it dog? You know, not a... No, it's a name that they give them to veteran. It's assistance... No, it's a... No, you're just being silly now, aren't you? Just being silly. It's called... Yeah, 8485. It's called an 84850 dog. Let me know what they're called. They're not helping dogs. There's some anyway. Whatever they are, they're very good. and they got turfed out of a restaurant till the. Interestingly enough, the press turned up in this particular town and went, so why did you turn him out? And she said, oh, I admit now that I was very naive and I didn't realise he was not a pat dog. But it's a dog that goes with this veteran. It's a similar kind of thing. OK, somebody will know. 84850. For God's sake, tell us now, because it'll just drive me completely crackers. Completely crackers. Here we go. What have we got today? A look at life's up and down. All the people who've had boob jobs. Well, a few of them. You know, people like Victoria Beckham and apparently Megan Barton Hanson. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why people bother with it. Therapy dog. I think it's a service dog. I think it's called... Did you say that? Yeah, all right. Well, maybe didn't say it loud enough. Perhaps I didn't hear it. Some diva-ish behaviour coming up here, ladies and gentlemen, very shortly. Yeah, I think it's a service dog. But this particular restaurant didn't want it in there, so they turfed him out. And this other woman was screaming her head off at this bloke and then claimed all sorts of things. Birthday girl Christine McGuinness has become one of telly's busiest stars. She's not a star. She's just married to a bloke who's famous. She's not famous at all. She's sort of living in this I'm a drag queen kind of thing. I don't know what it's all about, really. The wife of Paddy will compete alongside, on the ITV's The Games, you know, Olivia Attwood again. But, no, I'm sorry, Christine. You're not a star, OK? You might be a media personality, but you ain't a star. You know, stars are people who appear in films going all the way around the world, not somebody who's sort of is not really that well known enough to be... I'm going to hit this microphone. It's going to drive me mad today. What else we got today? Curry in a hot spot. I like a curry. Do you know I've not had a curry for years? No, I'm not allowed a curry. It's a bit... But I quite like the idea of them. Quite like the idea of having a curry. Kate Humble's live tour. She's doing, I think, like an evening with... Lots of people do it. I've done them. And the Springwatch store saw her Evening with Kate Humble shows, which run until May, wrecking her wholesome image. She's going to talk about sex and her adventures with testicles. Seriously, she is. I mean, it's going to spoil her wholesome image. Well, she says, I've been putting clips together from old shows, and I hate to say there's a little bit of sex. I don't know. I mean... well, adventures with them, yes. She said there are quite a lot of testicles. I don't know where... Perhaps she knows somebody who's got 4 or something like that. What an odd thing to say, honestly. My live shows was nothing like that at all. We were very clean living. I mean, honestly, it was practically a Bible class. But no, we didn't even swear. I've never sworn on a show. I've sworn more on here than I have on the shows in the theatre. I've never done it. I don't know how people would take to me swearing. I'm not sure about that, actually. Oh, here we go again. Wait a minute. I nearly found... I found them out. Shaking it works. Shaking it. Kim says, there's nothing to beat a good walk. I used to run a mountain bike. Walking beats them all. My friend walks, runs, seriously moves a lot. You're right about saunas, Steve. I'm a member of David Lloyd in Kingston. I use it regularly. I love them. Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, I used to go to David Lloyd. I was a member of David Lloyd for ages. And Tara says, I often wonder what, if anything, people are doing whilst listening to you. I've never thought about that, actually. Never thought about it. Me making meringues and ironing. The bloke fixing a doorbell and grunting a lot. Our little girl should be sleeping, but probably listening to you under the covers. I know many are driving, sunbathing, all sorts from your international audience. Am I a bit odd to be wondering these things? Yes, absolutely. I never think about what people are doing, unless people tell me. Steve, The A40 not closed at Greenford anymore. They were collecting cones. Thank you. It's nice to be brought up to date with these things, isn't it? I love it when you all help out. Any news on the watch, says Carl? No. I did ask. I did go in there, yes. And they've said they've got a couple that are running a bit late. I mean, it's taken for ages. But it's got to be opened up. You have to do it. Not everybody will be able to touch my watch, which is a shame. Somebody said, why did you need to tell us how much it was worth? Well, because it wound you up. Wound you up. And we need to take a short break, don't we? It's 6:45. Let's get the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
We were trying to work out earlier on, actually, who's going to be put onto Loose Women. Matty, who's one of the big producers there. He's a huge fan of this programme, which is very... Me too. But I think that's where they'll put Matt Goss. I don't know where else you can put him. I really can't think of the shows where you could put him on there. But I would think Matty's probably a fan. And Pordy says service dog. Yeah, they're called... But I don't know why they're service dogs. This particular bloke, when he explained it was a service dog, nobody believed him in this restaurant. And then he had to show them his prosthetic leg. He had a prosthetic leg. And even then... the woman didn't believe him. She said, well, why do you need a dog? And he said, I don't have to explain myself to you. It's a service dog. You know, and that's what people have over there. I don't think we have them here, do we? I don't think so. We call them assistance dogs. Oh, right, okay. Assistance. Oh, I've lost the blasted mouse again. This is so annoying. So annoying. Honestly, 1 minute's there, the next minute, I've shaken it. Steve, went to a lovely, says Jojo, Viennese restaurant on Sunday, Fisher's, in Marylebone High Street. You'd love it, just like being in Vienna. It's Marylebone High Street. It can never be like being in Vienna. And Steve, check the smiles on these Ukrainian kids' faces receiving gifts. Absolutely heartwarming. The trouble is the kids don't... Oh, I like that restaurant, actually. That's Fisher's. Oh, what's their menu like? Can you show me their menu, please? We shall find out whether or not it's going to be part of the Steve Allen going out. James in Manchester says, I was walking behind a sausage dog, which seemed extra long. He was trying to pee on a street bollard. Took 3 goes to get the right alignment. So funny, says James. I wish we'd filmed it. Yes. Chris says they're normally called emotional support dogs. Well, service dogs, we've decided. So here we go. They have a fixed price menu in this restaurant. They've got roast leek and Gruyere cheese tart. That sounds quite nice. Or borscht with horseradish and dill. Grilled sea bream. Do you know, I can't get into fish in a restaurant. I really can't. I'm not a fish person at all. But they do spatchcock chicken. Isn't that where they sort of flatten the chicken out? I think that's spatchcock. They sort of, and then flatten it out. Chocolate and Grand Marnier Dobos or lemon sorbet. That sounds quite nice. I don't know what Dobos is, actually. Sounds like a character out of Star Wars, doesn't it? Something like that. But they've got also... there's Dobos. It's a tort. How lovely. Oh, it looks quite nice, actually. Chopped liver and dill pickles. Roast leek and Gruyere tart, Black Forest ham with alpine cheese and grilled pears. Woo! Oh, smoked eel, you see, I can't do that. I couldn't eat smoked eel. If it was the last food to eat on earth, I would have to starve. There was a lot of beetroot and herrings, and it's a lot of fish, actually. Spatchcock chicken, duck breast, goulash, wild boar goulash. That's a bit of an odd one, isn't it? Grilled ribeye steak. French fries and salad with some béarnaise sauce. Oh, they've got the sausages. Oh, how lovely. Frankfurter, traditional beef, £16.50. Veal bratwurst, which is £20. Oh, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? See, anything apart from fish. Anything apart from fish, I'll be all right with. Just about. I just can't do fish. And yet, funnily enough, I can eat fish and chips as long as I can be guaranteed that there's no bones in it. I've got, it's got to be... all sorted out, actually. What else we got here? Chris Kamara's announced he's quit live TV a day after revealing his battle with a speech condition. And cricket legend Shane Warne's extraordinary life will be dramatised in a new mini-series. Nine Entertainment company is in the early stages of signing on a production company. And the head of drama, Andy Ryan, says Warne's life was so full of drama, like the man himself. Died, suddenly, at the age of 52. at the age of 52. Unbelievable. Britain is suffering from a chronic shortage of nude blokes. There you go. I found more work for the team today. They can work as naked butlers. And butlers with bums and the Adonis Cabaret are on the hunt for hunks, keen to show off their chiselled bodies. Put your hands down next door. OK, put your hands down. It's not for you. Not for you. No, it's no good looking at me either. I have no intention of doing it. It depends on how much it pays. But apparently they're in popular demand for sort of birthday parties and hen do's and corporate events. So a bit of a problem there, actually, with, nothing from next door. Absolutely not. That's never going to be happening, is there? There used to be a thing. I used to, because years ago I would sort of go out, because I lived with a friend of mine for many years, was a stripper. That's what he did for a living. He was a stripper. And you'd go off to all these sort of hen parties. Wild affair. Have you ever been to a hen party? I mean, obviously, if you're a lady, yes, you might have been to the... My God, you fear for your life. Seriously. You know, they used to say, are you the stripper? I'd go, obviously not. Yeah, seriously, I went to loads of hen parties. I'd always stay well in the background, well away. I mean, there was a very good chance you could have your clothes ripped off, not for the first time. But there used to be one man who was a stripper. And strippers were sort of famous for their appendages and things like that. And this particular man was famous because he had the tiniest little piece you've ever seen. In fact, it was so tiny, he could fit the whole thing in an egg cup. And that used to bring the house down. Mainly just me again. And, that was it. He could fit everything in an egg cup. And I remember thinking at the time, well, at least he's capitalising on it, isn't he? I mean, that's all, it's always quite good. So if you fancy... working as, butlers in bums and Adonis Cabaret, you will find them. They're hoping to expand the shows and recruit many more guys. We know there are gym... because you've got to be a gym enthusiast. It's no good letting yourself go like my lot. I mean, seriously, you've got to be, you've got to be sort of buff. And unfortunately, none of us could be described as buff. I don't know how much money you earn actually doing something like that. But, I mean, it doesn't... probably less than me, but it just doesn't appeal, actually. It really doesn't. Oh, did you see that bloke the other day who chained himself with a plastic thing to a goalpost? Oh, what an irritating little so-and-so he was. He's been in prison before, and he says, oh, I don't want to be the most hated man in the country. I thought, you're not interesting enough to be that. You're really not. And do you know that he went out and rehearsed, saying how long it would take him to get to the goalpost and to actually put the plastic tie around him. But they were plastic ties with metal in, so they found it very difficult to actually... I mean, he's quite clearly a bit doolally. And 4 of them tried to do it, but the security is well ahead of them now because he just disrupted a football match. Obviously a bit of a simpleton. It's not his fault. He says, I'm doing this for you. And I'm thinking, do not do anything for us. We don't want you to do anything for us. It's all these... Bang my foot again. I tell you, I shan't ballet dance ever again, I'm telling you. But the amount of people... Who was it? Was it the people up at the airports who were chaining themselves to railings? Were they Extinction Rebellion or Insulate Britain or one of them? Insulate Britain like sitting in roads because they're mainly elderly and past it. And the other ones chain themselves to railings at airports and I'll just leave them there. I don't know why we bother wasting time, wasting police man hours and things like that to go out there and start, cutting them. Leave them there. They're going to need to go to the toilet at some point. If they couldn't manage it in a film, they can't manage anything else. What else have we got? The amount of court cases which are on at the moment, which absolutely are interesting court cases, to say the least. I can't wait to see what the outcome is going to be. Because on some of them it's interesting. Also, a prop from the horror film The Shining. I never saw The Shining. Was that Jack What's-his-face? Jack Nicholson, he was in that. And this is a prop axe from it. The rare axe made from foam was used by Jack Nicholson. And a Jersey memorabilia dealer just collecting said, it's incredible this thing still exists. It's up for sale for £45,500. Who would buy that? It's only made out of foam. It's not exactly the most exciting thing, is it really? I don't think so. You can scare people with it. Ooh, this was held by Jack Nicholson. And the Royal Mint is building the world's first recycling factory to turn old laptops and mobile phones into gold. So I don't have any old laptops, but a pair of crafty kids dodged their screen ban by making fake iPhones to hand in to their parents. Step-brothers, Fabian Birch and Ben Stewart, both 14, were not happy when a 9 p.m. embargo was imposed, so they padded out their phone cases with paper and stuck a photo of an iPhone on top. But it only managed to trick their parents for a few hours. Rebecca says they were like partners in crime, trying to pull the wool over our eyes, but it couldn't be mad. It was genius. How clever. Still to come, how'd you like to inherit some money? Thousands of treasure hunters are set to gather to search for what? But I'll tell you, it's worth a small fortune. You just need to get yourself a ticket to go to Finland. And you'll be enjoying this one, definitely. Josie Cunningham, apparently laughingly, was called a model, whereas she wasn't. 5 children by 5 men. This is the woman boasted about getting a free £5,000 boob job on the NHS. And now she's discovered, because she didn't know, that she's pregnant again. So 6. What if we're actually paying for it? This was the one in March 2020. She revealed she had begun a sexual relationship with her stepson, despite giving birth to his father's baby the year before. Some people just don't know when to stop, do they, really? A little bit embarrassing. So she's revealed she's pregnant again. But as I say, we all thought she'd disappeared. Nobody really cares. Borders Bill opens the door to genuine refugees. And Wales leading the way with the smack ban. See, we thought this had come in years ago. I couldn't remember from yesterday. Do we still think that we've got the smack ban in this country? Because how are they going to prove it to people? I've got no idea. Less strict in England, right, but in Wales, how on earth are the police going to turn up for that? How many other things do they have to deal with? I mean, the police are out there presumably to catch people, burglars and car accidents and stuff like that. More and more, they seem to be turning themselves into, people who really should have social services dealing with it. But social services bung it onto the police because they're woefully undermanned. Ridiculous. We'll take a short break. And we'll take the news, then more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And do apes really have their own language? Apparently, yes, they do. You'll hear about it first on LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's Tuesday, the 22nd of March, and you are very welcome. Today is supposedly the day where the temperature hits the 80s. I don't quite see it, actually. I mean, we'll get the weather forecast up, and I can tell you. The trouble is, if you leave at the ridiculous time of the morning that I leave, you think there's very little chance of any heat. But they are now saying today could hit 19 degrees. OK, so double it and add 30, so 38, 60. So nowhere near 80s, is it really? 68. Tomorrow will be 20 degrees. That will take it up to 70. Thursday, back down to 18, and then Friday, 17, Saturday, 17. Sunshine today, sunshine tomorrow, sunshine Thursday, sunshine Friday. Weekend, cloudy. But at least you get the nice sort of sunshine on the Friday. I think it's a shame, actually, Saturday and Sunday look a little bit dreary. Sunshine, but a bit of cloud, which is okay. Stephen, with a V, is listening in a little bar in Thailand, in Koh Phi Phi, Thailand. Phi Phi. Oh, is that what it's called? Koh Phi Phi. Oh, you've heard of it? Oh, right. Oh, you've been? Oh, right. It's obviously a boozy place. Is it a boozy place? It said good weather, great food, and even better radio. That'll be me again, I suppose. He says, you just make my wife and I LOL, which is laugh out loud. It's funny how we still do these things. I went through all my emojis the other day. I didn't realise how many hundreds of emojis there are. I mean, I've never seen, normally we do thumbs up or, champagne or clinky of glasses. My favourites are the ones when it's your birthday and friends of mine, and I've got balloons that move over the face of the telephone, which look quite realistic. I quite like things like that. It's very good. So, if you're a treasure hunter, and over in Finland, they're looking for a hoard of Lemminkainen. That's what it's called. It's called the Lemminkainen Hoard, and thousands are going to search for the world's most valuable stash of gold, jewels and ancient artefacts. It's in a cave system in Finland. They now say they're on the brink of unearthing it. Amateur archaeologists across the globe plan to assist when the digging resumes in May. Historian Carl Borgen says we're entering the end game, and if we win, the treasures to be found there will be unimaginable. No mention. They've spent 34 years looking for this treasure, worth £15 billion. But there's no mention of where it came from or, in fact, what it's doing in a cave system. But if it's worth £15 billion, it's worthwhile people climbing into a cave system and going to look for it. I mean, personally, I couldn't climb into a cave system if my life depended on it. I'm not even 15 billion. I'm too frightened about... There was a bloke the other day, it was a programme called Alaska, and it was based in Alaska, and this bloke was going out hunting caribou, but there was no point in him trudging out every day because the snow was so deep. So he built himself a little house. He dug down into the snow with his little shovel, and he said his worst fear was being trapped. If there was a snowfall, he said then he could be trapped in there, and that's what happens. But he managed to make it look quite comfy. Had a little tiny candle in there which warmed it up. I mean, how much it warmed it up, I've got no idea. But very interesting. And I was thinking then, how these people who want to go and live in the middle of nowhere. There was one man, and what were they eating? Caribou tongue, I think, or something like that, which he was sort of cooking and slicing up, because they have to get the caribou killed. I mean, there's millions of caribou, and they have to bring the meat back for the winter so that they've actually got something there. And they have this sort of tongue, which they cook, and they do it with what looked like a soup to me, which was a very thin soup with carrots, and it looks horrible, doesn't it? It looks absolutely... I think that's a tongue. Yes, we do hope so. I don't quite like the look of it at all. I think I couldn't eat anything like that. But then I think to myself, if I was in somewhere, where that was the only thing that you could eat, would you eat it? I suppose you'd have to, wouldn't you? Although I'd rather just have the soup with the carrot in it. I wouldn't... Yes. Do you know the one thing I've noticed on all the Deliveroo bikes? No lights. No lights. Every single one I've seen. I've never seen any that have got lights on the back of the bikes when they're delivering in the evening. They literally have no lights on at all. Now, I don't know whether or not that's policy or whether or not they just can't afford lights or something like that, because it's illegal to ride a bicycle at night without lights on it, and especially for a big company like Deliveroo. I thought they would have insisted, because I see them jumping lights around our way. We've had a few fatal accidents in the past of people who thought they'd be clever and jumped the lights, and unfortunately the person coming from the other direction thought they'd jump lights as well. End result, not very good. Emma Whelan is an interesting lady. She has got a restaurant, and it was lovely. She posted an appeal on the Barclay Pizza and the Prosecco Facebook to track the person down who left their teeth in the restaurant. She's ended up, it's luckily not London, Oldham in Greater Manchester, and she says if you've lost your teeth, give us a call. We've kept them safe for you. We think somebody would realise when they're walking out that they haven't got their teeth with them. It's not the easiest thing, is it? Yeah, she said, we got a lot of things left behind. We've had house keys, phones, even a single shoe. Yeah, somebody must have hopped home. But I think on the train, people do exactly the same, don't they? The amount of people who leave things on trains. Somebody left a wooden leg on a train once, and toupees and stuff like that. And you begin to wonder how you could not know that you've left your wooden leg behind. I mean, that would be surely the sort of thing, they always say to you. I mean, last year, 300,000 items were left on the capital's trains and buses. That's here. The office have so far received, the Daily Hall, about 150 mobile phones every day. Every day. The office has received a full-size house carpet, a judge's wig, and a hoard of musical instruments, including drum kits. I mean, are these people mad? they just forget about things, because it does seem to me that that if you can seriously, I mean, there was also, I think, 22% of the 302,000 items handed in were returned to their rightful owners, including a brown envelope containing £15,000. Have to be a very honest person to hand that back in again. And an urn of ashes that had been kept by workers at the Lost Property Office for almost 7 years. Somebody left somebody's ashes, presumably a loved one. I mean, just most common item left behind. Oh, it would be phones, wouldn't it? No, laptops. No, laptops or telephone. Most common. What are you doing? An umbrella. Oh, I can understand that, because I pinched one from the train. Because I found it. It was when I got on the train at Waterloo. It was sitting there on the, and I didn't hand it in. No, I just left it there. I was going to nick it, but I thought it's only an umbrella. Umbrellas are 2 a penny now. Well, 3 a penny where I am. But they're very cheap, and you get little portable umbrellas. But they're about as useful, as a chocolate teapot. You use the thing, and it blows itself inside out, and it doesn't really work as well. But quite a nice idea to go and buy umbrella. I never worry about that. I would never worry about losing an umbrella. If I got off the train and I walked, to the bus stop or whatever, I got a bacon roll at Marks and Spencer's yesterday. There's an unusual thing. Still waiting for the prep, but I don't think they're coming. It was actually not bad. Not bad. £3 they charge. £3. Because I complained at Marks and Spencer's at Twickenham Station. They never had any hot food. And you think that's the whole point of you being there. What's the point of being there? It's for, for all the different people. Nice bread. Yeah, it was all right. It was okay. It was passable. Not as good as the Pret-a-Manger one. I don't think they make them anymore. Anyway, Steve, can you say hello to Vince? He's in critical care. He's having a double bypass on Thursday. Woo! Aren't you the clever one? A double bypass. Actually, I've heard of quadruple bypasses before now, so double bypass. And well done to the NHS, who diagnosed a week ago, now having surgery. He listens every morning, says Chris, and you keep his spirits up. Listen, it's a walk in the park. Seriously, they do. You have to remember that the NHS do these operations on a daily basis. A double bypass now is almost, as I say, like the walk in the park. So I'm sure it'll be fine. So he's having surgery. Is he having surgery today? Whatever it is, it'll be very good, and it'll be absolutely marvellous, and you will skate through it, and it will be brilliant. A friend of mine works at a chip shop, says Ashley, and gave me a little tip. Always specify what fish you actually want with the chips, as they use budget fish. Oh, they were using Vietnamese river cobbler short while ago. Put it this way, you wouldn't know what the fish tastes like. Do you know what cod tastes like? No. Do you know any of these? No, you have no idea. No idea. So, I mean, never say fish and chips, please. It's the same price with a budget car. I couldn't care less. I normally go, if I'm going to have anything, rock salmon, which is dogfish, and that'd be about it. But I always say what I'm having. You always go, I don't just go fish and chips 3 times. I'll go cod and chips, haddock and chips, and I could eat it now, actually. I could always eat. I wanted earlier on, actually, to have Marmite on toast. That was rebuked. That was rebuked. I was put down in no uncertain terms, called a diva for asking, for actually daring to ask for Marmite on toast, like I was asking for the Holy Grail or something. Because, this time of the morning, I think we should bring a toaster in here. I think there should be a little toaster in, just so I can... Oh, dear. Anyway, what else we got? Oh, look, Gordon Ramsay's thinking of doing Strictly. Please don't. Do us all a favour. We've got quite enough of the restaurants and you shouting at people. The Daily Mirror today, Nazanin. She looks really good. Really, really, really good. Considering she spent 6 years away. The government should have got me home 6 years ago. Yes, they should have done. They knew about it. And for some reason, they just didn't do enough. William and Kate's Caribbean tour could be marred by slavery protests in Jamaica. The pair will arrive on the island today, and as the country marks its 60th anniversary, a coalition of politicians, business leaders and musicians have called in an open letter for the monarchy to pay slavery reparations. It states the Queen and her predecessors have perpetrated the greatest human rights tragedy in the history of humankind. Wow. This will be an interesting one. Expect to see something, because they're not used to these sort of things, are they? They don't. Oh, they did get it the other day. Somebody was holding up placards, "Get off our island and go away from our village," and all the rest of it. I can't understand what they're going there for. It doesn't seem to be doing anything as far as I can see. 6:15. Let's get the news headline, shall we? This morning with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Service dogs are the ones out in the field working, searching for bombs, the ones helping disabled people, says Bridget, are called assistance dogs. Yeah, they call them service dogs in America, though. They seem to have it sort of slightly different, but I know exactly where you're coming from. Brit in Nottingham says, imagine my surprise catching up on the last 30 minutes of your show yesterday on Catch Up, and then seeing I text you and not Mr. Moyles at 6:30. I know, we had great fun with that one. Thank you. How dare I get you both confused, but it did give me a giggle in the shower last night. Oh, no, don't worry, we were very excited. The producer said, I think they've written to the wrong person. Dave and his lorry. Could be anything. He says, I like to order stuff for delivery. Just last week I ordered from a company in Dartford called The Sausage Man. I had delivered German cheese, frankfurters and bacon, frankfurters along with giant buns to put them in. Very decadent hot dog weekend. Fantastic. Yes, I mean, you can get them in Costco. They do giant hot dogs and they do the rolls and everything else. Did you know, says this one, that it was 10 years ago you started taking phone calls in 2012? The show is so much better without. Oh, yes, I mean, it was just one of those... It lasted about a couple of weeks, I think. I don't think it came very well. And we all just want to listen to you and not other boring voices. Oh, what do you mean? Mine's a boring voice. No, it was... I mean, I remember saying, actually... Oh, I lost my mouse again. This blooming mouse. It drives me mad. I remember saying, actually, you get people who are phone-in presenters and people who aren't phone-in presenters. And sadly, I'm not a phone-in presenter. I'm not clever enough to be a phone-in presenter because I'd be arguing all the time about everything. And so it's worked out very well, actually. Worked out very well. You do occasionally get somebody writing in who's obviously a new listener, or matrons just release them to allow them to use the telephone. You know, why don't you take phone calls? You would hold things up. You know, I'd lose my thread of where I was going. So... We never worry about things like that. It's certainly much more entertaining. Apparently, Fisher's in Marylebone is the same as the Delaunay in Aldwych. I love the decoration. It's almost an awful lot of fish, though, and we were not big fans of the fish. Yeah, and wild boar goulash. I'm not sure about that, actually. I was watching a little video on YouTube of a wild boar, which was brought up by this family and it believed it was a dog. You know, because they don't know. And there was, I like things like that. Steve, says Catherine, I nearly dropped my cup of tea. You've never seen The Shining? I've seen it about 10 times. Not for the faint-hearted, though. An amazing film. I've never seen it. Isn't that funny? Sarah says, morning, Steve. It's Trish. I booked butlers with bums years ago to serve at an afternoon tea in my garden. I treated myself for my 40-something birthday, had about 20 ladies and 2 guys in my garden summer house in August, and it was fantastic. Just a lovely change from me running around sorting everything out. Well, there you go. I mean, I have heard of them before, but I've never sort of... I mean, are they stark naked? Do they come in... No, I don't even want to Google it. We'll end up being censured or something. Steve, snow here in Japan. It was 20 degrees a few days ago. The joys of spring, says David. Oh, how pretty. Must be a nice time. My mother used to think, Steve, LOL meant lots of love. She once sent a text saying, sad news, your auntie's passed away. LOL. I had to have a word. Oh, it could be lots of love. Yeah, it can be either. I mean, it doesn't necessarily always mean laugh out loud, Tony, but I see the point. And Steve, if you lose or forget something on the tube and you go back to get it, they charge you to get it back. Well, I would think that would be fair. They've had to store it. So I would think they would charge you. We had an amazing day yesterday, says Jackie, at a memorial service held in memory of Dame Vera Lynn, at Westminster Abbey. It was so great to meet up with our old dance group, The Young Generation, who danced in all of Dame Vera's shows in the 70s. Some of us haven't seen each other for 20 years. The service was stunning, a beautiful tribute to Dame Vera, and we spent the afternoon reminiscing about our incredible time dancing and working together for so many years. A very special day, says Jackie. I bet it was. How lovely. Yeah, there were lots of people there that I knew as well. Catherine says, do you find the first cup of tea in the morning is the best of the day? I can't help but make a noise after my first sip. It is the elixir of life. I do like a cup of tea in the morning. I really do. And Tina says, yes, I saw Nazanin Radcliffe on the news yesterday. Such an amazing lady and very articulate. Yeah, I mean, she looks amazing. When you consider what she's been through, you know. Maria, still in rainy Nerja, says, Steve, I was just in bed in rainy Spain, contemplating some nice boiled eggs and soldiers, switched you on, and your tale about the egg cup stripper kind of put me off. But it did make me chuckle. You are very funny. Such a tonic. Yes. It's a true story, though. Absolutely true story. I got a million of these stories. That's the trouble when you get to a certain age. You know, you're bound to have, you know, experienced lots of little bits and pieces. I'm just an anecdote machine. And yet, strange enough, when I walk out of the studio this morning, I should be as quiet as a church mouse. Hardly say boo to a goose. Not that sort of person. You know, I don't sort of go around going, I say, you know. All that kind of stuff, which is good. So it's still raining over there. My friends Chris and Steve have been telling us about the weather, which is quite nice. So I always like to say thank you. The Shining is overrated, says Sue. Don't bother with it. There you go. What's the strangest food you've ever eaten, says Susie? Nothing. I mean, I've never had any food that's classed as strange, because I wouldn't eat anything that I wasn't aware of what it was. I've seen, you know, people eating certain foods. I think in Peru they eat guinea pigs. They have them running around the kitchen, literally, and they pick them up, they bang them on the head, they cover them in mud, and they put them in the oven. The oven bakes them in the mud, and when they take the mud off, it takes all the fur off and everything else. You're just left with a little thing like that. You see, I wouldn't eat anything like that. Anything I do not know about, I don't eat. I'm not that adventurous when it comes to food. I've only just really got into mushrooms, you know, and stuff like that. But no, I'm not very adventurous when I go out. I like to say, although, you know, some of the food that I eat, people hate, like liver and onions. People hate it. They go, oh, liver and onions. Whereas, you know, I love liver and onions. I love it. I think, you don't like it? It's very good for you, liver, I think. That's why you don't like, you only like the bad stuff. What did you have to eat yesterday? Here we go. I love the way you have to try and remember. Can't be that complicated. Was it toast with Marmite? You had a sandwich. Well, you can't just survive on a sandwich. Oh, right, you had breakfast when you get in. Yeah, but what else did you eat all day? That was it, was it? Some mini eggs. It's appalling, isn't it, really? I mean, honestly. I mean, I had bratwurst yesterday, just with sort of some basmati rice. Might have to save again today, I don't know, actually. I'm not very adventurous when it comes to cooking. Sometimes I just sort of buy these things, shove them in a saucepan, and off I go. But it's never anything peculiar. I have to limit what I eat in the Chinese section, because it's got all sorts of bits and pieces in it which seem to affect me. But so you just had a sandwich and then some eggs. Little mini eggs. Hopeless, honestly. What did you have yesterday, Elliot? Come on, here we go. What did you eat? Pasta, okay. Pasta, roast chicken. Good God. Pasta and roast chicken, what an odd... Oh, not together. Oh, separately. Oh, right. Two separate meals. So just pasta by itself. You have a sauce with it or something like that? Is that... Bacon and cream, and well, that's why you're the size you are. So it's it's probably very good for you. And then the chicken, what sort of chicken was it? Was it pre-cooked chicken, or you cooked the chicken, or... Oh, right, leftover roast chicken from Sunday lunch. Another poor family. And so, yeah. Was it spatchcock? No. I've seen that. You can buy... They do all these meals in Marks and Spencer's now where it's Bœuf Bourguignon and it comes in a plastic pouch. And you can either put the plastic pouch in the oven or something, or you could just sort of empty it into a saucepan. And that's quite nice. Quite expensive, though, these things. And since the pandemic, most stuff seems to have gone through. And I nearly bought melon yesterday. They had a special offer on honeydew melons, which I quite like, or cantaloupe. No, I'm not supposed to have it. I know. And in fact, I didn't end up buying it. They're only little ones. They were £1.60. And I thought, I'll and then I thought, you can't have it. So I bought some strawberries. English strawberries taste so much better than the other ones. You know, the other ones that come from overseas, don't want to mention any countries, Spain, and It's a case of they're a bit bland in taste and a bit hard for me. The British strawberries taste completely different. So if you get the opportunity, go for the ones that are British because they look nicer and they certainly... I'm taking a break. I'm just telling them about my strawberries, just so people know I'm trying to be healthy. 6:30-ish. Let's get the LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Leadership is about driving change. That's why we're pleased to introduce the first ever all-electric BMW i5. Unmistakable BMW driving dynamics blended with instant electric performance. Innovative technology that elevates every journey. And if you order before the 31st of December, you'll receive a complimentary home charger or £750 of public charging credit. Discover the joy of moving forward. Search BMW i5. Pod 0.7 kilowatt home charger and standard installation. Charging credit valid 36 months. Full T's and C's at bmw.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, it's all right. I was having a happy time there. I was just a strange moment. So Rishi has got to do more to help struggling pensioners. That's what we're keeping our fingers crossed for tomorrow. They're looking for an increase in the state pension to help fight the cost of living crisis. Their Age UK chiefs have called for £500 handouts to all those eligible. So there'll be the full coverage of Rishi's spring statement on LBC tomorrow. You will not want to miss it because everybody's waiting for it. Plus the fourth COVID jab on the cards for all over 50s. They seem to be increasing the amount of people who can actually go for it. So I shall be getting that one. I would definitely go for it. I would definitely go for it. If it's free, go for it, which is going to be good. Former engineer Devraj Jalam, 95, yesterday became one of the first people to have the jab after receiving the booster. The grandfather of two said, "In my age group, everybody must have it immediately. Do not delay. Delay means danger. You never know what's going to be happening tomorrow." Oh, I've always said to people, listen, go and get it. Go and get it. If it's available to you, go and get it. If they're going to bring it in for the over 50s, I'm definitely going for it. I'm also going to go for the increase in pension. How on earth people exist on it, I've got no idea. Boris calls for unity to defeat the Russian regime. And you look at the pictures, which are in all the papers today, the centre of Kyiv, and on one side... there are still cars driving on the roads in Kyiv. I find it absolutely unbelievable. And buildings which have just been totally decimated. And the other side, there are flats, high-rise flats, at the moment, cities being wiped off the earth, and he doesn't care. The Borders Bill will open the door to genuine refugees. And then pictures of the children, some badly shot little boys, and mothers looking after their children. I mean, so they don't know what it is. They've got no idea. Some of these are very little children and they've been severely injured. And this particular boy stares into the distance, unable to understand the atrocity. His father and his cousin were killed when their car was hit by gunfire 2 days after the invasion. He was shot in the jaw, the back, the arm and the leg. He's 13 years old. They don't know. They've got nothing. They just want to get out of there, I should imagine, as quick as possible. Catherine Jenkins, Alan Titchmarsh and Jonathan Dimbleby led the tributes to Dame Vera Lynn in a moving celebration. The Thanksgiving service was packed with members of her family, friends from the world of music, representatives from charities that she supported, and members of the military. I mean, she died at the age of 103. She was absolutely remarkable, absolutely. And Catherine Jenkins sang, "Worth the price of the admission alone," I should imagine. Alan gave a personal remembrance, saying he was often blown away by the strength of her voice, which could make the hairs on his neck stand on end. He said she leaves behind happy memories and admiration in equal measure. And broadcaster Jonathan, who is 77, Jonathan Dimbleby is 77, reflected on her close connections with the armed forces, noting the challenges the soldiers faced during the dark days of war and how in their quiet moments they was most yearn for home. And that's when she came into her own, singing on the radio. And the service was conducted by the very Reverend Dr. David Hoyle. Kate Ashby and the D-Day Darlings performed The White Cliffs of Dover, whilst her former personal assistant Susan Fleet read the poem Goodnight, Sweetheart. Tim Rice read from Corinthians, and actor Anthony Andrews delivered a tribute to Dame Vera, who was his friend. And then Catherine Jenkins sang We'll Meet Again. Lovely Catherine Jenkins. I was talking about her the other day. Somebody said, what's she like? I said, as beautiful in real life as you can ever imagine. She's absolutely stunning. She really is. David Beckham. Can't work out what's happening with David Beckham's hair, actually. I can't work out if it's stuck on or grown on. It's a little bit difficult to tell. And so he's doing all his bit for the horrors in Ukraine. And then Anne, the secret of Princess Anne's supersonic energy, 71. Her daughter Zara reveals her mum keeps a snack in her capacious handbag, and it's a kiwi fruit. She keeps a couple of kiwi fruit in the bag, which I thought was a very strangely odd thing. How she manages to tuck into them when she's on tour, I've got no idea. I mean, apples and bananas are very easy to eat, but kiwi fruit is not that you need to peel it, don't you? You don't eat the furry bit, do you? Can you? Oh, right. I've never heard of that before. I just thought well, obviously you must be because you slice it, but I thought you sort of peeled it back first of all. Obviously not. I mean, if she does peel it, how does she manage to, on the move without dribbling green juice all over herself? Because that's the danger, isn't it, with all these things? I mean, I had something the other day, and it was only afterwards. I was wearing a rather fetching shirt, and I discovered I'd dripped half a ton of tomato juice down me. I remember looking at it and thinking, where did that come from? And it's because I'd sort of taken a bite out of a little thing I'd bought from Pret. I shan't be going there again, actually, until they reinstate the bacon rolls. I shall have to suffer with Marks and Spencer's buying it, although it actually wasn't too bad, actually. Maggie says, you and a cup of tea in the morning, Steve. It's perfect. And Hall Farm in Essex, Steve, does the best liver and bacons on the menu. Delicious, says Linda. Isn't it funny? Not everybody likes it. I mean, whether or not I'm an exception to the rule, I don't no idea. Jane says, Steve, I had my 4th jab back in February because I'm clinically vulnerable. I love that expression. I think that makes you sound so special. And Ashley says, thank you for being a great presenter. Oh, for goodness sake, we don't read out things like that at this time of the morning. Heavens above, it's only a Tuesday. Apparently you can eat a kiwi fruit with a spoon. Oh, Beverly, don't tell me Princess Anne's got a spoon in a handbag as well. Be telling me next she's got a plant and a mirror and a tablespoon. I know they were showing something on the television earlier on, eating dragon fruit. And I quite like dragon fruit. Who said they didn't like it? Oh, Elliot was saying, very bland, he said. What does he know? What does he know about it? Nothing at all. Not an expert in dragon fruit. I have to explain to people what lychees are. Most people have never seen fresh lychees. They've only ever seen them in the Chinese restaurant, which has been taken out of a tin. Whereas fresh lychees, sometimes, when they're in season, I bring them in here. And people look at them like it's some strange, mysterious fruit from another planet. And they go, what is it? And I go, yeah, they're just looking at me. And they go, what is it? And I go, it's a lychee. And they go, what's that? And then they taste it and go, ooh, I don't like that. It's too, they think it's a bit perfumed. So, honestly, people are so funny nowadays, aren't they, really? But it doesn't matter. What else have we got? Oh, the eggs and the free range. I defy anybody to tell me the difference between free range and battery and all the rest of it, or eggs that have come in from abroad. And, but people say we should have these things, but because of all the other bits and pieces, we don't. Spring is here at last, so the warm weather. I mean, I can't wait for today. I mean, if it's really going to be as good as they say it is, I better get home quickly and take my coat off. I'm going to look a bit ridiculous, aren't I? It's like all the people who sort of walk about and they've got, nothing on in the middle of winter. I'll have to get the vest and shorts on, Vest and shorts. Who wears a vest nowadays? Do people still wear vests? I used to make me laugh years ago. There'd always be somebody in our road who'd have his vest tucked into his pants, like you do when you're little. So when they sort of bend over, you could see half their pants and half their vest at the same time. It was all very odd. What are we not doing at the moment? Well, not at this precise moment, but the one thing that we seem to have forgotten about, a skill lost in the age of technology. We don't write letters. We do not write letters. My mother used to type letters. She would write letters to the family. And in fact, some members of our family did what they call a round robin. So they would do at Christmas a roundup of what's happened over the year. People still do that. Well, apparently letter writing and map reading are skills lost in technology. People don't bother. I mean, who does map reading, for God's sake? You don't need to do map reading. I've got a sat-nav in the car and you just put in the address and it takes you there. Admittedly, sometimes people get a bit confused with that. The other thing that people don't do now is stamp collecting. Although my neighbour Lynn, she does stamp collecting. She collects them. I don't know what she does with them, whether she sticks them in a book or not, using a compass. Who uses a compass nowadays? Nobody. Nobody uses compasses anymore. Hand washing clothes. No, people pop it in the washing machine. Nobody does hand washing, because we've gone a bit sophisticated. Remembering phone numbers. I can't remember phone. They're all in your book. They're in your telephone. I can't remember any of my phone. No, not in the slightest. No, all in there. Knowing proper grammar. Whatever that is. I have no idea. Mental maths. You see people, I remember going to a shop years and years ago, and she was doing it. She couldn't add up 10 candles at £29 each. She couldn't add it up. So she'd done it. She made it an extra £29 because she was doing 11 candles, because she did the first candle and then she did that plus 10 candles. And she wouldn't have it until I had to sit down with her and go, right, let's move this candle. OK, that's £29. Move it to there. This second candle, that's £29. That's now 58. And so we went on. And eventually she accepted it. But most people, the only people who can do it quickly are people who play darts. People throw darts and go 21, 60, 4 and 8 is 80, or whatever it happens to be, I don't understand. I'm just saying, I watch Bullseye and I get confused watching that. But most people can't do it now. I mean, bar people don't need to worry about it, bar persons, because the till does it all for you. It tells you what you've done. 14 minutes to 7. Let's get those news headlines, shall we? This morning with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 10 to 7 is the time. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 this morning. Dan says, day 2 in Bristol. Thanks to Bambi, James and Daisy for giving me a room for the night and pizza. I'm quite a big fan of pizza. And Mark, former producer of mine, he said, when we used to do a Saturday night out programme, which had a restaurant in, and this was a very, very eclectic restaurant. They made crocodile soup. He said he actually tried it. He said it was absolutely disgusting. We're talking about people eating different things. Although the producer said he's eaten alligator and said it was quite nice. I said, I bet you anything it tastes like chicken. This Thursday, Winnie and little Julie are coming up to London to see Mary Poppins at last. You'll love it. You'll absolutely love it. It's great. It really is good. And you'll like it, especially for the bird woman, which is Petula Clark, which is lovely. Swallowing good viruses could beat infections, and what each cup of coffee does to boost your health. I was trying to work out the other day, people have espresso, and I know lots of people used to call it espresso, but it's espresso. And I'm not sure, does it really perk you up a bit if you have a double espresso? Does it give you some boost or something? Because I keep thinking, some mornings you see people, everybody seems to be drinking Red Bull and stuff like that to give them a thing. But that's what Connor has, is it? So double espresso. And do you knock it back, apparently? And that sort of gives you that. Oh, really? I think I'm not sure whether it's okay for people like me, but there you go. Marion in South Benfleet says you eat kiwi fruit like a boiled egg. Well, we're sort of trying to work out. Sue says the same. You eat it like a boiled egg, cut the top off and spoon the rest out. But do you really think that Princess Anne is going to be doing this? I can't see that happening at all. But Sabrina says kiwi fruit, cut it in half, scoop out with a spoon. Do you think she carries her own spoon? That would be very funny. Beatrix says, if you're on a state pension, find out if you're eligible for pension credit. Helps you with housing benefit. And from the age of 75, you don't pay the TV licence anymore. I haven't quite reached the 75 bit just yet. That's some going, even by my standards. Anita in Tooting says, if you like the light cheese, you'll love Rambutan. Yes, I know those. I've had those. Because you can buy them in tins and everything else. I've never had them fresh, though. Carol says, I'm very pernickety about grammar, spelling and punctuation, even in texts and tweets. Oh, you'd hate my texts and tweets. People can always tell when I've written them. There's no punctuation or anything at all. I love the English language, and I hate to see it abused. I cringe when I read some of the posts on Facebook. Can well imagine. Helen from Wiltshire says, I started writing letters again. I left Facebook and now contact people with a letter. Much more pleasure than Facebook, both writing and receiving. Now, some people are writing back to me. Writing a letter gives you genuine time to assemble your thoughts and reflect on life. Yet my mother would sit there with her typewriter and she would bang out 2 or 3 pages easily. Easily. But me, because now we do everything on text and you do little emails and people abbreviate. Sometimes I struggle with the abbreviations. Steve, in South Africa, light cheese are very popular in season. It gets sold in those big boxes. Such a treat. People don't know what they're missing. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love stuff like that. My son loves them, says Greg. They quite often sell them in Aldi. Well, Paul Cooper in Twickenham, when they're in season, they have... but they had some very good cherries the other week. Very good cherries, and I don't eat that many cherries. I don't think you're supposed to eat too many, get indigestion. Beverly says it's the caffeine, gives you an energetic boost. So it's just double strength coffee, isn't it, I suppose? Jonathan, no, it's not, it's Johanna. Johanna. You said earlier you don't eat curries. I haven't had one for a long time. Don't you like curries? I'm diabetic, can't have them. And it's just one of those things. I used to have them. Before I was diabetic. Now I'm diabetic, I don't have them. I can have chicken tikka, but not chicken tikka masala. It's the sauces that seem to affect me. Different. It's the creamy sauces and stuff like that. And for some reason, it just doesn't work. I've had some very odd turns with curries, so I've not had curries for ages and ages. There's an Andy Warhol picture coming up for auction. And this is one of Marilyn Monroe. Painted in 1964, or whatever he did with these things. I don't know if it's screen printed. They say it's the most significant 20th century painting to come to auction in a long while. And they're thinking it could fetch a record for a Warhol, 151 million. I mean, it's just a picture of Marilyn Monroe's head. It's being sold in New York in May by a children's charity, the Thomas and Doris Amann Foundation, Zurich. And because these charities, these very, very rich people have these fantastic charities, and they've got 151 million. They think that this could stand alongside Botticelli's Birth of Venus, Da Vinci's Mona Lisa, and Picasso's picture. Warhol's Marilyn is categorically one of the greatest paintings of our time. 151 million, I can't even imagine who would have the money for that. And then I looked at the oligarchs, and then I thought, no, it can't be them. Their money's been frozen. They won't be buying anything for ages. They can't even get petrol for the ships. You know, it's the kind of thing that makes it a little bit difficult. Prince Andrew will attend Prince Philip's memorial service next week. The Duke of York is said to be determined to honour his father. Yes, his father would be horrified, despite fears his presence could dominate coverage of the event. I would think that would be highly likely. So the courtiers believe the Duke will disappear from public life after next week's event, where he's likely to rub shoulders with representatives from charities and organisations from which he's been forced to part ways. It's interesting, isn't it? The Queen arranged for the service of Thanksgiving to take place Westminster Abbey March 29th. And yesterday, out riding in Windsor Great Park, Andrew laughing and smiling and joking. Nice, isn't it, really? But still in disgrace, makes no difference. The Russian genocide is in all the papers today. Against Mariupol, and they've got the face of the children just basically surviving, parents clinging on to their kids, and an elderly widow's howl of rage as a missile flattens a new shopping mall. I want Putin dead, look at what they do. And they've basically destroyed the buildings. There's absolutely nothing left. But there is a nice story of a hotel executive who is welcoming a Ukrainian family, one of many people who are doing this, speaking yesterday how she feels privileged to help, which is lovely. You know, people have just gone that little bit extra. And the TV station smears the screen demo journalist. Remember the lady who stood there with the big sign and all the rest of it? Well, believe it or not, the Russian journalist who hijacked state television news to denounce the war has been accused of being a British spy by her boss. They're so deluded and so living in lies. They claim she was paid by UK diplomats. I mean, you seriously wonder about the sanity of some of these people. But what made me laugh was the newsreader who just blindly carried on reading while this woman's demonstrating at the back. This was Marina. But I love the idea they're paid by UK diplomats. You really are delusional, aren't you? Really are. And what else in the paper? I was going to do a couple of birthdays, actually. There were a couple of sensational birthdays which are coming up. But the big question they're asking is why this Chinese plane plummeted 29,000 feet into the mountainside. It just, 1 minute it was flying, the next minute it sort of turned belly up and hurtled towards the earth, killing 140 passengers and crew. and they're going to try and work that one out now. They've had to send loads of people there. And there is a lovely lady who is, she's in the world of Chateau Bottled. She does things like that. It's marvellous. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Wednesday, the 23rd of March, as we race through the month. Wasn't yesterday nice? Wasn't the weather lovely? Wasn't it sort of one of those days where you I mean, I did go out with a coat on because I've got so many bits and pieces to take with me. I've sort of decided I do need a coat with loads of pockets. And then I suddenly thought, wait, this is a bit too heavy. I'm going to look a bit ridiculous walking down the road with a heavy coat on. So I left it in the car and went off, nipped out, bought some bits and pieces in M&S, went to Richmond, which was quite nice. And everybody seemed to be... The amount of people who, you know, you get one day of sunshine, the next minute, everybody's wearing shorts. You know, people who shouldn't be wearing shorts. I mean, lots of people with very, very spindly legs and very pale and insipid complexions out there going, oh, it's the weather and it's fantastic. And I was thinking, yeah, I don't know how many days that we've got. I think today's going to be similar, but we might as well enjoy it, mightn't we? I would hope so. I've got some questions for you. You might not know the answers either, but I'm going to ask anyway. Plus... Such a sad story. Such a sad story. There's a picture in the paper of a little boy called Maxime. Maxime was 6, and you know by me saying was 6 that he's no longer with us. And he was in hospital, and he said to the doctors, he said, I'm too young to die. Hours later, the 7 bullets that had ploughed into his body meant that he did die, and they've got a picture of his body covered over with a piece of cardboard. That's all they've got. They haven't got anything else. They've got nothing else, just a piece of cardboard to cover his body with. And you think, 6 years old, it's just not right. I understand what war is. I understand that it's very indiscriminate. And I understand that Putin really couldn't give a toss about what happens to anybody. And that's why I was reading stories. And I'm never sure, because during the wars, we've made propaganda films and we've sort of dropped, you know, leaflets over Germany, and we've done all sorts of bits and pieces. And I begin to wonder whether or not it's posturing. There were reports put out the other day. If you remember, I think somebody in the Kremlin said that the girl who stood up on the television programme, who was the producer, was paid by Britain. And you think, listen, we didn't even know who she was, let alone paid by Britain. Blimey, they're far too tight to do anything like that. And then there was something saying, if Putin goes, and there's a very good chance he might have to go, forced or otherwise, this man will replace him and try and rescue the country before it sinks beneath the waves and you don't hear of it ever again. And they've said, now, as I say, whether or not you believe these things, I don't know whether it's posturing or whether they have to be sort of seen to be doing something, that the word has gone out that they've got to get rid of Putin as quick as possible by either, they've said, an assassination attempt or by poisoning. I was thinking, they must read all this stuff over there. Do you think that somebody in the... Because Putin is basically, he's sort of still doing his appearances, but safely behind the walls of the Kremlin. And I begin to wonder whether or not they might be thinking along those lines, because the invasion of Ukraine and the amount of disarray that the army is in means that he's failing. People have lost their lives. Yes, we understand that. But he's not I think he thought he'd walk in there and in 2 days' time we'd all go, oh, bow down to Putin. Nobody's thinking that. He's going to be hated. They will end up taking him out because they're going to lose Russia. Why would they want to do that? And now... there is a story in the papers today, which is that the word has gone out. There are execution squads out there. And what are they looking for? Russian soldiers who've deserted, or Russian soldiers who don't want to go there. They will literally, they can't have, as we used to have during the war. You couldn't have anybody deserting. I watched a film on television the other day about the amount of deserters that we shot. The own regiment of the person who deserted because we didn't know about shell shock. We didn't know about all the emotional trauma that went with war. We had no idea. And so when people just went off wandering to try and get away from everything, we put it down to desertion. And it was a case of those people were shot by their own colleagues. That's how bad it gets. But in the case of Putin, he's made so many mistakes. They've lost so many generals. They've lost so many Russian soldiers who were lied to. You're going there, you're going to be a peacekeeping force. Doesn't look like a peacekeeping force to me. The shopping mall razed to the ground the other day. 8 people, they say, were shot dead. But I think there's probably going to be a lot more. And all of a sudden, you're going to end up with a country with nothing in it. There's going to be no buildings. There's going to be nothing at all. It's going to be looking like a nuclear explosion has flattened everything. All the windows are blown out. And so he ends up with what? Absolutely nothing. You know, and it's so sad. And then there were warnings over him his use of chemical weapons and stuff like that. I think he'd be a fool to. But there again, we know he's a fool. All of a sudden, he's got this bee in his bonnet. Whether he thinks he's going to go down in history as sort of the man who saved Russia and took over the Ukraine, I've got no idea, or whether or not, because he's so arrogant, whether he's too stupid to realise that. Perhaps he thinks that's how it's going to be. That's what Saddam Hussein thought. He was found dangling on the end of a rope, wasn't he? I mean, he thought Ukraine would be grateful. Not Saddam Hussein, Putin. And of course, they're not. You know, you see elderly people, but when you see the picture of a little boy's body at 6 years old, you think, you know, and everybody said to him, stop it now, stupid man. Stop it now. Even the Pope, he obviously doesn't care that he's going straight to hell. Why would he worry about things like that? I shouldn't imagine he's got many fears, but of course, you know, I suspect he might be looking over his shoulder because all these stories which are dropped in, he's only got about 5 close friends. Five close friends is not enough to actually, you know, get anything done, I'm afraid. And it's a case of they might turn against him if they see everything disappearing. It's very sad. We'll keep you in touch with everything that goes on. The royal slavery storm, yes, because in Jamaica, which is where William and Kate, as I say, I don't know what they're doing over there either. Just a freebie holiday. So they've done Mayan temples and, you know, it's all very nice and lovely. But in fact, in Jamaica, the moment they leave the country, the Queen is out. The Queen is out. They've already decided they don't want the Queen there. They want to, and they're asking questions about slavery and whether or not there should be apologies coming in. So what they're doing there, I've got no idea. You know, the security and everything else must cost us a small fortune. But there again, the royal family are quite used to spending a bit of money, aren't they, recently? What was it, 12 million Prince Andrew paid? Sooner we see the back of him, the better. I mean, yesterday, the picture just made me feel physically ill, that there he was out horse riding in Windsor Great Park with a big smile on his face, laughing and joking. I thought, do you know, you really are the biggest prat under the sun, aren't you? You have no idea how much you are loathed. No idea. Your poor mother, God knows how she survives, but if she didn't want him at that service, she'd have vetoed him. So obviously they want him there. One smile, the papers will annihilate him. You can just tell. You can just tell that that's where it's going to go. In fact, originally he wasn't going to go to the service. But then somebody said they'd be putting it about, oh, he's her favourite son. Not anymore, he can't be. Seriously. £12 million. A payout to somebody he doesn't even know. Must be a bit sort of sticking in the throat kind of thing, mustn't it? So he's going to go there, then he will disappear from public life. Good, perhaps he'll take Sarah Ferguson with him. That'll be a good idea, because at the moment they're living in the Queen Mother's place. I think he's got a peppercorn rent for God knows how many years. But those were the days that he was sort of somebody to be reckoned with. Not anymore. Nobody likes him, you know, and it'll be a case of he's going to be mixing at Westminster Abbey with charities that he used to be heading up. How embarrassing is that going to be for him? You think he'd have had a decent thing and sort of fallen on his own sword and gone, listen, Mum, I'm not going to go. It's safer to stay away. Because he's going to take away any glory that they had for Prince Philip, because the press are going to be concentrating on him. They're going to be having cameras on him from the moment he appears. He'll turn up in a limousine. Not going to get the bus, is he? He still thinks he's a valued member of the royal family. A bit like Harry, they're both delusional. But that's the arrogance that goes along with it. Drives me mad. Anne Widdecombe in her column today, which is sometimes I look at Anne Widdecombe and I see her on the television and I think maybe she's a bit past it. Maybe she's just good for a controversial quote or something like that. But she talks about Jeremy Kyle, who has failed, she says, the test of decency. And she does ask the question, which we did, how did they allow it to go on for so long? The amount of stories that emanated from the Jeremy Kyle programme, and we all watched it. And because people kept watching, they kept it on air, and it was getting good figures. The moment something happens, like, you know, somebody has a breakdown or somebody takes their own life, which is quite a rare thing to happen on television terms, but immediately they go, can we sort of save it? No. We must axe the programme. But they were very lucky that they got away with it up until then, because the amount of times you looked at people who were quite clearly fragile, you know, I mean, over the years, how many guests they had? Oh, God, it would have been thousands, wouldn't it? 20,000 guests. They used to put up a thing at the end of the programme. We're doing a programme on parents drinking or something like that, you know, call this, and it was a premium rate number you had to call, and then somebody would get back to you. Because what they would do is look at your story, and you'd go, yeah, my mother used to drink, my father beat me every day he came home, and they'd be going, oh, that sounds quite interesting. What they were looking for is a guest who is going to get some attention. No point in doing it if the guest is not going to be controversial. And sometimes people on those sort of programmes were coached. In America, there was an agency which supplied guests for those sort of programmes. So if you were looking, hypothetically, for a one-armed lesbian who beat parakeets to death or something, there would be an agency for that. You would find people deliberately to target. So when you used to watch the Jerry Springer show and you know, any of these other shows, they were in the shock business. That was how they got audiences. I mean, a lot of the American ones were fake. But we can't do that in this country because we've got different TV laws. But some of these people, I mean, the bloke who actually ended up taking his own life, he was so desperate to be on that show. He was so desperate. He said to his wife-to-be, he said, this is going to change our lives forever. He thought he was going to be famous. But unfortunately, it backfired. It backfired so badly that they said when they did the lie detector, this was the big thing on the programme, the lie detector test. And it turned out that the medication he was on gave a false reading. He didn't know that. He was publicly ridiculed. You know, and the audience were baying for blood. Most of the time, the audience in the studio must have been sitting there looking at an empty set because Jeremy had gone backstage to talk to somebody. There'd be somebody sitting in the corner going, I'm not talking to you. Look at me. Look at me. And he would bear bait them. And that's how it worked. Now he's kind of stuck with that image that, you know, he had a programme on the television, and then all of a sudden ITV went, we don't want that anymore. So unfortunately, all the people who worked on the programme, and I should imagine there must have been between 40 and 60, they all lost their jobs. Everybody lost their jobs, purely because nobody had reined that programme in. It should have been reined in a long time ago, and they should have said there need to be better things in place. It's like on all the programme, the Love Island, you know, somebody's only got to die or something like that, or take an overdose or whatever it happens to be, or turn to alcohol abuse or anything like that, and they go, lessons have been learnt. And I think, well, quite clearly they've not been learnt. Quite clearly. Look at the amount of people who want to apply to go on Love Island. Keith Duffy is in the papers today saying it's ridiculous, all these reality shows with a bunch of nobodies who are famous for being nobody. They shouldn't be put on television. There should be some sort of vetting procedure, which means you can wheedle people out who may be fragile, who maybe have had a drink problem, who maybe have dabbled with drugs. You know, it's highly likely lots of people on Love Island, you don't have to look at them to realise they're young people. You know, OK, hands up who's ever had a spliff. You know, you could go through them like that. But the people who are doing it are the researchers. And they're not very experienced. They take them on, they're cheap labour. OK, just find out what they do. They've got a girlfriend, a boyfriend, you know, they're likely to be bisexual. Can they do this? Can they do that? Will they take their clothes off? Will they have affairs? Will they have arguments? That's why they axed Big Brother. It was full of disgusting people behaving very, very badly. Very, very badly. I always remember that well-known line. Will Vanessa come to the diary room? No, I won't. You know, and then, of course, poor old, what's her name? I was just talking about her a moment ago, Anne Widdecombe, and she's confronted by a drag queen. God in heaven. Even there was the shock of it all. The shock of it all. I mean, poor old Anne Widdecombe. People used to do her hair on the programme. Didn't help. 17 minutes past 4.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. With you till 7, the day that we find out, you know, if you're a pensioner, whether or not it's going to be an absolute nightmare. Or whether or not they're going to stick a bit extra in the pension pot, which I'm looking forward to getting. I got a thing the other day. This is your tax code, and this is how we've worked it out. I don't understand these things at all. What's the point? Thank God I've got an accountant who I can sort of send to, and he'll then say, oh, you don't need to worry about it. They said on this bit of paper, you don't need to sort of worry about it if you agree with it. Well, I wouldn't know if I agreed with it or not. Got no idea. There's the driver in the paper today. How many fines for driving on the road can you get in a day? 51. You're quite right. 51 road fines in a day. The Insulate Britain protester moaning about prison, you silly little nobody. Honestly, that you're in prison because you've broken the law. It's as simple as that. There was a lovely piece on, was it on television or was it YouTube? I don't know, I keep catching these things. And it was a Japanese train. And there's a woman trying to hold up the bullet train. because her husband was having trouble getting through the barriers and all the rest of it. And she's clinging onto the handles. It took 3 men to drag her off the train. And she's told, and they're saying, you're going to prison, you're going to prison. Because the Japanese bullet trains, I mean, everything in Japan runs to clockwork. Seriously, like clockwork. If they say it's like German. If you get on any of the German trains, if they say it leaves at 7:31, it leaves at 7:31. It works very, very well. The Met Police failing to find bent coppers. 200 of them they've got. That's the tip of the iceberg. But anyway, there's one here. They had to issue an apology. This was back in 2017. The Japanese train departed 20 seconds early. Uproar. Dreadful. I've never been on a bullet train. I quite fancy the idea. But it had been scheduled to leave at 9:44:40, but left at 9:44:20. So they've sincerely apologised for the inconvenience. The Tsukuba Express line between Tokyo and the city of Tsukuba. I love them. I've never been on one. I've seen them on there and they look fantastic. Almost as if they float above the lines. And there's another train which they're doing from Vienna to Paris, I think. And you can get different sleeping compartments. You know, the basic is about 70 quid on this train, going up to about, I think, 230. Imagine having a luxury suite on a train. Because I forget how many miles it is, but it's called the Night Jet. Or is that the train in Vienna? I love the idea of having... You know, and also it comes with its own bathroom. If you buy the most expensive one, it's got its own bathroom or shower or something like that. That'd be fantastic. Look at it. And it just converts. Is that the most expensive one you're showing me? Very nice. And you get cooked breakfast. Yum, yum, yum. Cooked breakfast on a train. I used to do that. Somebody told me the trick years and years ago, long time ago, that if you were getting a long train journey up to Manchester, book a seat in the restaurant car. They used to have restaurant cars. You'd get a cooked breakfast. Because once you got the seat, you could stay there for the whole journey. I used to love it. I get sausage, egg, bacon. Yum, yum, yum. What else we got? Oh, a rare sports car. They've taken all the bits apart, all the bits that they need off it, and the parts alone have sold for about 180,000 quid for a very rare sports car, which is fantastic. The daredevil couple posing hundreds of feet in the air frightens the life out of me. I looked at the picture of it. I feel physically ill. I don't know where it is, and I don't really want to know about it at all, because I think they're standing on the top of a pole, hundreds of feet up in the air. Hundreds of feet up in the air. And is that William and Kate arriving, or is it not William and Kate? Or is that something else? Could be it's Charles, is it? You can't tell, really, when they've got the masks on. They've got no idea. Could be anybody. Could be the Phantom of the Opera, as far as I'm concerned. Vernon Kay embarrassed himself, interviewing Mark Almond. He congratulated Mark for singing with Jimmy Savile. He said, actually, no, it was Jimmy Somerville. I mean, you'd think to yourself, you know, how embarrassing. I mean, honestly, obviously, brain elsewhere on that one. New single out, Pet Shop Boys and Mark Almond. And there's a new video out. Very good. Very, very good indeed. And that'll do very well for them. I think what happened is Mark wrote it, and I think the Pet Shop Boys then gave it that little twist. It's got lovely little vignettes in it of an ice cream van and stuff like that. A friend of mine sent it to me yesterday, said it's really good, because you know that Mark Almond has been to 2 of my shows. He came to my Magic Circle show, because he likes magic. He's a super fan. And then he came to the Leicester Square Theatre, bless his heart, which is very nice. So, you know, I think it makes you feel a little bit proud. A copy of Love Me Do, signed by all of the Beatles, up for auction. They reckon £6,000, £6,000, because rare to find all 4 of the Beatles and genuine. Because you know that to find genuine is very difficult, because the Apple girls, the girls who worked at Apple, were able to sign for different people. And I think you find George could sign for Paul, and Paul could sign for Ringo, and so it's very difficult when you actually look at these things. I mean, I thought it was quite cheap for 6,000 quid. What you do with it, I've got no idea. What you do with it, I've got no idea. You just put it on the wall and go, Beatles signatures, and somebody goes, yeah, riveting. Just a piece of paper and a scrawl on there. You'll probably find mine will be up for auction in years to come, when I'm long since departed. £6. Producer's been very rude this morning, so he won't be lasting too much on the show. Oh, look, my mouse is working immediately, which is lovely. Shane says, I'm sorry, Steve, I'm wearing shorts. You're allowed to. You're in Sydney. If you're in Sydney, you can wear shorts. My postman wears shorts come rain, come shine. I don't know why. I mean, he must be fit because every day he must walk miles. He walks from the sorting office with his little trolley on wheels, and he goes up and down one side of the road and down the other side of the road every day, obviously except Sunday. And you think to yourself, you must be really super fit. I mean, not even I do that much walking. But, perhaps I should get a job at the post office. Steve, I agree with you about the needless death of thousands of people in this invasion, says Dale. Imagine having all the money you'll ever need, being able to travel anywhere in the world. Now the thug Putin has given all that up to get some land. The poor children. Yeah, if you saw the picture of this little boy, it's as hard-hitting as it possibly can be. Do you remember that little child who tried to cross the channel and his body was washed up on the shore and somebody's pictured holding him, and you think... It's wrong. It's wrong. Why do postmen wear shorts? No specific reason why postmen or women may choose to wear shorts while they're on their rounds. However, some have suggested it's because shorts are more comfortable to wear than trousers, regardless of whether or not it's cold, and because they're easier to dry when it's raining. Oh. I think it's just to show your legs off, isn't it, really? Look at me, I've got great legs. It's like runners. Halinka says, I've travelled on the bullet train in Japan. Amazing. It's really fast, isn't it? I mean, it really is fast. There was a train that they show you these hidden things in Britain. It's a programme about hidden engineering. And this was a train that floated over, it's like a monorail. It floated over it and they've still left the track there. And the actual train went some time ago, I think, because it didn't quite work as it should have done. But I'm very jealous, Halinka, of actually travelling on the bullet train. I've never been to Japan. I used to have one of my listeners in Japan, and he used to say to me, it's so expensive. Japan was, phenomenally expensive. One of the most expensive cities in the world. Hannah says, it's my mother-in-law's funeral today. Wonderful lady with Irish charm and a twinkle in her eyes. It's a day to be my husband's rock, so wish me luck. Yes, well, absolutely. Well, I don't think you need luck at funerals. I just think you it was always explained to me that it's a celebration of that person's life, of what they've done. And it always reminds me, in Steel Magnolias, one of the women in the cast, played by Daryl Hannah, has discovered Jesus. And she's discovered Jesus in a big way. And at the funeral of the girl, they've got this lovely coffin with all the flowers on it. And she says to Malin, who is the mother of the girl who's died, she said, you should be really, really happy that she's now with her Lord. And she said, well, yes, I'm sure I'd like to be, but sadly, I'd rather she was here with me now. And she said, but now she's with her Lord in heaven and all, and she's going, listen, you do what you want to do, but, this is what I want to do. I want to grieve. And it's such a good film. I'm always quoting it and I'm always talking about it. I spent my life this morning just crying. I was watching all sorts of strange shit. I watched Elton John singing Goodbye England's Rose. And at Westminster, I don't know why I watched it again, because he was in fine voice that day. He really was in fine voice, and it was lovely. And I suddenly realised that there was an orchestra playing as well in the background. Whether or not it was a tape, I have no idea. But it was very good, and he got this huge, this applause, because he was just absolutely brilliant. And then I watched Celtic Thunder, this fabulous Irish group who keep interchanging their members, and I just thought they were great. I watched them, and they play to sell out houses wherever they go. I don't even know if they're still going, but they play to sell out houses wherever they go. They sing, some traditional Irish songs. They sell all sorts of different music, and they've got a lovely backing band with them. I think they're really, really brilliant, really brilliant. And so I got sort of into those a short while ago, so I bought the albums. Once I get into something, I kind of immerse myself. Steve, you mentioned trains. There's a train, the Indian Pacific, that goes from Sydney on the east coast to Western Australia. Takes a few days, says Shane, right across Australia. That must be nice. That must be nice. I quite fancy there is a very good train, and I think it's in India. And I think it used to be an old Maharaja's carriage or something. Whatever it is, you can sit at the back of the train sipping your mint juleps and all the rest of it and just watching the world go by. But generally speaking, trains in India, have you seen the way people cling on to the side of the doors? People are hanging onto it, people are on the roof, people are all over the place. How nobody ever gets killed, I'll never know. Second thoughts, maybe they do, and they just sort of keep it fairly quiet. It's unbelievable. And they're really old trains. They're really, really old trains. But I like a good train. I'm very happy, actually. Steve says, Desmond, postmen wear shorts because they're tired of getting the trousers ripped by dogs. You still do get dogs, don't you? What is it about dogs and postmen? I've seen them, where they've got the camera inside the house and the postman goes to put the letters through there and the dog the other side is going crackers. Little piddly dogs. Dave in Plymouth says, I've had the knobbly knees out since Friday. I think you'll find it's trendy if you're in Devon. Yeah, that's what they tell you. That's what they tell you. Not really. Not really. Doesn't matter. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Kevin the Milkman says, I'm outside the Global building now. Got my shorts on. I'm surprised that the glint from my white socks isn't shining into the studio. I'm in a different studio. I'm in the big boys studio. I'm in the studio that overlooks the Garrick Theatre at the back. And I'm late for the news. So let's get the headlines with Lucinda Horsley.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to, it's going to be another nice day. It's a day for, seriously, I could no more walk up and down Twickenham High Street in a pair of shorts than fly. Absolutely not. As far as I'm concerned, top to toe, burqa, everything, hijab. I just don't want to be seen. Today it's going to be 20 degrees, so double it and add 30, so 40, 70. 70, give or take a degree. It's going to be the same on Thursday. Friday, it drops down a bit. Saturday, bit of a drop down to 16 degrees. But today, 20 degrees, sunshine. Might get me old ombre solaire out a little bit later on. Slap it all over. My tank top. I'm going to sunny with a gentle breeze. That's okay, isn't it? That's okay. But the funny thing is, it's always the same here. I've never noticed any difference. The only thing that'll be different is that, if it's really nice on Saturday, everybody be heading for the coast, because for some reason the Brits have got a thing about going to the seaside, and so the nearest seaside for us would be Brighton or Southend, somewhere like that, whereas me, I'd be going to Frinton. I'd be happier in Frinton. I don't want anything too sort of garish. There's a time for going to a seaside resort which has got the funfair rides, and there's a time for going just to go and sit on a pier, because I'm at that age now. Where was our local seaside when you were a kid? Hong Kong. Yeah, we had an ocean, wasn't too special. Yorkshire, no, we did have a beach near us. We were on the coast up there, but it was I told you it was too frightening, because it's so windswept up there and the tide comes in fast. And me and my brother had taken the go-kart. My father made us a go-kart, which was really good. And we pulled it to the cliffs, and then we went down the cliffs. There was people had cut steps into the clay, and we went onto the beach. And I don't know why, actually. It was only less than a mile from where we lived in this little village. And we got stuck. The tide started coming in. And it's one of the only times I've been really scared, thinking we could drown here. And the tide was coming in, and it was coming in fast. And we tried to climb up the cliffs, but we couldn't, because the mud had stuck to our Wellingtons. I was about 14. My brother would have been about 9, I think, 9, 10, something like that. And we couldn't climb up the cliffs. We kept slipping down again because all the mud stuck to our Wellingtons because there had been rain. And so I thought, how are we going to, I didn't know how high up the cliff the water would have gone. It was a nightmare. And then we saw a fisherman who was standing sort of in the water with this big, and he was obviously fishing. That's what fishermen do. And it's most of wasting time. Yeah, the Southwest Rod and everything else. And so we ran to him as fast as we could to say, we need to get back up the cliffs again. He said, oh, look, there's some steps just there. I was total drama queen over the whole thing. I thought to myself, no, seriously, I thought I'd have to explain to my mother, I'm terribly sorry we lost my brother. He's out in the North Sea somewhere. And it was good. We didn't really go to the beach on holiday. We went to, where did we go to? The first place we ever had a packet of crisps. We had a packet of crisps. Golden Wonder brought out crisps, and they were threepence a packet. 3D. And it was a packet of crisps. And I remember sitting, and my Auntie Ivy was there, and my mum and her, and it was slightly overcast, but they put up a windbreak. We had a windbreak that you banged into the sand. It was like banging in stumps if you were going to play cricket. It had a bit of material there. So you could sit there against the wind coming in off the sea, freezing cold. And my mother always used to make a flask up, big flask of coffee or tea or something like that. And they went off to a shop and they came back with these packets of crisps, 3D each. Now, people of a certain age will remember 3D for a packet of crisps. And it came with a little packet of salt in it, in the little blue paper, and you undid the packet of salt and then you sprinkled it into the crisps. So we thought we'd arrived. We thought we were doing really, really well. 3D for a packet of crisps, my godfathers. And then, then you put your little swimming trunks on and you run down to the water and you realise it's bloody freezing, so you run all the way back again, pick up your packet of crisps. By that time, they've got sand in them. She spent most of your time eating the beach. So funny. So funny. Apparently, tracksuits are set to take over the offices. I do hope not. I do. No, not here. I think there have to be certain standards. I mean, I have seen our big boss, Ashley. I've seen him in a pair of shorts. But I've never seen him in a tracksuit. But actually, I was just trying to think, my other big boss, James, would he ever wear a tracksuit? I don't think so. I don't even think Tom would wear a tracksuit. I don't think Ollie would wear a tracksuit. Ben, I suspect, would. No, I just can't see it either. No. Hillary, definitely not. Definitely not. Far too smart. And who else? Caroline? No. Definitely not a tracksuit. Ben, not a tracksuit, no. Have I ever worn one? Yeah, when I was little, when we lived in Yorkshire, my brother and I, how about this for naff? Matching tracksuits in green. Matching tracksuits. Mine was a slightly bigger size. Just it's like a sort of a dark green. No, it wasn't lime green. No, that would be really bad. But no, just sort of a dark green matching tracksuit. And then my mother used to make us jumpers, and she'd make two. One for me and one for my brother. And we had hats as well, bobble hats. Something really cute the other day. I'm on the bus going to Richmond for the second time. I'd been twice. God knows it was costing me yesterday. And the local nursery get the little kids to get on the bus. And there's 4 of them. And they're only little. And they've all got the same colour bobble hats on. That's how you know they're at a nursery. And they get on the bus and there's no room because there's a lady in a wheelchair for them to put the other things. So the other woman says, don't worry, I'll walk. And she's got the kids in this giant buggy which holds like 6 people. And so I'm on the bus with these little children, and they cannot have been any older than 2. They cannot have been any older than 2. And they got off at a church just before we get to Richmond Bridge. And they get off, and the lady with them, who's managed to look after 4 of them, gets off and says, we're going to say goodbye to the bus driver. So they all run to the front of the bus, and the bus driver's got the doors open. Thank you. And they wave like that. Would have broken your heart. Honestly, seriously. It was the cutest thing I've ever seen. They said, I do that as well. I wave, thank you, and sort of wave. But all the buses I get are the drivers obviously got some fixation with the brake. Stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. Let's knock him over. But it was when they stood there and that little look on their face like, we're talking to the bus driver. We're actually talking to the bus driver, you know. I wanted to stand up and go, the wheels on the bus go round and round, round. Yeah, so I did, and found myself walking, which was very good. No, they were so little tiny. They were waving at the bus driver. They're obviously taught to be polite. Hello, Mr. Bus Driver. And because they don't have how they've got away with not paying. And then there was a bunch of drunks got on. You know, every town has got its group of drunks who shoplift and do everything else. 4 of them at the bus stop, off their faces. And one of them says, "Ear Gov," as the bus pulls in near Marble Hill, will you let us have a ride on the bus? And he didn't charge them. The rest of us all had to bloody well pay. Seriously, he let them all on. And one of them was playing loud music. We had to suffer with that for the duration. But one of them is a prolific shoplifter. I know that because he's been caught numerous times shoplifting booze and everything else. And they were all drunks. And the bus driver let them on. I'd have shut the doors immediately. No, blooming well walk. Dreadful, honestly. So what else have we got? Who's got a gold-plated toilet? Gold-plated toilet, anybody? Easy to know this one. It's Vlad the Impaler. Yes, he's got a gold-plated toilet on board his little ship, which very shortly we're going to have sunk. It's as simple as that. You know, we don't want him to enjoy anything else ever again. They want his wife. They call her wife. She's not. They're not married. She's a mistress. You know, that's a bit on the side, as they say. And they want her out of Switzerland. Which is good. Rihanna sparks rumours she's engaged. No, she doesn't. Nobody gives a toss whether she's engaged or whether she's not engaged. I couldn't care less. Why would it spark rumours? Rihanna who, they say in show business now. And the message in a bottle hits the UK 21 years on. 21 years. Somebody wrote a message in a bottle and they stuck it in the bottle, they stuck the cork in there, or you just and threw it in the sea, and 21 years later it washes up on shore. See, I like things like that. The message was help, I think, but I was a little bit late. I don't really know, actually, what the message was. The airman who died, this is the one who was last seen coming out of a club. They think that he fell into a bin, one of these big waste wheelie bins, and they empty it into the back of the dust carts, and then it's compressed and everything else. They think he probably suffocated. They have no evidence for this at all, because nobody saw him, apart from when he was seen behind the nightclub in the early hours of the morning. And they now think that he died getting into the bin that was then tipped into the waste lorry. Because once it goes into the waste lorry, all they do is clip it on. They don't lift up the lid. It's opened automatically. It swings open, and then it goes in there, and then there's this thing comes down, like sort of a door, and it compresses all the rubbish so you can get more rubbish in there. So quite easily he could have died of suffocation, but they didn't find. They went back to the rubbish tip. They tried to, and no luck whatsoever. What was the other one that the cranberries, not the group. It's the I don't like cranberries, but apparently cranberry juice is very good for you, but not the mixed down stuff, and it slashes the risk of a heart attack. They all say that, don't they? They go, this is a superfruit. This is what you have to have for breakfast, you know. So I bought some cereal with dehydrated banana in it, you know, which is sort of fruit and fibre. It's something like that. But I think the fruit and fibre had too much sugar in it, because you get a lot of sugar in fruit. So then I bought some muesli, and that was like eating coconut matting. That was about as boring as it comes. My mother used to like muesli, and I remember thinking, oh, thank God I don't like muesli. But I did buy it because it looked quite interesting. The trouble is, there's some really hard bits in there. You can take out teeth on it. Yeah, there's some hard bits in my muesli. I bought it from the muesli shop, and which I think was Waitrose. But yesterday I bought some nice tops, actually. Similar to the one the producer's wearing, but it's not copied. Mine are in a vibrant colour. I bought one in sort of a red and one in a yellow, which is quite nice. One of them actually is it's got a zip all the way out there, so I could be naked underneath it. And I could be. But I might wear it tomorrow and demonstrate. Muesli is a cold oatmeal dish based on rolled oats and ingredients such as grains, nuts, seeds, and fresh or dried fruits. It's rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. I had 2 bacon rolls when I got to Twickenham station yesterday. There's 2. I know, it's a slippery slope. They're not bad bacon rolls. They've cut down on the amount of bacon in them. Certainly not as many as there used to be. And in fact, what's today? Wednesday. Oh, tomorrow, the Pret-a-Manger opens in Twickenham. If they don't have bacon rolls, I'm going to kick up such a fuss. I'm going to really go for it in a big way. Yeah. I mean, do they still have bacon rolls on their website saying that they do that for breakfast, or have they taken them off? Because trying to find these things is like looking for the Holy Grail. Yeah, we'll find out after the break. Very exciting. 14 minutes to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Yeah, so I'm definitely going to the Pret tomorrow in Twickenham. If it hasn't got bacon rolls, I'm going to kick up such a stink, because it's on their website. It says they do bacon rolls. Well, I've never found the blooming things. The only place I found them was at the one near the Royal Bank of Scotland in Victoria. And I wish I'd bought loads of them. I don't like it when they do the egg with there. It's one of those, it looks like reconstituted egg. I didn't like that at all. And I had to take the egg out, but then, of course, you get less bacon. I just want a bacon roll. I don't know why it's complicated. You know, I mean, if you can't do it and you're not able to do it, then take it off your website, because it's beginning to wind me up now. Beginning to get quite annoyed about the whole thing, you know, especially if it's on my own doorstep. Very annoying. Paul says, did you see the video of the new Piccadilly line trains? They look very futuristic. Fully walk-through. Oh, we've had walk-through trains at Waterloo Station for ages. Ages. And with air conditioning. Oh, we've had air conditioning for ages. Ages. Years ago, the trains on the Underground, you used to have to open the window. But unfortunately, because they were powered by sort of coal and stuff like that, you used to get all the bits in your face and everything else. It was ghastly. No, we've got the walk-through train, so I can get on at the end of the platform and walk all the way down to the very front, which is good. I always like to be 2 carriages back. You always get the builders all over, the bit of grubby people, and who spend most of the time on their telephones. Where they charge the things up, I've got no idea. Me in the studio, I've discovered there's a cable in here, and so I've just plugged my phone in to charge it up. How cool is that? They've actually got plugs on the trains. Yeah. Well, no, only on the buses have we actually got where you plug the cable in. They've got 3-pin sockets on the trains, and I don't carry a 3-pin plug with me. That would just be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Imagine I'm getting on the train, I've got a 3-pin plug. So the Chancellor's got 50 billion to play with. Me, please, and all the pensioners and all the people who are struggling. We want a bit of money, thank you very much indeed. You know, just to, because when you look at how pitiful the pension is, you know, people are going to be struggling. Simon says, my wife asked me yesterday if I could pick any person to live with for 2 years on a deserted island. And I said, Steve Allen. I'm sleeping on the sofa tonight. Exactly. All of a sudden coming out to the wife as bisexual. Yes. Two years on a deserted island. See, the trouble is, I mean, it's a bit Robinson Crusoe, isn't it? And I wouldn't, because you'd have to live on sort of, they've done these experiments before with another naff lot of people who are desperate to be famous, and of course they've all disappeared. And, you know, if there was coconut trees, that'd be fine, and stuff like that. But I couldn't catch any animals on this island, and I certainly wouldn't be eating fish. So I don't know what I'd be eating, but it certainly wouldn't be anything else. And who would I choose to stay with me? Well, preferably nobody. Or a chef. Phil Vickery. So I could take Phil Vickery with me, and then Phil could do all the cooking. He could probably create something out of leaves and everything else. But I don't, and or sort of he'd be sort of deboning fish and things like that. But I'm not too sure. And we could have coconut milk to drink and things like that. How you'd purify water, I've got no idea. Yeah, so far it's sounding good, isn't it? But you'd be burnt to a crisp, wouldn't you? Absolutely burnt to a crisp if you went onto an island. I used to like years ago. There was a very good book I read. It's a kid's old book called Swiss Family Robinson. And they were on a ship, and then they all lived on this island and everything else. And they made it into a series on the television, but it was dubbed. So the character's mouth was saying one thing, but the English version was fine because they overdubbed it on the top. But you found yourself looking at their mouths and all the rest of it. It was very good, actually. I quite enjoyed Swiss Family Robinson. What was that dreadful book? Lord of the Flies? Which was... No, Lord of the Flies, wasn't it? It was boys on a desert island, and there were fights and murders and all sorts of things. I think William Golding or something. William Golding. I was right, William Golding, thank you. Here all week. And it was the focus on a group of British boys stranded on an uninhabited island and their disastrous attempt to govern themselves. It was the year I was born, 1954. I must get it out on video, actually, because it came out as a book, but there was a video of it, and in the end there was one called Fatty. They all had nicknames. One with his glasses, they got trampled so he couldn't see anything, and they tried to rule themselves, and they had two gangs that formed on this island, and it was an interesting scenario, very interesting. I must get it out, actually. And somebody says, I find it very bizarre. Postman wearing shorts, put on a pair of strides. No, round our way, no chance. No chance. He's not going to be wearing strides at all. Steve, I was out drinking with pals in Holborn the other day. You can always tell somebody's lying, can't you? You haven't got any pals and you weren't in Holborn. You had a T-shirt but regretted it because I was freezing on the way home. Yeah. Well, that's why I've said, when people have said to me, are you going to be planting up anything anytime soon? Absolutely not. Freezing overnight. When I walk out in the morning, I'm glad I've got my coat. Frinton-on-Sea, Steve, says Paul, is not like it was 10 or 20 years ago. It's got very rough. Well, I mean, you're in Brentwood. It didn't get any rougher than Brentwood, does it, for goodness sake? I mean, that really has gone downhill ever since Towie. Josie says you need to buy yourself a man bag for all your bits. I've got a man bag. Which I carry with me all the time. All the time. You know I've got a man bag. Wait a minute. It's that one. What do you think it is? That's a man bag. It's got all my bits. I mean, it's full of things. Thought it was a satchel. Did your mum use tea leaves or tea bags in the flask? I can't remember. I was thinking about that. The moment I saw that come in, I thought, wait a minute, did she use No, we didn't have tea bags, I don't think, when we were sort of off there. So she must have used tea leaves and a strainer, or failing that, she'd already strained it before she put it in there, or failing that, we didn't have tea, we had coffee. In which case, the whole story is completely pointless. I had an Auntie Ivy, says John, who ran pubs. She ran the pub opposite the London Palladium for a while. Oh, right. Don't know. There was a pub opposite the London Palladium. There's a department store there, isn't there? There is... No, not right opposite. There's one a bit further up, isn't there? Yeah, not right opposite. I know the Palladium very well. Chris says, have you heard of Pentanix? They're a vocal harmony group who use their voices to create the sound of instruments and vocals. Oh, they're YouTube stars, but they've also performed on stage and recorded with the likes of Dolly Parton. Oh, God, she'll record with anybody. She didn't care, you know. I love Dolly Parton. Mike on the narrowboat says, remember packets of crisps for 3D with a little blue bag of salt? But the ones I recall were Smith's. Yeah. Just strip the bed and put the whites on a 90-degree wash on the laundry. I do it this time of day as it's a 4-hour wash. 4 hours? Blimey. It's a lovely moon out there. Sounds like the line of a song. And Kim says, have you noticed the beautiful hue to the moon this morning? I wish I could see it. I'm in a studio with no windows. The boy's got one next door. But he actually can't see the moon either. I used to have... Steve, sure it was not Smith's Chris, not Walker's. No, it was Golden Wonder. Golden Wonder. It certainly wouldn't have been Walker's. They came along much later. Pete says, the best thing for me on the bullet trains were the ticket collectors. No doubt they were called something more important. One would come through the compartment in a very smart uniform checking tickets. When he or she got to the end of the apartment, before moving to the end, they would turn, face the compartment and bow. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The girl pushing the refreshment trolley would do the same thing, says Pete in Hong Kong. Yeah, they were very polite. They did that all the time in Japan. They did it in Hong Kong as well. If you were being served, they would bow. We did a restaurant. I used to do restaurants on my programme years and years ago, and we had a Japanese restaurant on, and this little man came in. He used to sell ice cream in New York, and he built up this chain of Japanese restaurants where you paid, the chef would cook in front of you and all the rest of it. And he brought in 2 girls who were waitresses from the restaurant in these beautiful kimonos. I mean, absolutely beautiful. And every time they served us food in the studio, the idea was the restaurant came in and they would cook. They used to bring ovens in, some of them. They would actually cook outside the studio, then bring the food in. And every time they came in, they would bow in due deference to us. But because... That wasn't just for me. I think they did it all the time. But because the owner of the restaurant, he was very famous, very, very famous. And these restaurants are very, very famous. They're called Benihana. And this man, he started it all on selling ice cream in New York. Amazing service in Japan. And they refuse tips. Part of the service. They even say it in Holland somewhere. I can't remember where it is, actually. Where do we go to? Can't remember where the park is. But anyway, Copenhagen, they don't accept tips. It says in the taxis, do not tip the driver. But of course, being British, you kind of do. I don't know why. I don't know why we do, actually. But you're quite right, actually, Pete. It's very nice. Dave in Plymouth says, plugging your phone in means James O'Brien is now stealing your identity. Oh, if only we thought he knew how to do things. He hasn't got the faintest idea how to operate telephones. Seriously, he's got no idea. I've worked with him for years, remember. Worked with him for years. And we worked out, actually, me and Nick Ferrari worked together for over 20 years now. Over 20 years. He used to do mornings and I did lunchtime, and then we swapped round, and then I did mornings and he did lunchtime. And now I'm doing mornings and he's doing mornings. Kind of works, doesn't it? Chris says, do you remember Joanna Lumley did a series called Girl Friday, I think, where she was left to live with very little on a desert island? She mentioned it in her interview with you in Conversation. Probably. She's lovely, actually. I love her. Yeah, she did do it. I've always thought she was great, actually, Jo Lumley. I always thought she was lovely. So she spent 9 days on an uninhabited desert island off the coast of Madagascar with a basic survival kit and a film crew. A bit of amusement, I suppose. I like stuff like that. Rishi could knock 5p off petrol with one hand, but raise your road tax by 120 with the other, says Roger. Oh, listen, my road tax is 600. So, I mean, it's just a fortune. It really is. Dennis in Grantham says, loving the show, especially your taste in food. Did you ever save any recordings of shows you did at United Biscuits and other stations? It would be fascinating. No, there was no recordings. I had adverts. We all had to make an advert each week. It was part of the remit. But they were things to do with the factory. So, because United Biscuits was in the United Biscuits factory at Osterley, you do something like compressed air can kill. It was all these things to remind people of the dangers of working in a very, very busy factory that made the cakes and everything else. And there's probably a few of my adverts floating around somewhere. Somebody's got them. They must all be on reel to reel. Hope to God they never see the light of day.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
So the good news is that just after the mini budget, Rishi's going to be on with Ian Dale, live on LBC. And I'm sure there'll be, I don't know how long he's going to be on for, but I don't know if there's an opportunity. He's going to take calls, is he? Fantastic. Listen, if you're listening, Mr. Sunak, there is an opportunity for you to, ingratiate yourself to us pensioners who give us a bit more money. Thank you very much indeed. He's got £50 billion to spend. Can't be that difficult to find a little bit, can it? So if you wouldn't mind seeing yourself clear to that. Normally I'm a big champion of the pensioners. Now I've become one. I quite like the idea that we could get a bit of money. Lorna says, I asked a postman once why he and some of his colleagues wear shorts. He said it's because when they get wet in the rain, the trousers are too heavy to walk about in. Smiths made Salt and Shake Crisps. I know, I keep explaining, these were Golden Wonder, OK? They weren't Smiths, they were Golden Wonder. My aunt used to work. Yes, I'm well aware of who made them, but these were Golden Wonder crisps. They were in the infancy. And my mum and dad used to have a friend who worked at McVitie's who gave us boxes of biscuits. I used to sell them at my primary school. Well, you couldn't have boxes of biscuits. You could buy them. They had a shop in all the United Biscuits factories. I know because I worked for them for a number of years. And you could go and buy broken biscuits or biscuits that had come off the lines that, were sort of misshapen or things like that. The worst ones were... cheap. Very, very cheap. Because to be honest with you, it's like working on a pick-your-own-fruit farm. And they say, or a chocolate factory. For the first week, you eat as many chocolates as you want, because at the end of it, you'll be sick to death of the blooming things. So they say the same when you go to a pick-your-own farm, it's strawberries or whatever. Eat them as you go. You could eat them as you go, and then after a week, you don't want to eat anymore. You've had enough of eating strawberries. I had my British strawberries yesterday. So much tastier than the... overseas strawberries, which I had the other week from Spain. Very bland, very bland. I don't want to make a big deal about it or in any way be racist towards the Spanish cultivation of strawberries, but to be honest with you, they were crap. Absolute garbage. And the British ones, buy them, leave them a day, and then they'll be absolutely delicious. Absolutely. I don't know why. Some strawberries have got no sweetness to them, and some strawberries are absolutely overburdened with them. But the British ones, I promise you, are better than anything else that comes in. I had some cherries the other day. You can't get them all year round, the British strawberries. There's a season. But luckily, because of the weather we've had, it should be good growing season. So you'll start seeing in the supermarkets a lot of British strawberries. You can't miss them. They've got a little picture of the flag on there, the Union Jack, which is quite nice. Yeah, it gets me going every time I stand there and sing Rule Britannia, which is all very exciting, and then eat the strawberries, which is very nice. So it was definitely Golden Wonder, Chris. Steve, on the subject of your bus journey, my cousin Nick in Esher says he often taps the brakes twice on his bus, twice when he's having a bad day and shouting, "You're all horrible." Actually, I tell you, I was on the bus yesterday. If they push the bell 5 times, that would not be an exaggeration. The bus drivers must sit there. I think what they should do is find out which seat had it and electrify it. And so then they're sitting there, because they've all got their ear pods in, these iPod things. They can't hear anything, but they're obviously blind as a bat as well, because it says on the thing, bus stopping. It's not complicated. You go ting, and then all of a sudden, within 30 seconds, ting again. Then somebody comes down the stairs and then pushes the ting. In the end, I'm thinking, I've had enough of this, I tell you. It must drive the bus drivers absolutely incredibly round the bend. Steve, Benihana, they've got restaurants in London, Kings Road, and one just off Piccadilly. Used to be one in St John's Wood. We used to maintain their buildings. The owner was a chap called Rocky, says Martin. They have chefs in their restaurant, trained Japanese chefs, and you sit round the table, the kind of thing, and he's cooking in the middle. It's like a giant hot plate like you get in the Wimpy Bar, and it's just a bit more expensive. And he will sort of chop up, the steak and all the other bits and pieces. It's fascinating to watch. It's not cheap, but then you always pay for excellence. And we thought he was great, actually. Benihana. Loved it. Shall we have a look at the papers? Oh, Camelot have just been hit with a fine. Apparently, for telling winners, they had losing tickets. I'm convinced that's me. I'm convinced. I had a dream the other night about winning the lottery for the umpteenth time, and so far it's not. Normally, if I have a dream about something, it generally comes true. If I'll be sitting at home thinking, oh, look, so-and-so's not phoned me for ages, blow me down, the phone will ring, there they are. And it's uncanny. It's a bit spooky. But when you look at the Benihana chefs, I mean, they're really... Oh, he dances, this one. Or maybe he doesn't. And it's quite nice, isn't it? They do it. It's all... It's incredible to watch. It is. It's terribly clever, isn't it? But then, you do get chefs. A friend of mine used to work in a Chinese takeaway. And he used to cook in the Chinese takeaway. Oh, the chef there didn't work. But you pay a lot of money for these chefs to cook for you. You'd be looking at £1,000 for the evening, to have your booze and everything else. It's a performance. It's a performance. That's what people are looking for. If you want to go out, you just don't want the food, do you? You want a performance. That's why I go to the restaurants I go to, because, the whole thing's a performance as far as I'm concerned. Let me just move my microphone a little bit, just in case you hear a crack. That'll be me moving the microphone. Mad Vlad, inside Putin's £500 million yacht. Not for long, not for long. And staff working at home love a crafty kip, napping on the job 3 times a week. Well, I don't think that's physically possible. My godson works from home, and you would think that you could sort of just go off and do things, and my brother's wife works from home as well. They know if you're online and you're working, they can see it there. I mean, I have had a couple of days in the office where I thought I could just put my head down, and just have a little sort of nap. And then I thought, knowing my luck, they'll think I've died. Is Steve, is he all right? So, it's interesting. So, on Putin's yacht, he has a pool that becomes a dance floor. Mind you, this is £500 million. Do you know that the place that built it, the size of the building that built Putin's yacht is the size of Buckingham Palace? That's how big it is. It's got 2 helipads. It's got a judo gym, because Putin's a black belt. He wanted pink, but they didn't, so they didn't think that was very appropriate for him. It's the biggest yacht TV ever. It's 4.5 metres. That's a big television. He's got a fish tank with a shark in it, apparently, very appropriate. 6 jet skis, 8 sea bobs and 5 tenders, a swimming pool with inflatable slide and jacuzzi. It's a bit like something at a James Bond, isn't it, really? It is the kind of thing that they would have. Every screw is gold-plated. And you tell me there's no corruption. It's unbelievable. 6 decks, including a movie theatre, and it's got a health, spa and sauna. Marble interiors, gold-plated bathrooms. Can't take it with you, pal. Can't take it with you, but I bet you'll have a blooming world. You'll try and get it. Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny was jailed for 9 years yesterday, found guilty of dubious fraud and contempt charges. Amazing, isn't it? In Russia, fraud charges. I love it. Models and Bridgerton stars dazzle on the red carpet. I don't know what models are doing there. It's nothing to do with models. They just turn up, don't they? Perhaps it's sort of an opportunity, for them to get some publicity. There's one here called Hannah Cross. Cut a chic figure in a white lace dress. Even who are you, dear? You just model clothes for somebody. You don't do anything else. Chicken's up 30% in price. KFC will have to put it up, won't they? I would think so. And this is how Rishi's coffers have been boosted. Because he's got... I mean, they're hoping 5p off a litre of petrol. Corporation tax up 11.8 billion to 58.3 billion. Environmental taxes up 0.2 billion to 2.9 billion. Air passenger duty up 0.3 billion. Income tax is up 43.2 billion. So it goes on. I mean, as usual, it'll be alcohol up, cigarettes up. I think that's going to be up 0.4 billion to 9.4 billion. Fuel duty. So he'll have to stump up £50 billion interest on our £2.2 trillion debt. That's how bad they are at managing money. And they talk about us. Oh, look, here we go. Another 2 pages of rubbish. This is Kate and William swimming with sharks. I know, not on the yacht. No. They were going scuba diving on their Caribbean tour. They uploaded the footage of their underwater adventure, exploring the world's second largest barrier reef in Belize on social media. Because the trouble is, sharks are actually okay. You can pat sharks and stuff like that. But if there's any blood in the water, they turn a bit mad and a bit crazy. But anyway, it's great to see their commitments are going further, said somebody. Well, they're swimming on a reef. quite get it myself, actually. But anyway, Charles and Camilla kick-started their tour of Northern Ireland by hopping on a tricycle. They get them to do anything, don't they? Charles, could you get on a tricycle? Yes, I'll definitely do that. Yes, very nice. Camilla, come on, get on. We'll have a bit of fun. And so they do. So, here we go. Rishi's speech we want to hear. I will cut taxes, red tape, the civil service and bills. Also, end the £4,000 London waiting and season tickets if idle staff don't return to office. Ditch the national insurance rise and collect the £12 billion I need by cutting the bloated £180 billion NHS budget. Is that what it is? £180 billion? It's quite a lot, isn't it, really? Very interesting. A teaching assistant needing crutches has just won £140,000 in compensation the other day. A 5-year-old boy beat her up. They're very aggressive, these 5-year-old boys. You can imagine what the family are like, can't you? And the mini heat wave has seen thousands head for the coast. Temperatures yesterday topping 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Wales will be hotter than Madrid for the next 7 days. And forecasters recommend a visit to the Boozer. I don't know why. Actually, there's somebody who's been turned down for a job. They reckon it's because they're too Welsh. I don't know how you can be too Welsh. I really have got no idea what to... Because one of my friends, Lynn, as you know, she's typically Welsh. She's not... I don't think she could be too... How can you be too Welsh? Like saying, I'm too British, or I'm too Irish, or I'm too Scottish, or I'm too Asian. And it's just you either are or you aren't. Just makes it so much easier, doesn't it? But too Welsh, this person says. Steve, I watched a video, says Anna, of Paul Hollywood eating Japan. Who thought that was a good name? That popped up on my Facebook watch the other day. He paid over £200 for one strawberry. Wow. He did practically expire on the spot with joy, but blood and sand, yes, I know. £200 for a strawberry. Must be a blooming good strawberry. Must be a very nice strawberry indeed. I like things like that. Fancy having a nice strawberry. One of those sort of giant strawberries. Steve, I've seen people put black pepper on strawberries. Is it really a thing? It is. It is, black pepper. And also, what did I dip strawberries in or something? It's like that. No, it wasn't chocolate. No, it was something like balsamic vinegar. Balsamic vinegar. It's as pretentious as avocados on toast. If ever you go into a restaurant and they go, what would you like? And it's got avocado, get up and move somewhere else. Go to McDonald's, go anywhere. Don't avocado on toast, pretentious garbage. Let me tell you, we're having smashed avocados. Yeah, I'll show you smashed. 5:15.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So we should see 20 degrees centigrade plus today, so get your Speedos out, get down the beach, sit in the garden, get your ombre solaire out, and you should be okay. A mum called Laura Jackson used a fake DNA test to try to convince her ex that their daughter was not his. I mean, it's a bit of an odd thing to do, but obviously she's a bit crackpot, isn't she? She emailed, this is Laura Jackson, Michael Brown, the false results when the girl was 9 months, and she wrote, Michael, you have no rights over her. But the dad of 6 of Basingstoke crops up a lot, doesn't it, really? Discovered it was a fake bought online. So he took her to the family court, and an authentic DNA test showed he was the dad of the girl, who is now 3. She admitted intending to pervert the course of public justice and has been sent to prison for a year. That'll teach you. The girl now lives with Mr. Brown, who is remarried. He said the cost was in time, emotion and heartache. These people think they can get away with it. I mean, it's, they get found out very, very quickly. Oh, by the way, the message in the bottle, it was from a 6-year-old. A 6-year-old written 21 years ago. Council worker Crispin Benton. Don't be silly. There's nobody called Crispin who works for the council. Be called Fred or Bob or something like that. He found the corked green glass container whilst out on a walk. It was from a little girl who signed herself Anna. She said she was on holiday in the Bahamas and included her address in Canada and asked anyone who found the message to write back. Despite throwing the bottle into the ocean, she included the words, please don't pollute, thank you. Oh, there it is. Look at that, honestly. How sweet. It's been in there 21 years. She put it in June the 21st, 2001 at 9:24 p.m. Please don't pollute, thank you. Please write to me if you get this message. Her name's Anna. She's 6 years old. And she was at a place called Macandra in the Bahamas. Oh, bless her. She'd be 27 now. God, I wonder what she's doing. But the address, apparently, that they wrote to, it's an industrial estate. So they don't know where she is. But he's hoping social media can alert the girl, now aged around 27. He said, to think somebody wrote that 20-odd years ago. What's she doing now? Best not to know, love. Best not to up something absolutely dreadful. And fines for lighting disposable barbecues on a beach this summer have been branded balmy. A council wants a £100 penalty as a way to cut carbon dioxide levels, but food fans will be able to use standalone barbecues on some beach areas and parks. One day tripper said, as long as they're disposed of safely, what's the difference? Well, you can't, because you've got to wait after you've cooked for it to completely go stone cold. It could take hours. Hours and hours. Some said too many disposable barbecues are left on the beach and blight the city. This is in Brighton. Somebody said it's taking the fun out of Brighton. Have you been to Brighton? What fun? Brighton, full of students, wandering around in a dream. They're all off. They're all out there. Have you had a drink? Yeah. What are you studying? Social media. Yeah. Me too. Yeah, I love it. I love social media. It's great. It's my favourite course. You going to that party next week? Yeah. That's what students are like all the time. You can't have a conversation with students. I know students. I've seen them before. Students. They're most peculiar people. They really are. I mean, some of them just sort of fail deliberately so they can have another year of doing nothing. Have you been to Joe Allen's recently? I was in there the other day. I paid my bill. My name's Joe Allen, Steve. And my ears always prick up when you mention it. I used to live in Exeter when it was in Exeter Street. He says, probably the most boring text of the day. I think of the decade. Don't know about the day. Honestly, if it had to be called Joe Allen, but spelt incorrectly. Joe Allen's is J-O-E. But I went in the other day to pay my bill. I was a very good boy. Steve, is your friend Lynn Bowles? Says Big Andy. I do know Lynn Bowles. We go back many. I know quite a number of people in the business, actually. I mean, they want to be friends with me. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to be friends with these people. Radio anoraks, you know. Hello, Steve. Oh, do you remember what you did? No, of course I don't. I can't remember anything. I'm hopeless. It's so funny. Somebody said something the other day that I did years and years ago. They said, it was 10 years ago, Steve, you took calls on the programme. I thought, my God, what are people doing, writing things down? I can't remember yesterday or a week last Tuesday. There's no point at all. Absolutely not. I mean, I'm really bad, actually. Very bad at remembering all these different things. Apparently, prisoners are wearing their pyjamas all day after putting on too much weight in lockdown. Their clothes no longer fit. And it's all to do with apparently eating porridge. I didn't know porridge was fattening. I thought, well, I don't know. I mean, I've really got no idea. Is porridge fattening? But they said officials should have ensured inmates have immediate access to larger size clothes. You're in prison because you're a crook, okay? You stay there all this. Oh, you're in, so can you get us some new clothes? And so, no, absolutely not. National Lottery Camelot have been hit with a huge fine for telling 20,000 winners they had losing tickets. They've got to stump up 3.15 million over 3 separate errors affecting tens of thousands of lotto players on its mobile app. Oh, right. This is, I mean, how are you supposed to know about this? 64,500 players were able to buy a National Lottery product through the app. However, Gambling Commission Chief Executive Andrew Rhodes says, we have reassured Camelot to have taken steps to make sure their app is fit for purpose. So how do we know? The new one's called Alwyn or Allwyn. That's the new company, but they come in a few years, I think, 2024. So that'll be quite nice, won't it? The job seeker is Eluned Anderson, who was rejected for a job. She was despite being told she'd performed well during the recruitment process. She was told her strong Welsh accent, accompanied by the regional activities, would not suit the office environment. She said, that is the first time I've ever been told I've got a strong Welsh accent, so I suppose that's a win. She comes from Cardiff, posted the rejection on Twitter, but did not reveal the employer or role she'd gone for. Apparently somebody said they thought it was a parliamentary assistant, which of course would be a great story for the newspapers. And she says, I'm bilingual in English and Welsh. I'm skilled at processing information and preparing a variety of material to a high standard. I mean, I've never heard of something. I mean, that's horrible. It sounds definitely like discrimination under the Equality Act. You can't get rid of somebody because of their strong accent. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But, stranger things have happened. The driver hit with the 51 fines in a day for 6,350 quid is a builder called John Barrett. He was told he accrued them over 5 months, but said he has a permit to use a residence-only road. He's a dad of 3 from Chiswick. He said he had to reply to each notice adding, the cost to the taxpayer must have been massive. Hounslow Council said John's car leasing firm gave a wrong address for his permit, so penalties were applied but have now been cancelled. Good old Hounslow Borough Council, honestly. Oh, it makes you wonder, actually. So you're in Chiswick and you're somehow responsible to Hounslow Borough Council. I don't know how that goes at all. Michaela Strachan dances. It's a new all-star musical show. And who else is in this thing? Here we go. Let's find out who the interesting people are. Jacqueline Josser. Oh, Jacqueline Josser. Ex-EastEnders. They're going to be joined by the weatherman, Alex Beresford. He's obviously really desperate to try and move off that weather, isn't he? You can't get used to it. Plus Lisa George and Colin Salmon, who's appeared in 3 James Bond films. Oh? Colin Salmon. But at least they've got some experience of performing in a studio. Less certain of his singing talents is rugby player Danny Kerr. So that's Colin Salmon. He's a British actor, plays an American spy. I mean, he's 6. I've never heard of him. Mind you, I've not seen a Bond film. What Bond films has he been in? Oh, he's been... Oh, the latest one. That's why you won't have seen him, because nobody's watching these films. They run too long. Seriously, I've known people die in the middle of these films. Like that person the other day was calling for the wee break. You know, you need a wee break. We've got another panel show now with Tom Allen again, the most infuriating man on television. I don't think there's anybody more infuriating than Tom Allen. We've seen the act, love. It's not funny. Not funny at all. Wife of rugby ace Ben Foden is talking about today. They always talk about sort of people's lives and things like that. And Jackie Smith Foden, that's sort of, she's not double-barrelled. It's a bit chav, and they try and make it Jackie Smith Foden. So she's kept her own name quite clearly. She's talking about trust, sex, and plans for more children. Too much information. I don't know why people want to tell you about all these things. It just goes on. Forever and a day, and Jackie and Ben say we're very open about our needs. Too much information. We don't want to know about it. We're really not interested. It was bad enough with Denise Van Outen droning on about it in her latest little tome. You know, I'd rather people didn't tell you about their love life or why it's all gone wrong. The reason it goes wrong is because all they do is talk about it. If they talked about it less, then it might be sort of doable. I once bought, Steve... Says that Mike, a jumbo bag of muesli from Costco. One bowl was more than enough, but the rest of it came in handy to repair a pothole in the driveway. Yeah, I mean, I have bought it before. But the best thing I like is bite-sized shredded wheat. I like those. Healthy. I think that's healthy, actually, yes. I mean, I don't think it's got too much sugar in. And it's only the bite-sized ones. I can't do the big ones. I can only do the bites. And I just have milk on there. I haven't had sugar for donkey's years. And so bite-sized shredded wheat. And it's quite nice to watch the little bite-sized shredded wheat soaking up the milk. It's like eating sponge or something like that. It's quite nice. It's difficult to find. There we go. 4 reasons why shredded wheat is so healthy. So healthy. And apparently, compared to most other types of breakfast cereal, shredded wheat contains less than a gram of sugar per cup. So it's good. And it's got fibre in it. So that's good as well. I mean, a cup of frosted shredded wheat contains 5 grams of fibre per cup. Plenty of fibre each day is a healthy way to protect yourself against certain health conditions, like constipation. I'm just riveting, eating it for all the wrong reasons. But it looks nice. It looks really nice. I mean, I've been eating it. It's got vitamins and minerals in it, and it's healthy. I mean, some of the other things, the amount of sugar. I mean, I tell you what I used to adore, Jordan cereal. I mean, that was... No, not that Jordan. God blimey. Jordan cereal. It's a family. And they do their own cereal. Have you ever seen Jordan cereal? Oh, they do it with different fruit in and stuff like that. It's really delicious, but it's full of sugar. It's absolutely mega sugar. And but it's delicious. It's absolutely delicious. Excuse me. Yeah, they do Country Crisp. And you look at the packets. I've noticed, actually... Packets in the supermarket of cereals are getting smaller. They're definitely getting smaller. I mean, you know, at one time they were sort of fairly big, the packets. Now they're not. And they're so expensive. I think I paid £3 for a packet of cereal the other day. But, I mean, as a kid, you like things like Frosties and Cocoa Pops and Rice Krispies. I don't know why they used to go snap, crackle, pop. They never did that at all. It just sounded like, you know, milk which was drenched onto it. So less cereal in the box, smaller snack sizes. Ice cream goes missing in a container. You are not losing your mind. You're actually paying the same price, Steve, or more for everyday items in the fridge because the the sizes have shrunk. The reason, it's a tactic known as shrinkflation. And so, in other words, it's getting less for your money. It's been going on for decades. You know, everything's got smaller. When I was little, bars of chocolate looked fairly big. Now, tiddly-piddly things. And you're still paying an awful lot of money. So, you know, check them. But definitely shredded wheat. That's my favourite at the moment. Quick short break. Let's have the news headlines, shall we, at 5:30 with Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Nice to know that the Ukraine leader, Zelensky, has survived another assassination attempt at the hands of the Russian death squads. It's not going very well at all for old Putin, is it? I mean, he's obviously out of his depth, poor old soul. He's obviously past his sell-by, and if you believe everything that you read in the newspapers, even the Russian hierarchy are thinking he's a bit of a loose cannon. We've got to get rid of him. And so there are stories in the papers today. Now, whether they've been planted there, I have no knowledge of this whatsoever. But it's a case of he's not winning. He's not winning. He's going to end up with a country that is completely decimated. And there's one here, as part of Russia's barbaric destruction continuing. This is an unexploded missile lodged in a kitchen cupboard in Ukraine. Shocking footage shows the huge rocket wedged between a cooker and a wash basin after it smashed through a roof in Kharkiv. And, Vladimir Putin could nuke the entire world from his solid gold toilet seat, but of course he'd be nuking himself at the same time. He's obviously, if he's that stupid, he doesn't really deserve anything else. But what they need to do, somewhere within Russia will be basically discussing how much worse it can get, and how much worse it can get for people living in Russia who are suffering at the moment with no money, empty supermarkets, people pulling out left, right and centre, businesses closing down. I didn't know, Russia's the only place that I've ever heard of where they have Marks and Spencer's as a franchise. I had no idea it's a franchise. I just thought it was all owned by Marks and Spencer's. Speaking Cockney and saying things like, all right, instead of hello, is setting people back in their jobs. Apparently workers with an East End accent, like A-list actor Ray Winston, say they face discrimination in advertising, fashion and media, and they've joined forces with a Cockney community group to fight back against it. Tom Armstrong, a fashion industry professional from Walthamstow, says he's struggled with workplace culture. He said there is an expectation that somebody with a London accent is a bit of a geezer, a bit of a joker. Like, all right, mate, how you doing? All right, up the apples and pears, and so it goes on. He says, I've done a few panel talks before and I'd say hello in the way I would normally say hello. I'm like, all right, how are you doing? Everybody starts laughing. Bit bizarre, isn't it, really? He was speaking at an event hosted by Cockney Cultures, which campaigns to support London's working class communities. I thought we were all working class. I mean, all the people I'm working with are definitely working class. For that reason, they're as common as muck. Seriously, there's nobody with any class round here. Nobody, including the presenter. I thought that we'd done away with this working class, middle class, upper class. We're just all work. I mean, look, put it this way. If you look on upper classes and you look at Harry and you look at, Prince Andrew, they're the worst people you could ever encounter. And they're supposed to be people that we look up to. Just give me the salt of the earth. The producer is now struggling with working class, spelling it, working. He says, I don't think you can be working class if you have a Bentley. Of course you can. Of course you can. It's called social climbing. You want to drag yourself out of the mud and get up there. I mean, to put it this way, where do you find the flashiest cars? Council estates. I'm telling you, all this idea that you can't be working class. I have to be working class. I have to work for a living. I don't have means of. I get the government pension, but for goodness sake, you can hardly live on that. I'd be living on potatoes and leeks and things like that. No, you have to. Everybody's working class unless you have a private income and you don't need to work at all. I need to work. I preferred it better when it was first, second and third on the trains. You know, I used to push people. I say, so you're in the wrong compartment. This is the second-class compartment. You need to be in third class, or as we prefer to call it, cattle. Yeah, we used to have first, second and third. Do you not remember things like that? Well, third was cattle. Cattle class. You sit there. You have to know your place in society. No point in sort of letting people... You know, it's like... I mean, I hate it. Every day... every day over Ascot, all the people down at Waterloo Station are going to Ascot on the trains, and they get on all the trains, and they're drinking, and they're loud, and they're very boorish. And there was a man there last year, his entire face was tattooed. I thought it was David Beckham. And I'm just about to go, Dave, mate, and then I said, no, it wasn't David Beckham. But his whole face was tattooed, but he's wearing a very expensive suit. And they're all clutching bottles of beer and cans of lager and everything else, and they did the same for the Cheltenham Festival. I've never seen such badly dressed people. And they would, I assume, a working class. You know, the working classes now are, you know, you, me, the producers, definitely the producers. You know, most railways abolished second class in the late 19th century, although the Great Western was as late as 1910. But you've still got it. You've still got first and second class because you've got carriages which say first class on there. Because they have to tell you on the train, they go, this train you can sit anywhere you like. But it's got first, it's written on the side of it. So quite clearly, you're very posh. The two remaining classes were then known as first class and third class. We never considered travelling anything other than third class because my parents were always concerned about spending money. British second-class train coach, they're known as a train carriage, 1940s or 50s. Second-class coach, carriage, photographed in York Railway Museum. And in 1956, third class was renamed to second class, and much later in the 1980s, it became standard. So now, you know, we're none the wiser. But definitely, it's this classes. It's like people... I mean, have you noticed, in an aircraft, you can't fly... Or you can fly first class, of course you can. That's where you get on the aeroplane and you turn left. So, and you pull the little curtain aside, as if that's going to make any difference. You know, people go, sorry, turn left. And you go, yeah, no, I generally fly business. Because you're sort of midway. You don't have to sit with the riffraff. And the child who's sitting there throwing peanuts all over the floor and trying to draw with crayons, you know, that's generally the stewardess. And you know, first class is for people who just either want to sleep all the way over the Atlantic, or my friend Graham loves first class. He sort of drinks his way across the oceans of the world and thinks it's fantastic. And if you can afford to pay for it, it's lovely. It's the difference between NHS and private. You know, you can wait. Oh, some people have waited years for operations on the NHS. If you pay for it, you can go private and get it done immediately. Get it done immediately. That's the way it works. If you're lucky enough to be able to afford to go private, it's fantastic. You get great service, great food, you know, attentive, everything. You get exactly the same on the NHS. You get the same operation. The operation is no different. It's just that you're in a ward with 6 people. And I've told you my experience of NHS. I think they're fantastic. I have nothing but nice things to say about the NHS because I was in a lot of trouble, and they sort of helped with sorting me out. And but some of the people were so rude in the hospital to the NHS staff. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it shocked me that people could sort of be so rude to the nurses. And you think, they're doing 10 or 12-hour days, if not more. And there's this idiot who's sort of swearing at them, and really disgusting people. I mean, really, these people, I'd have had them out straight away. There was one person kept discharging himself because he wanted to go for cigarettes. And they kept saying, you know, you're in a hospital bed, you're waiting on an operation, wait for it. He said, if you want to be discharged, he said, let me know and I'll discharge you immediately. He said, but you're not coming back. They seem to think they just sort of wander. I mean, even in A&E, the people who treat the people in there like dirt is really quite horrific. Quite horrific. Shocked me a lot. So tracksuits set to take over the office industry. They say 2 years of operating from home during the pandemic will have an impact on fashion. I do beg your pardon. Tracksuits could never be considered fashion. They're for peasants. OK, peasants. Peasants wear tracksuits unless they're emblazoned with the Olympic logo or something like that, or, you know, something classy. But when you see the people at Waterloo Station, and I see them every day, seriously, people with the tightest tracksuits you've ever seen, you know, really ghastly things. There must be certain people around the world for whom the tracksuit is the modus operandi. It's what they wear all the time. They don't have anything else. Tracksuits, or failing that, camouflage gear. Have you seen that one before? Camouflage gear. It's like there are shops, apparently. I don't know. They blend into the seats. I just see a head and shoes at the bottom, the rest of it. And you get all sorts of people, and they turn up on the trains carrying their workbench and a camouflage outfit, tracksuit bottoms. And you look at them and you think, I really don't think that's right. I mean, God knows I'm not a snob about it, for goodness sake, but I wouldn't want anybody working on my programme in tracksuit bottoms. And the worst thing is you can get matching tops that go with them as well. Top and bottom tracksuits, and they generally wear sort of, I expect people to dress up for this programme. I'm not going to go as far as dinner jackets, but I mean, pretty close. A nice sort of, nice little suit, casual little number, matching. So, because it reflects like myself. I mean, you're lucky you can't see what I'm wearing in the studio today, because you'd be horrified that I can get away with wearing, so yes, there is this threat around here that we might turn the cameras on over my dead body. Absolutely not. But no, I mean, tracksuit bottoms, I think it means you're not really bothered about anything at all. It means that you don't care about your appearance. Whereas I always stand behind them on the escalator and go, like that, just makes them think. They often wonder where it's coming from, and it's me. I'm the one standing behind them. They go, oh, dear. And I sort of mutter it under my breath, but because I've got the mask on, they don't know it's me. I'm always saying that to people. It's like people who sit there on the trains and they basically get out a 3-course meal. And then after they've done that, then they get their makeup bag out. And then they start applying their makeup. I mean, you shouldn't eat hot food on public transport. It's unnecessary. But they do it, and they have no shame. No shame at all. They just blindly go on as if they've not eaten anything in their entire life. I mean, I did see somebody eating toast on a train once. Not me. Peanut butter on toast on a train. Wake up an hour earlier, make it yourself and eat it at home. Really, the standards are slipping. They really are. Mind you, what I like doing is, because there's a lot of people who use the trains out of Waterloo and they've not fathomed out the toilet system. The toilet system is you push the button and the door slides open. You go inside, you push closed, and then you pull the handle up, which locks the door. So many people forget to pull the handle up. I then stand outside and push the button to open the door again, just to frighten them, and then I run. Then I run, pick up my skirts and run up to the other end of the carriage. It's always mostly entertaining. Somebody in there going, whoa, somebody in here. And you go, well, you should learn how to lock the door properly, shouldn't you? But, yay. So I was just waving. I was just waving at a very good friend of mine. And I'll tell you about her in a moment, actually. It's 14 minutes to 6. Let's get the travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And I was just waving at Jenny Faulkner because we were talking about tracksuits. She wears running gear because she runs in. I mean, many of the time I've been sitting on the bus when we both had shows completely opposite each other. And she's on our Smooth radio station. And I'd be sitting on the bus waiting to sort of cross over, sitting there sort of doing nothing, basically just sort of staring into the distance. And she'd be running alongside the bus. She runs home. I've never known anybody so fit. Seriously, it's just, I don't know where she lives. The moon, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, she lives in Devon. Runs home every day down that motorway. You can't, shoop, like that. Rocket Man. Dawn Neesham's column today is talking about much debate about Andrew attending Prince Philip's memorial service next week. But he wouldn't be there if the Queen didn't want him there, even if he's odious. And the bottom line is what a 95-year-old who's given her entire life to this country and is in poor health wants, goes. It's as simple as that. If she didn't want him there, she wouldn't have him there. It's as simple as that. She wants him there. And Dawn's also talking about the American swimmer who's called Leah Thomas, who's become the first transgender athlete to win the National College Swimming 500-yard freestyle event. I mean, so this is somebody who was, I have to try and remember which way round it is. This is somebody who was a man who's transitioned into a woman. And I remember seeing Piers Morgan arguing the case for this and saying, is this not disrespectful to women? Because he's quite clearly looking at a picture of her. She's powerful. I mean, apart from the fact she towers above everybody else, I mean, she's undergone hormone therapy, but it still gives former men an advantage, not to mention the musculoskeletal advantage and effects that male puberty have on development. So she's become a modern-day version, writes Dawn, of the Emperor's New Clothes. We're all pretending there's nothing to see here, nothing wrong. But there is, isn't there? And it's not even the fault of Leah, who was booked onto the podium. It's the fault of society that puts the rights of a tiny vocal minority over the rights of nearly 51% of the population. I mean, she's got every right to transition. Every right. She has every right to swim, but it's not and never will be fair to biological females in any sport to have to compete with a trans woman. And she's muscular. But I don't know what she did before. I don't know whether or not she obviously must have been an athlete before, I'm assuming. And they were discussing it. And in fact, I mean, God knows what the answer is, says Dawn, with regard to trans women who want to compete in sport but can't be cancelling the rights of biological women. Men have been doing it for centuries as it is. You know, I mean, it's a big discussion. There's lots of groups about it. But at the end of the day, she's very powerful compared to the other people. It's different muscular things. It's you know, I mean, would it be the same if Usain Bolt went on sort of, some hormone therapy and then said, I now want to be seen as a woman, but I'm competing, you know, and yet somebody of that talent. I mean, does that make it fair or does that not make it fair? They'll be discussing it till the cows come home. Steve, says John, I went to a special screening of Gone with the Wind. Do you know, I've never seen it. No, it's long. It does go long, doesn't it? Is that the one that he goes, frankly, my dear, I couldn't give a damn? Rhett Butler. That's the only thing I know. He says, I was in a cinema. Halfway through the film was an intermission. Really? They do that for some of these really, really long films. It doesn't... I mean, it runs 3 hours, 44 minutes, so little shade short of 4 hours. It is a bit long, isn't it? I'm not sure whether I should watch it. I think I could lose the will to live. But they auditioned quite a few people, didn't they, before they got round to the people that they actually wanted for it. I still like King of Kings, which is the Bible story. That runs forever and a day. Have you noticed, Steve, bottles of 100% fruit juice have gone from 1 litre to 900 millimetres, says Todd. So deceiving. Oh, everything is shrinking. It's this new clever trick that they do. Wet cat food alone, Steve, says Tina, has gone up twice in the last few weeks. An extra £4 a week on top. That's a lot. Dry food has gone up too, a little bit. All adds up. Have cut back on other things. Yes, I mean... I'm also cutting back on other things because I'm aware of looking at the price of things and think, I'm not paying that. I'm just not going to pay it. I don't care what it is. When I was 16, Steve, says Jeanette, I went for a job as a receptionist telephonist. The old plug boards. 1 ringy-dingy, 2 ringy-dingies. The snooty manager said, your accent's too Cockney. I went on to work for all the top knobs in London, gave it up to run the flower stall in Baker Street for the next 25 years and never looked back. Oh... The flower stall in Baker Street. How lovely. I've always thought that was a good idea. If ever I could put flowers together, Jeanette, that would be me. It's either that or I've always fancied a fish and chip shop. But the trouble is I think I'd be eating most of the chips. I'd be sort of, just have a little chip. Yeah, and I'd smell of fish and chips. But also I'd quite fancy having a sausage in batter every day. That'd keep me fairly happy. All the worst stuff, I'm afraid. Steve, I bet Rishi Sunak wakes up with the heating on full blast. All lights on eating expensive muesli, says Jake. Reading through a budget that decides whether people will heat or eat. The 5p he takes off fuel will be back to full price by the time he finishes speaking. I have no confidence in the guy. Well, he's got 50 billion to play with. That's what he's got. You know, who actually gets it? We're going to find out. Rich says, I turned left on an EasyJet and sat on the pilot's lap. They don't have first class, do they? I don't think. And Lloyd, such a sophisticated name, isn't it? I bet Lloyd doesn't possess a tracksuit. But anybody called Elliot, I mean, that's got tracksuits stamped all over it. He's threatened to come in wearing a tracksuit tomorrow. I've threatened him with the sack. You know, I don't want to be bitter about this. But we've got certain... You never know. The Queen might turn up, you know, and sort of come in, and then we've all got to look very smart. I can always tell if there's somebody very important coming in on breakfast. Everybody's wearing suits. Everybody wears suits. I feel a bit underdressed on odd occasions, but you wait till you see what I'm wearing tomorrow. Pretty cool, actually. It's like the sort of thing that the producer would wear, as I say, in better colours. You know, he doesn't wear bright colours. It's like a hoodie kind of thing. And it was only £25, and it's very nice. I've got one in yellow and one in red. But I only realised when I took them home that the one in yellow has got a zip all the way down the front, so I could basically undo the zip. But I'd have to put a vest on or something. Where do you get a string vest at this time of the morning? Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. Yeah, a bit like Ali G. Steve, I bought a first-class ticket from Sudbury to Brighton, but wasn't told when I bought it. There was no first class from Suffolk to London anymore, but East Anglia trains were still happy to sell and not tell me. I still haven't had my refund. You see, I know somebody who went first class. We went first class when we went on Eurostar. We like Eurostar. We like the girls. We like the girls down there. They always look after us. And Sean says, I saw a lady eat a salad on a train. She made a French dressing from bottles in a bag and shook it, says Sean, before cutting a tomato and dressing the lot. Quite incredible. It's the makeup ones that I can't get used to. I really can't. It's just, you get up so late that you haven't done your makeup and you sit on a train and do it. I mean, just really, it's like, I feel like bringing out a portable shower, taking all my clothes off, and then sort of, drawing a curtain round and having a shower. No, I know, I can't. Or failing that, getting a little camping stove out and cooking sausages on the train. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Or a toaster. Plug it in, because they've all got these 3-pin plugs. People say, what are you doing? I go, I'm doing toast. What, you got a problem with that or something? Honestly. Nothing worse than the train lavatory door opening. I always try to take a comfort break before getting on board. Yes, I have used it. Some of the toilets, have you seen how tiny they are? Not the one with the big revolving door. There's another little one. Well, by the time you've got a bag and your coat, then you're going to take your coat off, and then you're going to put the bag on the floor, then you trip over it, and then your head falls into the toilet. You inadvertently push the button, and the next thing, you've washed your hair. Because it goes, and it goes, and sort of sucks everything away. Ghastly, it really is. Steve, so wearing a tracksuit for work is going to be fashion in the workplace. Well, not my words. Is this the same fad as the dreaded shell suit? Oh, shell suits. No, no, the worst ones, the onesies. Do you remember people wearing onesie? There was some poor bloke in Kingston where they sort of semi-became fashion. Elton John used to wear a shell suit, but that's because he was overweight and he needed something with an elasticated waist. But these onesies, this bloke was wearing it, and I looked at him and I thought, do you realise how bad you look? You don't see them anymore now. It's just children. Or people who want to go to bed early. I'm wearing a new tracksuit for an interview shortly. He said, I'll let you know if I get the job. Predict no on that one. Predict no. It's never acceptable, is it? It's just never acceptable to wear a tracksuit for anything. For anything at all. Put a pair of, smart trousers on or something. It's like people. I remember going to Fortnum & Mason some years ago, and I went downstairs. We were buying, what's the matter? Honestly, you're such snobs, aren't you? Fortnum & Mason. It's just a department store, OK? They sell everything that everybody else says. You can go to like Harrods Food Hall. But we were buying lollipops with scorpions in and things like that. And I happened to wander near the wine department. But if I was going to buy wine, I'd go to Berry Brothers and Rudd. And because they're very nice. And they've got cellars that go all the way under St James's Palace. And the blokes in there were 2 young blokes in the wine department. I remember looking at their shoes. Filthy dirty. Filthy dirty. When I worked in a department store, the manager would not inspect us every morning, but if your shoes were dirty, you went and cleaned them. You don't go in there with dirty shoes. That's just slovenly, isn't it? But I've noticed that a lot of people, nowadays don't seem to dress up. School children especially. School children's uniforms, what do? Sleep in them or something? They're all crumpled and, dirty and little short ties on, and the girls' skirts are even shorter, and the shirt untucked in. I wear it untucked in because I'm a fashionista. And I'm OK with things. They're obviously they're trying to copy, but it doesn't work. You can either carry it off or you can't carry it off. And I shall be standing outside Twickenham Station later with my bag in one hand, eating a bacon roll. It's as simple as that. Why? Because I'm in touch with my common side. That's OK to eat things, but not on the train, for goodness sake. Let's take a short break for the news. Apparently a Party-Time city broker who missed 55 days' work in a year has lost a case for race discrimination. They're obsessed with parties now. Have you noticed? Everybody obsessed with parties. I've not been to a party. I don't think I've been to a party recently. I haven't. Oh, yes, I went to Moyles' his birthday party. But that's not really a party. That's just like a social gathering. Very classy, very classy. We'll take a short break. Back with you in 3.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Wednesday. It's the 23rd of March. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So don't forget, Rishi Sunak. You'll hear the speech on LBC, and then the man will be live with Ian Dale taking your phone calls, because we're either going to be very happy or we're going to be very miserable. This is the first Chancellor to ever do a phone-in. So from 7, Rishi Sunak on air with LBC's Ian Dale taking your calls. This is the spring statement. So the moment he's finished it, he'll be with us. Can't wait. I hope it's going to be good news. I hope it's going to be good. We're all hoping for good news, aren't we? We're hoping for a cut in petrol. I mean, to be honest with you, the petrol prices have just gone ridiculous. Seriously, I mean, I put 80 quid in the other day, and I'm trying to. I remember when we actually had. When did we have a petrol shortage? I think Chris and Sharon had their wedding, and I had a tank of petrol, but none of the garages had any petrol. I mean, at least at the moment, there's no shortage of petrol. It's so blooming expensive. But even when it comes down in price, the barrel of crude, they still keep the prices artificially high, which is not very good. Keith Duffy. Keith, former Boyzone singer and Corrie actor, has hit out, about time actually, I've been doing this for years, at reality TV stars becoming famous overnight rather than grafting to earn their celebrity status. The former Boyzone singer and Corrie actor said stars of shows such as Love Island and Ex on the Beach are setting themselves up to suffer from mental health issues. Which is, I mean, to be honest with you, we've seen more disasters. He reckons taking the easy route to fame gives them no defence against trolls. Speaking on a podcast, he said, to become famous for being famous for me is terrible. You can't get there just by one leap. You've got no defence and you've got no depth of character. If you want to be famous, go to college, go to art school, busk on the side of the road. Because basically, you're taking people who are too dim to do anything. They can't do jobs. They wouldn't be able to actually manage anything. And it's so short-lived. But they don't realise it's so short-lived. And all they do is they have to tell you, yeah, because I earn £1 million by getting my boobs out, on sort of some of these websites. And that's what they were saying about Lottie Moss. She was dropped by her modelling agency, which is a big modelling agency called Storm, I think. And because she'd started doing this sort of taking your clothes off modelling. Very tacky. Very tacky. It's like, at the moment you've got Kerry Katona who does it and apparently claims to make so much money. As I say, it is very short-lived, very short-sighted. And still, she doesn't even own a house. You'd have thought the moment she started pronouncing, I've made £1 million, she'd have bought a house, but sadly not. Sent the kids to private school and bought a Lamborghini. So expect another disaster around the corner. A bowl of genetically modified lettuce could stop astronauts' bones from turning to dust. I didn't know they did turn to dust. No idea. It means that NASA's planned 3-year space missions in Mars could be at risk. But they think that lettuces could be grown in space from a few thousand seeds in a file about the size of your thumb, because astronauts lose on average 1% of their bone mass for every month in space. Have we still got people in space? Are we still doing it? What do they do up there? What is the point? Well, I don't know, a month. I mean, I've seen people doing it on the television in Thunderbirds, because they have a space station up there. But is there actually a space station that we've still got up there, or somebody's got up there? Are the Russians up there? Are the Americans up there? I thought by now they'd have built sort of a housing estate on the moon or something like that, just to make life marginally more entertaining for us. Catherine says, Steve, you could change into a KFC onesie when you get to work. You'd feel very cosy and comfy. The trouble is you might fall asleep. Actually, I'm very good at falling asleep, but I'm very good at staying awake a little bit later at the moment. I didn't go to bed till 5 o'clock yesterday. Look at me, honestly, being all grown up about it. 5 o'clock, honestly. It got to there, and I thought, I need to go to bed now. So I slept all the way through. I've discovered if I go to bed too early, I've obviously got a set amount of sleep that my body needs, because my body's a temple. And I can sleep through to about 11. That's generally my cut-off point. So if I go to bed at 5... I then count on my fingers, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 6 hours sleep. That's quite enough. And because I like a period of time to wake up. I don't wake up groggy or sort of being a bit tired or anything like that. I bounce out of bed. I do literally bounce out of bed and get myself ready. I do doze in the daytime, but only... Yesterday I didn't because I had loads of things to do. And today I probably won't either. But sometimes when I get in, I might... It depends... what I'm doing, but I might doze for half an hour. I like to go to sleep till about 9 o'clock. Oh, the watch is going to be back. The watch is back. They phoned me yesterday. Yes, my watch. And it's being sent back on Friday to the jewellers in Richmond, Courlanders. And so it should be ready Monday. Because they don't need to send it to me. I should go and collect it. Don't want to risk it going anywhere. Don't want to risk it going astray. Another 2 months, thank you very much indeed. So hopefully I should be getting that on Monday, which would be quite nice. Can't wait. I wonder if it's been cleaned up. It's going to cost about £200, this thing. Well, I mean, you tend to forget on watches, you don't clean the straps, do you? People don't, and, because you sweat, well, it sounds dreadful, doesn't it? Because you sweat on your wrist, and it just gets a little bit grubby. But I always wanted a pocket watch. I always thought a pocket watch would look a bit middle class, and I could then go shopping, and look at it and go, oh, the train's late, or something like that. The amount of people I see at bus stops now, because, sometimes the little ticker board, I don't know if you've got them in your part of the country, the ticker board which says the list of all the buses coming in, which is quite nice. And some people have got an app, because each bus stop's got a number on it in London. You've probably got the same where you are, and it'll tell you when the next bus is arriving. Because I have to get out of this building in a certain amount of time to catch it. Otherwise, I've got to wait another 10 minutes for a bus. And I'm worried they might sell out of the bacon rolls. I don't want to miss out on these kind of things. Mind you, after Rishi this evening on LBC with Ian Dale, we might not be able to afford bacon rolls. I'll have to stay up for that one, yeah. What I'll do, no, I won't. I won't stay up for it, but I will catch up. That'll be the first thing I turn on the television tomorrow morning to find out exactly where it is, but I'll be hearing it on the news. I've got a rare British sports car for you. A friend of mine collects rare cars, but this one, it's a jumble of rusting parts. It's a 1963 AC Ace Roadster. It's about 70% complete after it was dismantled 43 years ago. It has just sold for £202,000. 202,000 to an unnamed seller. They knew it was rare, but the sale price was a big surprise. They were hoping it would make 50 grand. 202,000. It only goes to prove. Have you seen that Bangers and Cash programme on the television? That's very interesting. I love that. That's sort of a lot of. It's always on. It's a constant repeat, and it's like Celebrity Tipping Point. That's getting on my nerves. And I don't mind Ben Shepherd, but it's just these. They keep showing the same naff celebrity versions, which I've had enough of. I don't want to see any more of it, thank you very much. Find me some proper celebrities, not these other people. Apparently, have you heard of MDMA? You know what MDMA is? It's, you know what it is, right? But it's a dance drug, apparently. Well, as I don't dance, no point in this kind of thing. But it could be used to treat soldiers and sex assault victims suffering trauma. Apparently, MDMA used in the pills may help witnesses shocked by disasters, serious accidents and physical or sexual assaults overcome flashbacks. This is what the scientists have said. So they're sort of looking at it. It's apparently a Class A dance drug blamed for the deaths of hundreds of people, mainly from seizures and high blood pressure. King's College London is carrying out the British trials. Professor Jennifer Mitchell of the University of California says it causes the release of oxytocin in the brain, which creates feelings of trust and closeness that can really help in a therapeutic setting. But bizarre things, honestly. I mean, there's so many. I'm so glad I'm the age I am. But drugs kind of bypass me completely. I got a bit confused when people started to talk about ketamine. I thought it was something you added to a salad or something like that. And they had all these sort of things. I mean, in my day, you either sort of did weed, apparently, which I thought was an Andy Pandy programme. But anyway, it turns out to be something completely different. And people would smoke it. We used to have a girl at LBC, and people thought she was smoking weed. And it turns out she was into herbal cigarettes. And they apparently they smelled very similar. I didn't like the smell. It just smelled of old socks. I didn't like that at all, actually. I don't know why people got into it. It was very big. In America, it's dying out, strangely enough. There were lots of areas of America where you could go and legally buy marijuana, and you could sort of do a sploff or something. Anyway, you would sort of do this thing, and now people have got a bit bored with it. It's a bit dull, because it generally is the same with most of these things. You start with something, and then it leads on to something else when it fails to give you the effect which you were looking for. It's like alcohol, isn't it, really? You start off with sort of maybe a Bacardi and Coke, and before you know where you are, you're on sort of half a bottle of vodka. Because vodka's so easily drunk. So more people who drink vodka or whiskey, which I've never quite got into at all. I tried whiskey years ago. It used to be whiskey and Canada Dry, which I thought was a very middle-class drink. And then I went on to, I don't really have a spirit. I mean, I did go through a phase of vodka, but it had to be Grey Goose. Don't ask me. It was so expensive. Well, not as expensive as some vodkas could be. I think if you go to Selfridges here in London, they've got a vodka department. I've never seen vodkas like it. They've got hundreds of different vodkas. And then my hairdresser, Kasia, she would bring me Polish vodka, which used to have bits of grass in it or something like that. And, I don't know, perhaps it added to it or something. I don't know. But vodka's vodka. But it's just very drinkable. So I weaned myself off that and managed to get myself hooked onto Prosecco, which is very nice. Sugar-free. What should we do? Let's find the news headlines, shall we? 6:15, just about. Here are the headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 6:20 is the time. So don't forget, a little bit later on Lbc, Rishi Sunak taking your calls from 7 with Ian Dale. Bit of a coup on that one. Can't wait I just hope we're all going to be in a good mood by tomorrow morning. I don't want to wake up in a bad mood, having discovered what he's offering. Because what we really want is we want a big reduction in petrol. I don't know why they've gone 5p. Why not 10p? It's ridiculous. The prices, for an awful lot of people, and we suffer as a result. So he's got 50 billion to play with. Let's hope he uses it very wisely. There's a man in the paper today. He used to spend £30 a day on junk food. £840 a month he was spending. And he ballooned up to 21 stone. His name's George, and he's from Basildon. He said, I'm always on the road. He said, so consequently, the food that he's having is all the bad stuff. He said, I'd have a takeaway at night, which would be often 2 meals from McDonald's, followed by a big sharer bag of crisps. What's a sharer bag? Oh, bet you share the bag of crisps, the big ones. Oh, right, supposed to share. And chocolate. He said, I was easily spending £30 a day on food and eating 6,000 calories. At his heaviest, he weighed 21 stone, 7 pounds, which is quite big. And he said he was too embarrassed to be seen in public with his daughters, Doll Rose, 8, and Pearl Ivy, and 3-year-old son, Georgie Charles. Sorry, I always laugh at people who name their children all these different things. But anyway, he says, I realised I wasn't being the best dad, so I promised to get myself into shape. And so he's ditched more than a lot. He's now 13 stone. So he's still got the same beard and the same naff tattoos, but apart from that, he's lost 13 stone, because if you are big, very big, and then you have to lose weight, it's no good just losing it, because you'll just have lots of flab. So you have to work out to tighten it all up again. But, imagine being addicted. He said, amazing, I was going to burger vans, he said, and just eating all this convenient food, because it is the easiest thing to do. If you had to cook food every day and we didn't have any fast food places, we'd all be slim. Everybody would be slim, but it's only because they make it easy for you. You phone up the Chinese takeaway, or you phone up one of the delivery companies and say, I'll have a party barrel of this and that. And they think, oh, while we're at it, we'll have something else in it. And before you know where you are, you've eaten all the wrong stuff. You can't help it. It's confession time for who? From you? For me? Certainly not. Absolutely. My body is a temple. Just that nobody's worshipped at it for a long, long time. But it doesn't matter. I think you're as healthy as you are. If I walked as many miles as my postman did every day, I'd probably be a skinny little thing. Because now Arj, the one who's desperate for publicity all the time, and he's lost this weight, but he hasn't actually had to do anything to lose it. He had a gastric band fitted at a cost of £10,000. Whether he paid for it is another matter. But now people are saying he's too thin. So he's dragged that tedious story out again. What is the matter with these people? You just begin to wonder whether or not they can't exist. If all of a sudden the newspapers turned away from people. I can remember ages and ages ago, Bros had said something about the press, and they were eating in a restaurant in London, over the road from the Ritz, Langham's, I think. And when they came outside, they were expecting the press to take their pictures. The photographers turned their back on them. And the boys didn't like it. Matt, in particular, started going, oh, sorry, guys, sorry, and all the rest of it, take our pictures and all the rest of it. Because they became addicted to the publicity. You get lots of people, somebody who's been on, Love Island, the most dreary programme on the television, full of the most ghastly people you've ever seen in your entire life. If they moved in next door to you, you'd have to move. Your house would be devalued. and they sort of crave to go on it. And they seem to give up normal day jobs to go on to Love Island because it's this ridiculous fame and fortune thing. You know, get a job on the radio. There's no fame and fortune. It's total anonymity. It's brilliant. Mike says, I wear a tracksuit to work every day. There's a reason. He says, I'm a personal trainer. I see no reason why you shouldn't wear a suit. I don't think you should have to wear, you know, track because you're a personal trainer. I mean, what is it about this? Because we have we have a gymnasium in Twickenham. In fact, we have a few, actually. We've got about 3, including Pure Gym and things like this. And you can all spot the people going there because they're wearing leggings and then shorts over the top of them. Peculiar fashion. And they're always carrying water bottle. Got a water bottle. OK, so they take the water bottle in, and some of them have sort of got running shoes on. There's a bloke who runs for the train in Twickenham every morning, literally knocking people out of the way. Get out of the way as he's running, because people who run, you know, to keep themselves fit can't stop. So when they get to traffic lights, they have to running like this while they're waiting at the traffic lights, and then they run across it. They couldn't care less who they knock over. Old ladies, people in wheelchairs, they're cast to one side, and it becomes an addiction. Well, thank God I've never had the addiction. You know, I'm quite happy with the way I look. Might not be to everybody's taste, but it seems to work for me. It's only the voice people worry about on the radio. They're not worried about what you look. I mean, you will find lots of people in this building not at all attractive. Seriously, there's loads of people. There's nobody's good looking in radio. I remember, no names, no Pactra. I remember Gary Bushell said to me once, well, he didn't say to me, he wrote it, he's got, he said, Steve Allen, great face for radio. Which I thought was typical, you know, Gary Bushell, great body for a newspaper columnist, you know. Which is about as good as it got, actually. And Oliver Rock. You know who Oliver Rock is? You probably don't. He's an Insulate Britain protester, and he had to go into prison, and he said it was horrid. But he's decided that he's going to be committed to civil disobedience. He's not remotely bothered about going to prison. He's a bit of an idiot. It's not his fault. And he said he had to go 3 days without a toothbrush and 10 days with no towel in a cramped cell. So he's only served half his sentence. He was jailed for blocking the M25. And so, of course, people on Twitter have said, why didn't you, glue yourself to the cell? Then you could stay there forever and a day. He says the staff are very overworked. It's underfunded. And he says, I feel that it's inevitable. I will be going back to prison again. I mean, you do get some people who are permanently thick, and obviously, if he thinks that that's what it is, then it's fine. He was originally jailed for blocking the M25. We don't seem to have had that for a while, do we? Perhaps they've given up. Perhaps a bit too cold for the little loves. Perhaps they need to put their little onesies on. And mummies everywhere have confessed to sins carried out on their children. How many times I've heard of this before. In fact, I know of cases where parents who've got a bit short have raided the kids' piggy banks, and they've taken money out of the kids' piggy banks and just put an IOU note in there. Because kiddies like to save a little bit of money. It's only little. Apparently, they also take sweets. They definitely take sweets. But the number one fib is pretending to watch telly with their child while secretly being on social media instead. 54% of mums have admitted to being on social media. I mean, we're all addicted to it, aren't we? You can't help it. It's sometimes somebody will say something to me and I think, I must check that out. So I go to Google, put it in on search engine and find out about it. The producer does it all the time. All the time. I'll mention something and immediately, when we talk about that girl, 6 years old, who put the message in the bottle, police, and then he'll sort of get me up a copy of it, because that's what the internet's for. Years ago, we didn't have the internet. We didn't have this wealth of knowledge. You can see everything. You can read everything. You can read people's Twitter accounts. I got written to the other day by O2. They wrote to my email address saying, you wouldn't believe this, sorry, we don't appear to have your email address on file. And I thought, are they particularly thick over there at O2? And the answer is yes, because it's like the Freedom Pass. Yes, we don't believe you live where you say you live. So we're going to stop your Freedom Pass. By God, they're going to be in for a bit of trouble, I tell you. Oh, and we haven't done this thing for Charlie Girling. Charlie, we're going to do it tomorrow. I do beg your pardon. Can we do it tomorrow? We keep forgetting this. We're going to do it I'll do it upstairs tomorrow. Yeah, the producer will set a reminder. I'm so sorry. She said, also, isn't Prosecco worse for you than vodka? Much more sugary. Sugar-free Prosecco. They make a sugar-free Prosecco. That kind of justifies it. Because you're right, Prosecco is absolutely full of sugar. Like everything is. I don't think vodka's full of sugar, though, is it? Not sure, actually. It tastes exactly the same to me. I mean, anything that's got fizzy in it, I could drink Lucozade. It wouldn't make any difference. If somebody said to me, this is sort of an alcoholic Lucozade. Talking of third class, Steve, the cheapest airline where they have a joke metal frame to try squeezing your hand luggage through the amusement of the staff at the check-in. I've seen that. Have you seen that where they put it? People are wedging it in. Did you see that woman? She was on one of the EasyJet programmes, and she was French. So, of course, getting angry with a French accent sounds even funnier than you can imagine. And what did she smuggle in? Her cat. She brought a cat in and then started complaining to them because they went, you can't bring a cat on a flight. But it's my cat. I don't know why. And she was going off on one and standing in the car. It was a nightmare. But anyway, then when you get on board, Steve, there's a spare seat to spread out a bit. The pilot sits down. I haven't been on these budget airlines. Oh, I tell a lie. We did go on a budget airline once. We went to see Father Christmas in Iceland. No, Father Christmas wasn't on there, but all the trolley dollies dressed up as ghosts and things like that, and to amuse the children. I thought it was dreadful, but they dressed up. Steve, I'd rather have a good egg in a tracksuit than a bad egg in a suit, says Kim, to be honest with you. Well, I take your point on board. 6:30. Let's get the latest headlines on LBC with Simon Conway.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. So the cooked breakfast is on the way out. Because it's an old story, this one, I'm totally convinced, because they were saying, the full English with the fry-up and the fried bread and all that kind of stuff, it's so bad for you. And old favourites like black pudding, I don't know, seriously, every time I say it, my heart drops, I'm afraid, have made way for smashed avocado and sourdough. Streaky bacon has been replaced with lower-fat back bacon, and the whole milk in a mug of builder's tea is being ousted by semi-skimmed or plant-based substitutes. That's according to a survey marking Breakfast Week. 1 in 5 people have never tried fried bread. I'm not surprised, actually. The clue is in the title, fried bread. And also, a third shun tinned tomatoes and half want kippers banned. They did that on was it a Come Dine With Me or something like that? And they were talking. They said, listen, we have got kippers if you want them. And somebody, I'll have kippers, thank you. I can't think of anything worse. But, that's just me. I don't think I've ever had kippers. I don't think I've ever eaten. The average Brit tucks into 3 full cooked breakfasts a month, and 4 in 10 say avocado is a must-have. A modern version of the full English should include grilled cherry tomatoes, veggie bangers, hash browns, less fatty back bacon instead of streaky bacon, and smashed avocado. Sounds ghastly, doesn't it? It sounds like the most pretentious breakfast you've ever encountered in your life. Controversially, ketchup is king for 58% of people, and 39% prefer brown sauce. I can't really tell on bread, actually. Sourdough, I think, is actually nice, but it's a bit more expensive, isn't it? Well, I believe it's a bit more expensive than the other bread, because most of the bread that you're buying in the supermarkets is basically cheap. That's why the loaf of... I don't even know what a loaf of bread costs nowadays. They do that occasionally where they'll say to somebody on a television programme, so, on Have I Got News For You, so, Ian Hislop, how much is a loaf of bread? And he'll go, I don't know, 89 pence? Because nobody's got any idea. I've got no idea at all. I can just tell you a bacon roll in Marks and Spencer's is £3. That's all I can tell you. Peter says, Steve, wouldn't it be brilliant if the government could set a maximum price for fuel and let the garages compete by saying who can sell it the cheapest? That's competition. Yeah, it would be lovely, wouldn't it? But they're sort of there to sort of make as much. A loaf of sliced white bread by Hovis is £1.10. It's not very good for you, though, is it, bread? It's really not very good. I think sourdough is supposed to be better. Is it? Oh, I don't know. I always thought the more you paid for a loaf of bread, the better it would be. That's the way I work. That's why I don't buy expensive bread very often. Dale says, my wife is Polish, and I know the vodka you were talking about has a blade of grass in it, and the vodka's slightly tinted yellow and has a bison on the label. You're absolutely right. It's exactly that. I think it's called bison. Vodka. I don't know why. Steve, this one says, have you seen people in pyjamas in the supermarket when you do your shopping? I live in Twickenham. Of course I haven't. Makes me sick when I see people in pyjamas where I do my shopping. No manners, no sense of behaviour, no sense of shame. What people... I've heard of mothers taking their kids to school in their pyjamas, and you just think they're a bit slovenly. I'm sorry, I do. Bill says, would you pay a hanging basket tax? No, I don't think I would, actually. I don't think I would. I don't know. I'm having less hanging baskets this year. I can only have 2. Because we've had all the baffle boarding done and it's new PVC to last longer, and you can't really screw a hanging basket into it, which weighs a ton. Talking about first and second class, says tanker driver Phil, I always used to travel first class when I used TransPennine to visit my parents on Merseyside. I remember one day being horrified when somebody who was standing up in second class eating a banana came and put his second class banana skin in my first class bin. An absolute nerve. I don't expect second class plans to use my first class facilities. It's a bit of a treat, isn't it, to go first class? But I spoke to somebody a short while ago and they were talking about that. And I said, did you actually have first class all to yourself? And they said yes. And then somebody came and sat in there, and the stewardesses were in straight away saying, I'm sorry, this is not for you, especially on the train. Early warning, says Howard, the clocks go forward this Sunday. God, do they really? Something else to worry about. Yes, that's sort of changed everything, hasn't it? I've just started bleeding on my arm. Don't ask me why. I don't know why. I'm having to cut newspapers up to put on there. Mainly because I don't have a plaster with me. Yeah, I don't know if it's a paper cut. I've got no idea. I just know it started bleeding a moment ago. I'm falling apart. Seriously, that's ridiculous. I wonder if they'll introduce a new tax on plasters. Have you got a plaster? Have you? Oh, I'll have a plaster. Where have you got a plaster? You got a plaster? Oh, you've actually got a plaster with you. Good Lord above, honestly. There you go. The producer who's got everything, including including a plaster. Prince Charles and Camilla welcomed by school children waving Union flags yesterday. This is in Northern Ireland. Prince of Wales and Duchess of Cornwall, the first royals to visit the town, went on a walkabout to meet well-wishers and traders. Oh, taking it back. Wrong size plaster. OK. And they also dropped into Superstars Cafe, which offers training and employment for young people with learning difficulties. So that's the first time they've ever been there. It's an odd one, isn't it, really? This is Cookstown, County Tyrone. So at least they're doing... I mean, you know, they were persuaded to get onto a scooter and something like that for a photo opportunity. Obviously, the Royals proving that they can do things. And Amanda Holden wants to be the next Bradley Walsh and do several projects, thank you, at once. Fancy carrying a plaster. Isn't that the oddest thing ever? I've normally got them at home. I've normally got loads and loads of plasters. I don't know why. I just always think, just in case you cut yourself, you know, have a plaster handy. So there we go. Look at that. I've got cuts all over the place. I think it's paper cuts or something. So I'm falling apart. So I've now got a plaster on my wrist, but luckily the producer had them because we have a medicine chest upstairs, and the only thing it's got is plasters. Oh, and safety pins. How many people do you know need a safety pin when you're doing? I don't know. Very odd. Very, very strange. So Amanda's going to give Brad a run for his money, which is good. And the P&O Cruise, 144 round trips before time off. Basically, the company that owns P&O have said, we're not breaking any laws, we can pay people what they want. It's this flag of convenience, which you're probably aware of. So it's there that the problem lies. They can pay people what they want. If they can get people for under £2 an hour, they will get people for under £2 an hour. And there's not a lot that the government can do here because it's organised abroad. We can't involve ourselves in that. So, clocks forward this Sunday. How many clocks do you have to do? Angela says, let me get this straight. The Freedom Pass people are writing to you at your home address saying they don't believe where you live. Yes, that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. And I've said, but you're writing to me at home because they think I'm using it fraudulently. I mean, I'm a pensioner. Of course I'm not using it fraudulently. I'm entitled to it, but it's ridiculous. I mean, seriously. And I've sent them photo of my passport, photo of my driving licence. No, Oh, they want TV licence and a utility bill or something else, which I don't have because they go to the accountant. We don't have these. You know, it's all... And so it's ridiculous. You think, so even my passport can't convince the people at the Freedom Pass that that's who I am. Amazing, isn't it? Oh, fried bread, Steve, especially when it's soaked up with a bit of egg yolk and bacon juice, says Jay. Yeah, I do get a bit ill, actually. Eddie says fried kippers for breakfast are delicious. With a poached egg, you really need to get them as fresh as possible. They just don't appeal to me at all. Talking of taking money off petrol, would you think motorway service stations would be brought in line to forecourt prices, says Paul? I've got no idea why. Motorway service stations are ridiculously expensive. They're not offering any service. No service whatsoever. And Jean says, I went past a garage in the morning. Diesel was 181.9. On the way back in the afternoon, 183.9. Next morning, 184.9. It's all over the place. Why can't it be the same? It's like bureau de changes. You can, in this country, they're all different because they're all independently owned. And so the exchange rates they're offering are all different. Go to Vienna, they set the rate in the morning. That goes for the whole country. The whole country. Tom in Old Warden says black pudding is a superfood, rich in iron and protein, and sourdough is so tough it makes your jaws ache. I can't eat black pudding. It just doesn't really interest me. Dave says 3 fried breakfasts a month. They obviously don't live in Barnsley. We have one every day with fried bread. I had one with chips a short while ago, which was very exciting. Never had chips for breakfast in the morning. Niall says, well done, your producer, for saving your life. I know, absolutely, over and above. So the new protests as the royals arrive in Jamaica, and the Caribbean will shed no tears for the crown. So this is the first royal tour after 2 years of a global pandemic. And so William and Kate have now jetted into 2 countries amid protests against their presence in the Caribbean. And I think after this, in Jamaica, protests fueled by calls for reparations from Britain and the Queen over the slave trade. So, in fact, when they leave the country, the Queen will then be ousted. So they don't want them anymore. Why they're there, I've got no idea. 6:45 is the time. Let's get the latest news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 6:50 is the time. Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. Daily Express say they're obsessed with Kate and Will's diving with sharks. But these sharks don't bite, apparently. Yeah, right. Of course they don't. Rishi, I'll ease the economic pain because there's a family on the front of the Mirror today. And this is a mum with 4 children. And she's got 2 jobs. And she says, please help us with fuel and bills and don't put up national insurance. Well, that's what we're hoping for. Whether it actually gets to that situation, I've got no idea. I mean, the kids all look really nice and everything else, but she's struggling, like lots and lots of people are struggling. So he's checking his speech. It will have been written. And they say he will pledge to secure the future of millions of Brits who are facing financial hardship in uncertain times. It's the amount of bills. Isn't it, really? It's a case of, and I thought it was a joke line earlier on, heat or eat. The amount of people who can't afford to put their heating on because they don't have the money for it. So the energy firms are doubling household direct debit payments, way above the 54% increase in the price cap. And Martin Lewis, who's the expert, demanded a crackdown over disproportionate demands, even for those in credit. I mean, at the moment, I'm trying to get my water bill reduced. And dealing with Thames Water, we're not having much luck at the moment. You know, they're sort of saying, oh, well, you know, you could have a water meter fitted, which, of course, you can't. I can't have a water meter fitted. It's not physically possible. And my water bill for the year, I think, is about £570. It should be about £200. Not like I'm keeping any of the water. I'm merely borrowing it. And what else has gone up? You know, the price crisis hasn't even started yet. Apples... 199, 189, gone up to 241 a kilo. This is just the basics. Coffee, 277 per 100 grams, 306 per 100 grams. Grapes, you know, up. I'm not surprised people are starting to use, you know, the local shops, because you find sometimes in the supermarkets it's a bit more expensive. They've got lamb chops up 9%, pears up 25%. You tend to forget, you know, pears 191 going up to 236 a kilo. Minced beef up 25%, 509 to 639. These are generalisations taken across all the the supermarkets. Margarine up 45%. Tomatoes up 10.5%. We haven't even got, God knows what we're going to be doing, near a sort of Christmas or anything like that. I mean, it's going to be a very lean time, isn't it? Oat milk latte, Steve. Try it. You'll love the taste. Much nicer than normal milk. Well, I mean, I've been drinking not normal milk, but whatever they call it, semi-skimmed milk. I tried skimmed milk, and to be honest with you, it was just like coloured water. It was absolutely a complete and utter waste of time. Ridiculous. A considerable number of mothers carry plasters, says Mary in Oxford. I still do, and my children are nearly 40. I think that's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, if I carried everything... Angela said, do the Freedom Pass people not accept your driving licence? No, they don't. Believe it or not. It's not on our list of things. What they want is the TV licence, so I'm going to get the TV licence name changed just to confuse them. Because I think it's absolutely scandalous. Absolutely scandalous, a pensioner can't get it. Susan says, Tesco fish counter have lovely kipper fillets cooked in the oven. Very tasty, full of omega-3. See, I've seen that on Fish Fingers. We have a very good fish shop, of course, in Twickenham anyway, with Sandy's. And I'm sure if I went in there and said, Stuart, I need some kippers, he would help me out. I just don't think I could cook them. I'm afraid. I don't know why. Just to make your listeners aware, says Karen in Manchester, says, got a text in the middle of the night saying, I've been in close contact with somebody with Omicron. It gives you a link and sends you to a very authentic NHS website asking you for your details. I've Googled the number and it says it's a scam. It asks for all your details to book a PCR test. Oh, this is, it's like the banks have to constantly say to you, and about, we'll never ask you for this, never ask you for that, and all the rest of it, and still people supply it. Steve, your water bill, says Joe, is extortionate. Are you sure you don't have a leak somewhere? No, it's, that's what a family would pay. That's what a family would pay, because I'm not getting the single-person supplement. Tom says the price of food is shocking. I'm growing my own veg and fruit. The stuff will be like gold soon. Hope it doesn't get nicked from the garden. Well, that'll be the next thing, isn't it? People are shoplifting already. I mean, I see it almost on a daily basis. A Russian billionaire claims he ditched two high-profile properties before sanctions were imposed on him earlier this month, worth an estimated $14 billion. But the government claimed after they put the sanctions in, it would deprive him of significant UK interests. I think not. They're not stupid, these people. They're way ahead of it. But I love the way that P&O have said that... unions say the crew pushed to sign away their appeal rights. They've got 36 million to go for the 800 people who they fired. Unfortunately, there's only 40 of them will be getting £100,000. The rest of you will get almost peanuts, I think. You can work it out yourself what you think is going to be is going to be left. So we'll wait and see. And of course, the actual company that own it have said... No, we don't need to do anything, really. We just do what we want to do. The General Secretary of the Rail, Maritime and Transport Union, Mick Lynch, says the package is pure blackmail. If the staff do not sign and give away their jobs and their legal right, they'll get a fraction of the amount. No employee, we've been told from P&O, will get less than £15,000. Yeah, but they don't have a job. £15,000 if you don't have a job and you've got bills and you've got kids and you've got food... and everything else, is not going to go very far. Not very far at all. Anne Widdicombe, in her column, talking about today, Jeremy Kyle. The only wonder, she says, is it lasted as long as it did. Whatever the circumstances of the alleged suicide following a failed and possible flawed lie detector test, the programme had always failed the test of common decency. It was an arena sport. Unhappy humans as the clueless gladiators, accusers as ravening beasts, and viewers as the bloodthirsty spectators, because that's what people did. People watched it. It was only after they had the disaster with the show that somebody obviously decided, and what decision they had made at the time, I can't imagine, to just say, oh, don't worry, it'll be absolutely fine. It'll be fine. Perhaps we can keep it going. And then they decided, no, maybe we can't keep it going. And so they axed it very, very quickly, very quickly. The Diving Duchess and A Close Encounter with George. They're obsessed with this couple, sort of wandering about Jamaica at the moment and diving and doing all the usual things. But everywhere they go, there seem to be demonstrations. The latest one is about slavery. Rishi Sunak facing these renewed calls. This is front of the Daily Mail this morning. To spike his national insurance hike in today's mini budget. But he's got $50 billion to play with. So hope he pushes it all in the right direction. They're hoping, because families are struggling at the moment to cope with the cost of living crisis. The increase has been branded by experts as the worst time tax rise in history. So we'll have to wait. They were talking about, I'm sure on one of them, doing something with VAT. I thought that's all we need. The VAT has wandered up and down like a blooming yo-yo over the years. It's very confusing. Very, very confusing. And the bullet hole that turned Andy Warhol's Marilyn into a masterpiece worth £150 million. They say it is actually worth the crazy price. It would set an all-time record for anything from Andy Warhol. That's just about it for this morning. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome along to Thursday, the 24th of March. I love a Thursday. You know why I love a Thursday? Because it's ever near a Friday. And Friday means, whoopee, the weekend. I've got a really busy weekend coming up. Social butterfly that I am. I should be flitting between one party and another and, you know, generally dispensing bonhomie and goodwill to everybody. That's the way it goes. The energy bills set to... I don't know how people are going to afford it. Seriously, I mean, I really don't know. And so most people appear to be saying, so, you know, what have we actually ended up with out of this budget? The answer is very little. Very little indeed. I mean, 5p on the petrol, that doesn't mean anything at all. I'm more worried about Wills and Kate over there in Jamaica, where the Jamaican Prime Minister said to Wills, we need to talk about ditching your grandmother. I mean, you can't believe it, can you? The McVitie's factory set to cut 160 jobs. This is the one up in Manchester. They make Jaffa cakes up there. They're going to get rid of a load of people. They're obviously not eating enough Jaffa cakes, I should imagine. I used to watch them making the things. And the person who was just paid to sit there with like a metal bar, like a thing with a stick at the end. And if the jam was not right in the centre as it came off the machine and went and squirted the orangey bit... Yes, still done, and because otherwise the machine would cost a fortune. So they literally sit there. I mean, it must drive them insane. And as the Jaffa cakes pass in front of them, if the jam is slightly off centre, they stick in it and it goes into a dustbin. And then when they get to the end of that line, they go through the chocolate bath, and it's a metal grill. And it flips them over, they go in there, and then the other end it flips them back over again, and then they go through an air-drying machine. Oh, I tell you, I could tell you chapter and verse about making... There you go, there it is. The Jaffa cakes, and they go through a machine to be cooled, and then they pack them. Wafers, when they make wafers, the sheets are about 6 foot square. They're huge, absolutely enormous, but it's the flipping over of the Jaffa cakes after they've been on the chocolate run. I mean, the smell is lovely. Some people hate it. I used to love it. I thought it was great. Some woman goes berserk on an airline going to Vienna. They have to divert 1,000 miles. There's a picture of her. She looks mad as a fruit bat. Seriously, one of those sort of people, you know, she's got a piercing through her nose of all things. What she was doing in Vienna, I've got no idea. Madeleine Albright dies at the age of 84. I used to like her, actually. I love sort of these ancient politicians in America, because they've always got the bouffant hair. They've always got, it's a case of, it's like Trump. They've sort of basically teased two strands into something vaguely resembling a football helmet. You know, just one of those sort of things, isn't it? Baroness Howe has died, Geoffrey Howe's wife, at the age of 90. The cannabis farm at the snooker joint has been busted. It's amazing, actually, these people go in there and nobody thinks to look at the bills as the machines are whizzing round. And the cannabis plant's worth 1.3 million. There's loads of them. You get these disused buildings and somebody goes past and goes, I'm sure I can smell weed. And it turns out these people have moved in there and they pay people to just look after them and go and sort of adjust them and do all sorts of... To be honest with you, I've never kind of got into things like that, but I'm always amazed at how far down the line they can be. Middle of Australia... They have to bring in aeroplanes who do spotting in the jungle because they hide everything in the jungle. And there was one bloke, he was caught on camera, and he was basically a drug dealer in Australia. I mean, the amount of crooks they've got in Australia, imagine we did send them there, didn't we, I suppose? And he had all these plants, and they then go there and they pull all the plants up and then they destroy them and everything else. And it turned out at his parents' house, he was growing everything in their garage, and they had not an idea, not a clue. The male pill gets ever closer. Oh, look, there it is coming through the door. And the prolific thief who steals tea bags has been barred from every Co-op store in the land. Well, how are they going to know that? I've got no idea. What are they going to do? Put a photograph of him up there? He'll probably complain and probably get sort of, you know, a free holiday in the Bahamas or something like that. The library book, which was returned 318 years late, I didn't know we had libraries back in those days. I really had no idea. I always sort of think to myself, libraries around, and we used to go as kids, and you take out. It's a big decision to go to the library and to which books do you take out. I think we could take 3 books out, and sometimes I would take books out that I'd read before, but because I liked the book so much, I would go and get it out again, and I was quite miffed if the book wasn't there. But we always made sure that we took them back. We'd go in there and they would stamp it. It was really great. Now a lot of libraries have closed, and it's a great shame because kids don't read books anymore. They use it all on their telephone. Everything is done on the telephone. They do it, and they don't need to worry about going in and physically picking up a book. There was a campaign a short while ago to get more kids reading because they're indoctrinated into that little tablet that they've got, and it becomes like Gogglebox. It becomes an obsession, and they know how to use them. They know how to access this stuff. I told you when years and years ago, my youngest was sort of saying, "Uncle Steve, can I play with your phone?" Said yes, yeah. She was finding games on it I didn't even know existed. I said, "Where's that come from?" She said, "Oh, it's in this memory here." And there was loads of racing games and stuff. I had no idea, but kids know that. I didn't, seriously. I'm useless on a telephone. We had to do a thing for lovely Charlie Girling today. I wouldn't know how to do it. I really wouldn't know how to do it. I mean, I'm just not very good. And then this week, because I told you I'm shifting suppliers away from O2, and I'm going to another company called Smarty. 10 quid a month, all in, enough, free calls, free texts, free data, enough data you could seriously write the Encyclopedia Britannica with, and it's 10 quid a month, and you pay in advance, so I moved away for O2. You don't need to do anything nowadays. Before, you would have to contact them and say, can you put me through to disconnections? And it's so much easier. The company that you're going with do all of it. So they sent me the SIM card. I've got the SIM card, and then a friend of mine says, and we're going to do it tomorrow. He will then put the SIM card into my phone, and you can either keep the number you've got, because I don't want to lose that. I mean, I've used it for years, and or you can have a new number, and then you just blindly carry on. Which makes it, because the trouble is, I don't think we get the best value out of the phone operators nowadays. I remember years ago, when people used to rent televisions and rent video recorders, and you'd go past the shop window, DER or Radio Rentals or Rediffusion or whoever it happened to be, and you'd see the same thing that you got, only about half the price. They weren't going to tell you about it. So you basically had to go round there and say, is it possible you can bring my sort of costs down? Ridiculous. I'm still waiting, actually, to hear back from Thames Water, on why I'm paying, and they haven't reduced it immediately. Because, people are talking about, money and setting everything out and making sure. So I'm moving money out of an investment account at the moment, which makes it sound very posh and grand, but I promise you it's no more than loads of other people have got. And so I can then change the car, which I'm looking forward to doing. Different colour car, newer. And it's got TV in the back. Fat lot of use because I sit in the front. But it doesn't matter, And I just quite fancy driving something new for a change. I like my car. Don't get me wrong. My one's been perfect. Never broken down. They don't break down. But, I've sort of had it for 3 years now. It might even be a little bit longer than 3 years. Might even be. I can't remember when I first bought it. But I've seen this other one, which is in this sort of pale blue. And I quite like it, actually. It's like a sky blue, isn't it? Yeah, and it's really nice. We had a look at it. Producer Joe said, yeah, it's all right. So he's given the seal of approval, so I could spend the money. I mean, in theory, I could move money out of other accounts to buy the blooming thing, but I don't really want to. I don't like shunting things around too much. But lots of people, mobile customers, ripped off by operators who continue to charge them the full price when they've paid off the cost of the phone. I mean, at one point, I seem to remember I went to Carphone Warehouse because I was a bit naive. And by the time I'd finished doing everything, I was obviously on some tariff, 160 quid a month. Seriously, on some of the months, because I obviously only had a certain amount of data and all the rest of it. He went over it. You were paying premium through the nose, but of course they didn't tell you that. It's like, kids go abroad, use their parents' phone. The parents come back to a bill of £3,000. They go, what's that for? And they go, roaming. You're using, nowadays, of course, it's an awful lot simpler. But I remember going back in to Carphone Warehouse and say, I can't afford 160 quid a month just on the phone. Now I've got it down to 10 quid. A friend of mine started me on this path by years and years and years ago. We're going through Regent's Park on a Sunday morning. He said, how much are you paying on your phone? I said, I'm paying about 45 quid a month. He said, I'll get it down for you. He phoned them and he said, because it's no good saying, I need to talk about reducing my phone tariff. When you phone them up, the trick is ask to be put through to disconnections. OK, that immediately sends alarm bells. I've already had, I think, about 4 phone calls from O2. I know it's O2 because it didn't come up as O2, but we checked it on Google. Obviously trying to persuade me to stay with them. But I thought, no, done me no favours. I've been paying quite happily. The other thing I only learnt the other day, I had a craving. And I'll tell you about my KFC story in a moment. An iPhone 11 from Vodafone, which was $68.21 a month during contract, £62 after it ended, but an equivalent SIM-only deal was available for 30 quid. A Samsung S20 5G from EE was £69.25 in contract, dropping to £61 after, with a SIM-only deal for 35 quid. And an iPhone 11 from 3 was £51.92 during contract, including a discount for the first 6 months, £57 after contract, with an equivalent deal available for 22 quid. Rip off. You know, you've got to check. But the trouble is, they're not going to help you. That's why I was delighted that John Lewis have dropped their never knowingly undersold, because that really annoyed me over the years, and I kept banging on about it, saying, but they are knowingly undersold. You know, they don't reduce the price of their goods in the shop. They'll only do it for you. If Joe goes in there, he will pay the normal price unless he goes, wait a minute, I know I can get this cheaper somewhere else. And then they'll do, we'll have to investigate it. The fact that they've just given it to me for that price, you know, people think that loyalty pays. It doesn't. It really doesn't. I mean, I shall have to phone up Admiral to get my insurance changed. And but there's no sort of loyalty. I remember the last time they were quoting something. I said, I can get it cheaper elsewhere. You know, much cheaper elsewhere. And they said, wait a minute, I'll come back to you. They phoned back within 10 minutes. You know that they can do it. It's just that you've got to push them a little bit. You've got to sort of say, come on, because loyalty means nothing. The fact that you've been a customer for years and years and years, they couldn't care less. I told you when I spoke to Admiral, their call centre is in Alaska. Alaska? I thought nobody lived there. I had no idea. I said, how many of, you are there in the room? And she said, a couple of hundred. I went, what? In Alaska? Must be a very cheap call centre to run, I should imagine. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. In a moment, why you should never go to KFC, well, certainly not our one, when they just open, because maybe the KFC that you're getting is not as fresh as it should be. It's 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to the 24th of March. I can't believe we're at the 24th of March. I really can't believe it. I really cannot believe that we are at the 24th of March. So most people who get paid monthly will probably get paid tomorrow, being the last Friday in the month. And then everybody else will be going, so how do we sort of split the money up? I mean, we all get paid. Lots of us. I remember the first time I got paid monthly. I found it incredibly difficult because you'd had to go a long time before you got the money in. So, of course, I went into overdraft. It was weekly before, yes. I mean, I'd always been paid weekly. And then they go, it's being paid monthly. I went, blimey, how do you manage that? And so we had a very lean 3 weeks before the money came in, by the time the money came in, you paid off all the bits that you owed. But nowadays, people are having to budget. You know, people having to literally do what is basically, and was in my day, called home economics. It was a case of how do you manage to... I was talking, there's a producer that I know, and he lives on very little money because he learnt during the lean period to basically scale everything down. So if he can find a cheap breakfast for like £3.50, he'll go and have that because it's cheaper to go and buy a breakfast in somewhere like Wetherspoons or whatever it is for £3.50 or however much it costs than it is for him to go and buy the ingredients and turn the cooker on and do stuff like that. And then you've got to turn the hot tap on, so that's using up gas or electric. And then you've got to buy the washing up liquid. You know, if you just go out somewhere and it's cheap enough, most of the supermarkets do a cooked breakfast. I mean, some of them are phenomenally inexpensive. And you think, how are they doing it? The answer is because they're doing mass catering. So it's always worth doing. But the trouble is people are a bit lazy nowadays. And they don't want to have to budget. I mean, I will occasionally go out. I don't go berserk because I can't cook. So there's no point at all in me going out and buying stuff and going, I think I'll make a cake or something. I was watching a programme the other day, and it's Makita Oliver's mother, called Andy, who's on it. And it's a very interesting programme because the chefs that they've got cooking on this thing are really good. And they have to create a starter, a main course and everything else. And it's just quite good. I quite like it. So I was watching that yesterday thinking, that looks really interesting. That looks nice. And they use a lot of dry ice and bits and pieces. Anyway, yesterday, our KFC in Twickenham opens at 11 o'clock in the morning. For something, I'd done loads of bits and pieces, and I thought to myself, I'd not had KFC for a while. I'd not had it for a while, and I am partial to it. You know what I normally do? I normally go in and I go 6 pieces, no chips, because it comes with 4 chips. I don't want 4 chips. So it's $7.99, and I then say, is it possible to just have all drumsticks? And they then stick their head through the back and go, have you got enough drumsticks? They go, yeah. I mean, every time it's always been yes. But yesterday I didn't go for that. I just went for the 6 pieces because I just thought it'd be different. And anyway, so when I got it and I opened up the thing, I should have taken it straight back because it didn't look like KFC. And what it looked like to me was that they deep fried it. And I remember thinking, it doesn't taste like KFC either. So it had a crispy coating on it. It wasn't the KFC coating. I know what that's like because I've had it over the years. And I thought to myself, well, why have they done it like that? And I thought, wait a minute, if they've had chicken left over from yesterday, they might have overestimated. And then they're not going to throw it away. They're going to go, we can deep fry this, because it was all the same. The 6 pieces were all exactly the same. It was like a completely different coating on the chicken. And I was a bit miffed about it. So the advice is, well, especially in our one, I can't speak for all of them, that if you're there, first of all, when they first start selling the chicken, wait till they've done it so it's the proper chicken, not this deep-fried crispy stuff. I mean, I should have taken a picture of it, because you'd have spotted straight away that didn't look like KFC. I know what it looks like. I've had it over the years. I'm not an idiot. I remember the first time that we had KFC, and you got a box of chips. Now you get little packets of chips in there, but you used to get the box of chips and the chicken sitting on the top. Then they decided to cut back on that one. And now they've got different chips anyway. But I wouldn't eat the chips. It's just the chicken I want. But it's the coating I'm particularly taken with. So I was a bit miffed. I did eat it, but you could tell that it hadn't come out of their cookers because it was boiling hot. Literally boiling hot. And I thought to myself, I know what you've done with this. You've deep fried it and it comes out like that. So I've learnt my lesson. Kim said, Steve, my local library is alive and kicking, one of my favourite programmes. And although its hours of opening have been cut, but thankfully it's still there for the moment. I think it's absolutely essential we should have libraries. I've been in them where, they have all sorts of activities going on. I like it when you get the little kiddies section and they've got little tiny chairs to sit on, little stools, and they sit there reading their books or lying on the floor reading the books, which I think is quite nice. Dennis says, did you know the controversy? Oh, not the blooming controversy over Jaffa cakes again. Yes, we know all about that. Is it a cake? Is it a biscuit? Whatever. And, yes, it's been raging for years and years. When I were a lad, Steve, says John, I used to take my library books back on a Saturday morning, then go off to Saturday morning cinema for us children at Studio 70 in Boreham Wood for £1. Are the cinemas still doing it? I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. I don't think so. But we used to have the ABC Minors. And what it was basically, it was children's cinema on a Saturday morning so mums could go off shopping and they would leave you there for about 2 or 3 hours. I wouldn't do that now, no. And they would leave the kids there and they would pack out the cinema with kids and they'd do birthdays. They had a host and you'd watch films like The Three Stooges and stuff like that. And then they'd give away, a goodie bag to somebody whose birthday it was. And I think it was either 3p, 6p or 9p. Or was that the cost of a portion of chips? Whatever it was blooming cheap. Probably about the same, actually. Do you know how many libraries we've closed since 2010? 800 libraries have been closed. 800. Because the council can't... It's like local toilets. You'll hardly find local toilets anywhere now. The local council cut them back years and years ago. And so if you want to go to the toilet, you have to go to either a pub or something like that, where they've sort of designated you can use their toilets. But a lot of pubs say our toilets are only for customers of the pub. You can't just wander in there and start using the toilet. So I used to go into Starbucks or any one of the other, but I'm sure they used to keep their toilets closed to stop people going in there. Because when I was going through my, let's just call them problems, I needed to go to the toilet. Like, really, really, really needed. I'd be sitting on the train going, oh, my God, I'm not sure I'm going to make it. It was that bad. It was terrible. I've been lucky, actually, on the trains I've been on recently. They seem more... Because I'm getting on the train as a virgin. Because it's not a virgin train, but, I mean, it's a case of all the people have just got off the train, and I'm one of the new customers getting on. And not that many people seem to get on my trains in Waterloo. They're all coming into London. So it's only when you get to Clapham Junction, which I think is Europe's busiest railway station, that all of a sudden you get all these new people getting on there. I don't let them sit next to me. I won't have anything like that at all. Apparently, the number of public lavatories that local authorities have funded and maintained fell from 3,154 in 2015, 2015 to 16, to 2,556 in 2021, a drop of 19%, which comes on top of the reductions in previous years, because they need somebody to go in there and lock them up, clean them, open them up, make sure there's toilet paper in and all the rest of it, and it just wasn't worth their while. So we've got two, I think, sitting in Twickenham. We've got a pissoir in one of the gardens there, in Radnor Gardens. They've got a genuine French pissoir, which is really... Have you ever seen a pissoir? It's sort of like a urinal above ground, and you go in one door and you can look out. It's really bizarre, very, very bizarre, and it's still there. It's almost a bit of a tourist, and it still works. It still works. It's not sort of that antiquated. Yeah, you should go, actually. It's very entertaining. A pissoir. Steve, I love giffgaff, which is very similar to Smarty. I pay 20 quid monthly and have more than I can use. It's one of the only companies I recommend. They even tell you to go down a level to pay less if a lower package would save you money. Well, to be honest with you, I looked at the 20 quid package and there's everything on the 10 quid package that I need. Everything. But as I say, I think sometimes, and I'm not very good at this sort of thing, I've got neighbours and friends who are really good. I don't use very much internet on the phone. I mean, I'll order stuff if I'm going home on the train or something like that, or I'll be reading Google, but I don't really use it that much. You know, and also, I mean, I send text to people going, I'm running late, I'll call you later. Because once you get on the phone to people, they're chatting away for hours. It's like this programme. We will run through the mini-budget. I know you've heard probably all about it since Rishi was on with Ian Dale yesterday, but I'll run through that. The Epstein Island, Jeffrey Epstein owned an island where lots of people went. Prince Andrew went on many an occasion, and it was like a holiday venue. We know he went there because he's on the flight log of the private jet, so we know that he went there. But if you've got a spare 97 million, which of course Prince Andrew doesn't have anymore, then you could buy it. I don't know what you do with it. I mean, it's almost like when you look at the ship, which you'll see in all the pages, or the yacht of Abramovich and Putin and people like that, they have crews of 60 people on there, which are there permanently. They don't take them on and off. They're there with the ship permanently. That's how rich you have to be to have them. On the Epstein Island, I think there's houses and all sorts of things, and he entertained people. And the people that he invited were told to entertain other people. I mean, it's quite lovely. You know, I mean, it's not the biggest thing you've ever seen in the entire universe, but it's got everything on it, and it's very nice. I think he's got Great St James Island and Little St James Island. 97 million gets you them. It's as simple as that. And as I say, I'm still sort of curious over Epstein as to why he would take his own life. That's the only thing I never got round to. I remember thinking about it, thinking, wait a minute, he's on camera. And nobody stopped him or anything like that. Odd, that, isn't it? If you sort of look at it. Also, the world number one quits tennis at the age of 25, whereas Emma Raducanu, you have to ask the question, does she play tennis anymore, or is she just capitalising and so becomes the face of British Airways or Evian or any one of a number of companies? So I don't think she picks up a racket anymore. It's far too superior for things like that. She's just become the face of Porsche. So she gets a free car and everything else. I mean, it's, you know, if she'd been ugly, she wouldn't have got these things. But it's because she's sort of pretty. But it's a case of we start off, she does a couple of tennis things, she does very well, and immediately the money starts rolling in on the endorsements, which is quite something. Astronomers have now confirmed, believe it or not, how many planets are there beyond our solar system? How many planets? 5,000. It's very good. You're very good on these ones. Very good. 5,000 planets beyond our solar system. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know whether or not any of them are inhabited. Of course, they're not. But, we have to go along with the balmy side of the audience who sort of go, I mean, how do we know, Steve? It is fairly big out there, and it goes to infinity. There could be other people living on other planets. And you go, yeah, no, there's not. The worst place in the UK to rent property due to shoddy estate agents is Glasgow. Which is a shame, because a few years back it was European City of Culture. And it was very, very nice indeed. 4:29 and a little tiny bit. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Zora Suleiman.
Manual data entry, manual data entry, manual data entry. It's as boring to listen to as it is to perform. That's why at MHR, we've built software and services that automate your HR, payroll and finance processes. So now you can focus more on growing your business and less on painfully repetitive admin. Show boring admin who's boss. To find out more and book a demo, visit mhrglobal.com.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to I bet you'll be glad when this week's over, won't you? Especially now you've heard what Rishi had to say yesterday. As I say, that was a bit of a coup, I think, for Ian Dale to actually get him in. I think the first Chancellor who's ever done it. First Chancellor. I mean, so that was absolutely brilliant. What else we got? Police called over fears a tiger was roaming the streets. I mean, seriously, you can't believe this. It's in Manchester, and it turned out to be a cuddly toy. I don't know how big this cuddly toy was, but obviously the size of tigers. Mind you, talking of things escaping, there's a zoo. They're looking for their falcon, which has escaped. Just look in the trees. That's where it'll be sitting, waiting to grab pigeons. And the sooner it happens, the better. Harry Styles has got a third album on the way. And Gordon Ramsay's been accused of a hate crime. Surprise, surprise. After saying he can't stand Cornish people. Can't say things like that. Very offensive. Very, very offensive. He was on some programme or something the other day, and he was sort of saying about, he likes Cornwall, but he doesn't like the people. I don't know how you could differentiate. If you lined up people in a room and went, I'm sorry, where do you think this person's from? You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. People move around all over the place. Imagine him complaining about something like that. Good Lord. How very odd. The library book. I've got to find the story because I didn't know, 318 years ago, somebody borrowed a book and it's now come back, which is quite nice. Which is very nice, actually. I used to sell books to libraries years and years ago. There used to be a shop in London, and we would take our books in to sell. Because you do an interview with somebody, you get to keep the book. The book's worth 20 quid, and they used to pay you a quarter of what the book was worth, and they'd then sell them on to libraries, so that libraries could save money. Mel in Leeds, there you go, there's that book, actually. The fine for this book, £54,000. £54,000. I mean, how do they... 313. But, I mean, how would they... I mean, nobody obviously turned up with it, but it looks like it's an ecclesiastical... Oh, it is. It's a 1704 copy of The Faith and Practice of a Church of England Man, handed back late last year. It's a lovely book, isn't it? And pictured with it is the Sheffield Cathedral's Reverend Canon Keith Farrow. And he got an email from the family of a deceased woman saying she asked in her will for it to be returned. So there you go. It's I'd have hung on to it, actually. But the handwritten inscription inside reads, "This book belongs to Ye Lending Library in Sheffield Church, 1709. So you could borrow books from the library in the church, which is even better, isn't it? Mel in Leeds says, I love the KFC spare ribs. Then all of a sudden they stopped doing them. I love spare ribs. There used to be a place on Kew Bridge years ago, and it was one of these chicken shops. Not a KFC, it was another one. But they did spare ribs. And what I would do is on my way into work, I would buy 3 boxes of spare ribs. And at the end of the programme, me and the producer, Mandy, would heat them up in the microwave and have spare ribs at like 4 in the morning. It was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So I know exactly where you're coming from. They were particularly delicious spare ribs. Mark says, Steve, diesel, what a scandal. A Shell near me in Purley, Tuesday 179, Wednesday before the budget 181. Driving past an hour ago, leapt to 186. Yet other places are charging up to 10p less, and they're not supermarkets. Should be a price limited, surely. Well, unfortunately it isn't. It's a free-for-all. I was saying yesterday, it's very interesting. If you go to Austria, and probably quite a lot of other places, they set the bank rate in the morning. And so if you go to a bureau de change anywhere in Austria, they'll all have exactly the same rates. Every single bureau de change has the same rates. All the banks have the same, everybody the same. Over here, every single bureau de change, different. Everyone is different. It's dreadful rip-off and a con. Steve, the ABC miners got glow-in-the-dark badges. There's probably a joke about miners there, isn't there, or something like that. Glow-in-the-dark badges. I just remember it was interesting. Graham says, and whilst you're on about KFC, I went for one the other day, got a combo. Ooh. Sounds quite nice. I don't know what a combo is. It sounds brilliant. And apparently I had 3 slurps of Pepsi, then nothing, as the holder was 75% ice. Oh, my favourite. My favourite. The bigger the ice. You know, the producer, Joe, went out and had a cocktail the other day, and it was full of ice. Looked delicious. He said, took it back and said, I never ordered ice, I ordered juice. The manager was busy at the ice machine filling another 75%. Listen, I never complain about the ice. I love it. Steve, has a fellow listener just said giffgaff is really good. I've been with them for years, no contract, and you can upscale or downscale what you pay monthly. Yes, I mean, listen, everyone is offering a different deal, you know, and it's entirely up to you which one you want to go with. It's as simple as that. Rishi's fuel duty cut, how it would affect you. Cost to fill up a Range Rover. OK. Cost now, 167p a litre, £175.35. £175.35. After the fuel duty cut, £169. Good Lord above. I mean, it's a 105-litre tank. Good God in heaven. £175. That is absolutely unbelievable. A Ford Focus, 52-litre tank. Cost to fill up now, £86.84. After the fuel duty cut, £83.72. And a Mini 44-litre tank. Costs now 167p a litre, £73.48. After the fuel duty, £70.84. But where they get this for a Range Rover? I mean, perhaps they don't put... Well, that is a particularly big one, isn't it? 105-litre tank, £175 to fill it up. Now, I mean, and they're going fuel 167p a litre. They must be putting in substandard fuel, because I'm putting in fuel which is 179 pence. That was before the... Well, it won't come down much after. I bet you anything. Oh, sorry, I keep moving this microphone. I bet you anything it won't come down that much. So the cheap fuel that they're putting in that Range Rover, you can't put cheap fuel in things like that. You've got to put in expensive fuel, because otherwise you'll screw up your jets and stuff like that. So I've got to put in... They've got one in there which is the normal cheapo for any old Tom, Dick and Harry. And then they've got the one for us. It's either 10 or 5, and I put in 5. That's what it's got. It's got number 5 on it. And that was 179 pence the other day. So even if it comes down 5p, and I bet you bottom dollar it won't, it might come down 1 pence or so. I bet you anything. They'll rip you off, as they do in these garages. And you think to yourself, I wouldn't mind, but years ago, when you pulled into a garage, somebody came out and they would fill your tank. Now you have to do it all yourself. I watch people putting on those little plastic gloves, and I think, it's like going to an operation, isn't it, really? They sort of put on the gloves, and then I can't be bothered, because I love the smell of petrol. Love the smell of petrol. You can't get enough of it. It's very good. What else we got? The McVitie's factory closing. And the lottery winners, the millionaire mums who are lending a hand at a charity for Ukraine, which is very nice. And even though they won money, they still do it, because that's what you have to do. If you've won money, it's payback time, because you were lucky enough to win some money. All you've got to do is give up a few hours of your time, and you can go and do something that's really nice. Prince Charles was flattered by a panto dame. I think he's in Northern Ireland at the moment. I don't know why he's saying a panto dame. We're nowhere near panto. But I wonder if Prince Charles was aware that it was a panto dame, or probably just thought it was a rather large woman. Yes. What do you do? I'm a panto dame. Oh. What does that mean? What does that mean? You like Dame Barbara Cartland? Yeah, in fact, it looked a little bit like Dame Barbara Cartland. Jamie Oliver wants to install metal gates and fences to keep intruders out, as you can well imagine. Somebody else complained about that, Gino DeCampo, because he lives in Hampstead, and apparently people can walk down the side of his house, and he wanted to put gates up to stop people doing it. I thought, well, don't buy in the middle of Hampstead then. That's your problem, isn't it, really? And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, dog harnesses. They've been banned in some of these park runs. And you see them, as opposed to the collar around the neck, it's a harness that goes around the dog's legs and everything. It's quite nice, actually. Very nice. And also 6,000 missiles and war funds to go to the Ukraine. So it's all good news. We're going to go through the papers. We'll still take all your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. The tax gain, but still pain, say the Sun, for Rishi Sunak's spring statement. And here they are. Russia launching an outrageous attempt to take on the UK and Ireland's bid for Euro 2028, despite being banned from international sport over the Ukraine bloodbath. Putin is believed to have approved the move to signal his disregard of world opinion over his troops' invasion. It's not going well for him at all, actually, and you can see the pained look on his face. Madeleine Albright, America's first woman Secretary of State, died at the age of 84 after battling cancer. And here it is, Raiders of the Lost Oligarch. It's when you look at how much money they've actually got. This is a man with assets here. He's got Beechwood House. He's called Usmanov. Okay. And he's got Beechwood House in Highgate, 72.6 million. He's got Sutton Place in Surrey, 30.6 million. Danewood Drive in Hampstead, 23.4 million. Winnington Drive in Hampstead, 21.8 million. Curzon Square Hyde Park, 4.5, and he's got an aircraft. In fact, he's got two. One at 265 million, and the other, a rather cheap little version, it's an Airbus EC-155, at 4 million. And he's old. I mean, to be honest with you, he can't go for much longer. He looks as though he's carrying a lot of weight, and of course that's a little bit bad. And with this all, I mean, so they've basically got everything. How many houses can you live in? He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different properties. I mean, you can't live in 5 different properties. The ship's very nice. Very nice indeed. And the ornate bedroom, they've all got tacky, because they're all a bit cheap trash. So they've got tacky things. I think, is it Abramovich? All the screws on his yacht are gold-plated. All the screws are gold-plated. And it's all fitted out very nicely if you want to work in a brothel, because that's how they're actually done out. I mean, there's a very nice one here, a super yacht. This is based in, it's called Dilibar. It's got £10 million worth of art taken from Dilibar and placed in storage at a secret location. It's got a 30-metre swimming pool lined with blue crystals. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Yeah, it's a yacht. It's on the ocean. Swim in the water, dears. And it's moored in Hamburg at the moment. For how long, I've got no idea. But when you look at what they've actually got, it's very nice, don't get me wrong, but it's all through corruption. All through corruption. And I'm led to believe, the story goes, that Putin called all these oligarchs in some years ago and said, right, listen, you've become very rich at, buying up clubs and the gas supply and the petrol and all the rest of it. I want a cut. Because his salary as president of Russia is £140,000 a year. How in God's name can he afford a yacht worth nearly 600 million? Corruption. It's as simple as that. The whole of Russia is corrupt. Run by gangsters and people like that. And so he said to the oligarchs, he said, listen, you've made all this money. I want a cut. So they paid him a cut. Consequently, he then becomes immense. If you want to see some of the houses he's got, for a man who's frightened to move outside the Kremlin, it seems a bit of a pointless exercise. But, that's what they've got. And we can only look and marvel at how lovely these things are if you like trash. It's very gaudy, very cheap. It's a bit like poor footballers. I remember seeing a footballer's house on the television once, and the whole house was equipped by Versace. But it looked trash. It really did. It looked awful. 13 minutes to 5.
This is LBC, leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up 10 to 5. Thursday morning. I trust you're well. So yesterday was another nice day. In fact, actually, Lynn and I went out for a nice cup of coffee. And we bumped into Nick Ferrari's other half. We were having a little old natter. It was a bit social, actually. It was a bit like we were sitting outside, on the pavement. Not actually on the pavement, we were sitting on chairs. Had our cup of coffee. Cheap coffee, a large cappuccino, £2.50. See, I thought that was quite inexpensive. Quite inexpensive. That was from a little coffee shop near our place. We've got lots of independents. Sometimes I go to the big ones. It's like a boutique coffee shop. How do they make any money on £2.50? I've got no idea. The washing up alone must cost a small fortune. Ashley says, Steve, good morning. I found an amazing app called Picture This. It not only identifies plants, but it also tells you if they're sick. 100% worth it. I've saved my bonsai with it. Also great if you're out and about too. Yes, I've heard of this. It sort of looks after your plant. But I mean, I can look at plants and tell you if they're sick as well. I can tell by the colour of the leaves. I don't need an app. I just know what they look like. And, the discoloration of leaves, either yellow or they go brown or they just basically keel over and die. And that means you've either overwatered it, underwatered it, or you haven't watered it at all. And it seems to work perfectly well. John says, if I had the Chancellor's job, I would cancel HS2, save £100 billion plus and divert the cash to subsidising gas and electric charges and avoid the forthcoming calamity of sky-high fuel bills. Maybe that's too simple, but I am very simple. John's in a place called Fiskerton in Nottinghamshire. Yeah, I mean, listen, they can't cancel HS2 now. They're so far down the line. There's no way that you'll be able to cancel that now. But I agree with you. Who cares? I'd rather get the app about the plants. Than worrying about things like that. There's a deaf movie star in the paper today called Troy Kotsur. He was embroiled in a drunken mid-air altercation after he was forced to fly without his sign language translator. He was tipped for an Oscar this weekend, accidentally knocked a fork while gesticulating, which struck another passenger. Cabin crew, unable to use sign language, eventually had to write him a note telling him the police would arrest him when he got off at London. And but anyway, it all ended happily. I don't know. He needed so if he's a deaf movie star, he doesn't need a sign language translator. I mean, you can roughly tell what people are saying now, can't you? I was watching some YouTube. Strange enough, YouTube this morning on Father Christmases in American stores, who, against all the odds, had learned sign language just in case, because as in the film Miracle on 34th Street, Father Christmas there, Kris Kringle, can speak in sign language to a child because the mother brings the child up and says, oh, don't, there's no point in talking to her. She can't. She's deaf. She can't do it. And so he then sang a little song with her, but he did sign language. And I thought, that's quite good. My friend Rob does that. He's very good at doing sign language. I'd quite like to learn it. But obviously, it's never too late to learn. They always say that, don't they? They say it's never too late. But of course, it is too late to learn it. I don't think I've got the energy to start learning something like that. What have we got here? This is the Rish list, the Chancellor's boost, but everybody still fears for their financial future. Yeah, a lot of people are taking money out of savings accounts and stuff like that because they can see the value of it dropping. Whereas I was always told, leave it in there because it'll go up and down. But some people are getting a little bit panicking, seeing it disappear. Britain's biggest grave headstone may have to be torn down. Council chief said the massive memorial is in breach of planning rules. This boxer is immortalised with 37 tons of marble, statues, lights and a jukebox. He died on holiday in Mallorca, said to have cost £200,000. The City Council said permission was granted for a different design. A spokesman said this was not fully appreciated until after the structure was fully unveiled. So they're yet to discuss potential changes with his family in order to satisfy the cemetery rules. Well, you can't have people, ignoring the rules which they have in cemeteries. You can't do that. I couldn't give a stuff who you are. It doesn't make any difference who the person was. There are rules governing what you can have. And they didn't want 37 tons of marble. It looks cheap and tacky. Very tacky. So, everybody else. I remember there was what was there? There was, it was one of these programmes. It was a police programme. And this woman was going there to put toys and flowers on her baby's grave. And it gave her great comfort to do these things. Somebody was thieving them. So they set up, with the help of the police, one of those cameras that only records movement. So the moment somebody moves in front of it, it starts recording. And it turned out to be somebody who just wandered into the cemetery. They kept wandering in and stealing stuff off the graves. I don't know how anybody could ever steal off graves before. I'd have them incarcerated within a matter of seconds, I'm afraid. And it's very, very sad when people do things like that, to steal off graves. Some people put flowers on them. There was one couple, I remember years ago, they were going to the cemeteries every weekend and stealing the flowers that had been left on graves and selling them in their florist shop. Seriously, you can't believe these toe rags who would do something. I mean, that to me is that's stealing from the dead. That's absolutely about as scuzzy as it gets, I'm afraid. I can't think of anything worse. But that's what they were doing. They were literally pinching flowers which had been on people's graves and toys that had been on children's graves as well. People leave teddy bears and things like that. It's very sad. Very, very sad. So I felt a bit sorry for these people. What else we got? A woman with a rare sleep condition says she's lost many years of her life due to her insatiable appetite for dozing. Funny, isn't it? That you get people who sort of... I've got that as well. I like lying down. And for me, it's fine. I can sit in front of a television and I'm fine. I don't need to worry about it at all. The moment I lie down sideways and put my feet up on the settee, I'm gone. Absolutely gone. I mean, I just love it. I curl my feet up and I know it's a sofa. Well, it's a chaise longue, but, peel me a grape. Lovely. But, no, I love it. I love dozing in front of the television. Some of my favourite moments have been in front of the television, dozing, just like, do you know there are more complaints about the state of toilets in Blackpool than anywhere else in Britain? 39 last year, people complaining about the state of the toilets. It's Blackpool. The whole place is a toilet. You don't need to worry about it. It's quite well. I thought that was quite low as well. Yeah, I mean, if 39 last year. I went to Blackpool once. Ghastly place. You don't want to go there. Oh my goodness me! I tell you, you want to see the people there. It's seriously, it is unbelievable. There was a couple. I think they might have been on. I don't think it was 4 in a bed. It was something like that. And they decided to take all these other people to the beach, and they ordered burgers and chips and everything else. I mean, it really is. It's sort of, I mean, I don't think you'll be finding avocado on toast in Blackpool anytime soon, which is just as well because we don't like that either. But no, it's the epitome of a naff seaside resort. You want to go to somewhere nice like Weston-super-Mare. I mean, you go to Blackpool, all the places at the front, all the hotels have got plastic flowers in baskets and stuff like that. It's really awful, so dreadful. And then it's got, and written in big letters on the walls, hot and cold running water in every room. Colour television, 1830 I went. Colour television, when they say hot and cold running water in every room, yeah, down the walls, it's as good as that. And you can't get a train directly to Blackpool. It either goes to North Blackpool or South Blackpool. You've got to then get a taxi or a bus, with the kids, Sorry? I do know a lot about it. I went up there once. I was offered the opportunity of staying in a hotel in Blackpool. I saw Blackpool. It was a bit like going to Magaluf on a bad day. And so we didn't bother staying there. In fact, ask Eddie Mayer about it, because I was talking about Blackpool when I went there, and Eddie Mayer had said to his producer, get in contact with Steve Allen, ask him if he'll come on and talk about Blackpool. So I did. It was just one of those sort of places. I thought, I've never had the urge to go back there again. Never, ever had the urge. We went up Blackpool Tower. That was the only thing I liked. That was the only thing I liked. And a hotel, which I think is number 1 Blackpool, which was very nice. Very nice indeed. The biggest meat-eating dinosaur that ever lived hunted underwater, according to research. How do they know these things? How do they know? Apparently, this is a Spinosaurus, could grow up to 50 foot long and weigh 20 tons. I've got a producer like that. Amazing, isn't it? Can you swim underwater? I bet you can't swim. I bet you can't swim. You're not talking to me. You have to talk to me. It's my programme. Have you... Just put a tape. Where are you coming from? A tape. You're so old-fashioned. But this one, apparently, used to hunt with its 6-inch razor-sharp teeth. It lived 100 million years ago in North Africa. So it was 50 foot long and weighed 20 tons, dwarfing a T-Rex. But it swam underwater. Bit of a shock, isn't it, if you're sort of just happily swimming around, a little bit of a sea turtle going on, a bit of a moment. And this thing sort of descends on you and starts, trying to eat you and stuff like that. I can't remember whether they died out. Was it the end of the Jurassic period? Do we have meteorites or something that crashed into... Of course I don't remember. I wasn't there. I was with the Flintstones, Wilma and Fred, in Bedrock. Because I liked Bedrock. It was quite nice. I nearly got a job there, actually, once, but decided not to take it. There's 2 people left for the Apprentice. I couldn't care less. One is called Harpreet. The odds are 10 to 1, and the other's called Catherine. Odds 5 to 6. Because I don't understand what I'm talking about, it doesn't make any difference. I just look at them and I think, I've seen you on the programme before, but I don't think you're particularly brilliant. But they did get a grilling. They had sort of business plans, but none of these people know what business plans are. They're really not very good at it at all. The music means we take a short break for the news at 5. I'll be back with you in 3 minutes. More of your texts and emails right here on Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC.
Steve.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Alan on LBC.
Oh, elderflower cordial. I buy that a lot, actually, from Belvoir Castle. They sell it in Waitrose, and they do a whole range of... And people go out and pick the elderflowers, and they pay you for picking them. They've got a team of people who go along the hedgerows and pick elderflowers, and the cordial's delicious. Absolutely. They do a fizzy one, which is even nicer in Waitrose. But it looks so it's Belvoir Castle, but it's Belvoir Castle. It's very nice. And they've obviously got a site, all these different castles. It's like the Queen's Estate, Sandringham. They seem to have an industry going there, washing up liquid and all sorts of things. I think even Prosecco, but it comes in from Italy for some strange reason. Today, 19 degrees and sunny, which is lovely. So double it and add 30. Gives you a rough idea. It's not exact, but it's, within a degree. I defy anybody to say it. So 38, 68 degrees, which is warm enough. I mean, if you sat in the sunshine yesterday, I think I've caught a bit of a tan. Got my sort of, my arms have coloured up a little bit. I'm very bronzed, aren't I? A little bit of an Adonis, Not easy at this time of the morning. Some people wake out of bed and they just sort of look wrecked. Me, I wake up and it's just every day's a golden day. Not necessarily after the budget, literally it's a golden day. I've still got my plaster on my arm. I'm frightened to take it off in case it bleeds again. Yesterday I just started bleeding. It's like, no, I don't want to take it off. No, it was like there was that statue in France which they said was bleeding, a wooden statue. It was Christ on the cross, and they said it's bleeding. Tomorrow, 19 degrees as well, which is very nice. So we can enjoy the same temperature. And then Saturday drops down 8. Sunday, you're going to positively freeze, 15 degrees. And Monday, the 28th, 15 degrees. Tuesday, the 29th is 14 degrees. Wednesday, positively icy at 11 degrees, and that runs through Thursday and Friday. And then Saturday, the 2nd, 12 degrees, cloudy, a little bit of sunshine, rain. So make the most of it. If you want to put your Speedos on, now is the opportunity to sort of pop your little Speedo. I should be wearing mine, I tell you. I should be out there wandering up the Howe Street with flip-flops on and all the rest of it. Bit of a sartorial, elegant person. Yes, warn everybody, I think. He's put his Speedos on again. Arnold Schwarzenegger is set to rake in how much in one day by posing for photographs? He's charging for fans meet and greet £750 a time, and he's going to rake in £250,000. The Snap sessions, fully booked already. Fully booked. It's going to be held in Birmingham's NEC. 300 people have signed up, which means he will earn £225,000. For £500... you can be photographed with Arnie, shake his hand and enjoy an hour-long Q&A. £250,000 in one day. And it does seem a long time. What would you ask him? Why do you keep saying you'll be back? What does that mean? Find out things like that. The male contraceptive pill may be on the horizon after a 99% effective drug stopped female mice from getting pregnant. These poor mice, honestly, they've got no idea what goes on. They're being pushed from pillar to post. And what do we got? Teenage star Olivia Rodrigo apparently can't wait to tour the UK so she can drink legally. She's 19. Yeah, of course. You've never had a drink, dear, have you? Never had a drink. You can drink legally. In this country, you can. In America, it's 21. And they're very strict on it because they can lose their licences. What was the other one that I quite like? Nearly 2/3 of Brits have been targeted by online fraudsters. It's amazing, isn't it? I don't understand how people get caught in... What have I done? How people get caught in these things. There is no point. Don't answer the phone. If you don't recognise the number, don't bother answering it. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So everybody bought their Barry Manilow tickets? Yes. I love Barry Manilow. I think he's great. He's getting on a bit now, isn't he? Do you know, isn't it funny? For years, people knew that he was gay. And it took him to get to his mid-70s that he started telling people that the person that we thought was his best friend turns out to be his lover. And you think to yourself, as if it made any difference. Well, he's about 77 now. Was I close? 76? 78. Is he really? 78. He had a lot of surgery, I think, at one time, and he looked... Oh, blimey, sorry. And he looked a little bit odd, because I think if you're a certain age and then you have cosmetic surgery, you know, your skin moves in different ways, and you shouldn't really have it, actually. You know, just sort of grow old gracefully. Why not, for goodness sake? I mean, the producer is, and nobody's complained about him up until now. I mean, I've said to him, I said, look, you don't want to look like a balloon, do you? You know, with that smooth skin and all the rest of it. You don't need it. It's like me. I have perfection. I don't want to change it. And also, I'm then sort of worried that if you have... Because Dale had cosmetic surgery. He went over to, I think he went to Switzerland. He was only going over for, I think it was a nose job, or his ears pinned back or something. And anyway, they persuaded him to have a full facelift, which meant that he then started shaving behind his ears, because they cut in front of the ear and then they pull it round to the back. So you start growing hair behind your ears. I mean, it's not... My Auntie Enid had it done. I mean, to be honest with you, she looked ridiculous with that goatee beard. Honestly, I said to her, you know, you need to get it waxed and shaved off. But he ended up having a full facelift. And I saw the picture. Well, in fact, I saw him. But he took loads of pictures after surgery. Your face looks as though you've been in a major fight. It really is terrible. Stella says, what has TV become? Naked Attraction is a trashy programme. Watching that puts me off my dinner, and I can't bear reality TV. Well, I'm amazed that they find people who are willing to stand on television and take their clothes off to find a date, especially if you're the first one booted off. That's even more embarrassing. I can't think of anything. Do you have your own tea mug in there, Steve? I'm very weird about anybody using my tea mugs. No, I don't. I have got my own tea mugs at home, obviously, you know, with my name on in case I forget, because I'm getting to that stage now. But no, I mean, you wouldn't believe the array of mugs that we've got, because we've got, 6 floors, 2 kitchens on each floor. There's a lot of mugs. There must be thousands of mugs in this building, I should imagine. Yeah, all the radio stations have got mugs. I started pinching them. Years ago, I was going round into all the different kitchens, so I've got a heart mug, a capital mug, a smooth mug. I've got a Chris Moyles mug. I mean, I'm not going to tell anybody. Imagine the trouble I could get into if people discovered that, you know, I'd been pinching mugs. Because I thought, you know, if you're proud of the company, you know, and they were nice. But then also, on the same token, I had a box of my mugs. Steve Allen, The Bitches Back tour. 2007. I brought them over here thinking that all the mugs stayed in all the kitchens, put them all in the cupboard. Next day, they'd all gone. Obviously, collectors have been round, you know, collecting these things, because we haven't got any more. We were selling them at the selling them at the gigs, which is quite nice. I think I'm looking quite casual today. Everybody's noticed I'm wearing my hoodie, you know, which is it's a mustard kind of a colour, and I teamed it with a red jacket, because I think you have to. I did team it. I did so team it. Well, I don't want people to think I don't have any sense of fashion. Apparently there's a dog, says Shane, in Sydney, employed to scare seagulls away from the diners around the Sydney Opera House. What a fat lot of use that is, unless the dog can fly. What's the point of it? I mean, down here, we have the man with the hawk, you know, in Trafalgar Square, a listener as well, and he's there to get rid of the pigeons, so he sends the hawk. It's fascinating to watch. It really is very I mean, it doesn't actually kill, not very often. And it's lovely. It really is. So out there he is. And I think it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I love things like that. I like going to some of these country shows where they have hawks or owls sitting on things. And so here he is. He's a key worker. I mean, but it's just to scare them off. But pigeons, they're vile. I mean, honestly, I'm having trouble. You know, with my pigeons at home. Somebody said the moment they've actually given birth, then they'll disappear off again, yeah. Then we're going to electrify everything. I've decided. Darryl in Eastbourne says, my husband, Steve, was attacked here in the town of Eastbourne. It was trying to grab the sausage roll he was eating. It really made a concerted effort to grab it. It was a strong bird. Strong bird or a string bird? Strong bird, yeah. Seagull. They're very powerful, actually. Oh, right. Steve, Barry Manilow's Mandy was a cover of a song Brandy, written by Scott English, says David. Didn't it? So, but Barry Manilow wrote Mandy, didn't he? I thought it was a great song. I've always liked it. As a song, I thought it was absolutely fantastic. I thought it was one of my favourite songs. Steve, we'll be 4 hours behind in Barbados. You know nowadays I can't stay up to midnight to listen. Don't forget the clocks go forward this weekend. So it's Mother's Day that they go forward. I've got so many clocks to change. I mean, luckily, the clock in the car's automatic. The clock on the phone's automatic. The oven clock is automatic. I've got a kitchen clock, which is automatic. And what am I going to do, actually? I'm sure there's oh, that's right, the alarm clocks to wake me up in the morning. I have to do those because I spent a lot of money on those, in Poundland. And all they do is just go beep, 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 beep. But it's enough to wake you up. It's obviously pitched. They've worked it out very cleverly. At least I'm not working Sunday morning. Did I ever get caught out by the clocks changing? Of course not. I'm a professional. Yeah. No, I've never been caught out by it. I mean, I just used to sort of kept worrying about how many clocks you had to change. And the one in the car seems to take forever and a day. It'll be a day before it will change to its right time. But it's good. But everything else is automatic now. On the computer, it's automatic. And everything else. And, of course, I always used to say... I mean, I did turn up late for something... once, yes. I can't remember what that was, actually. I can't remember what it was. What did I... Was it the clock? Oh, yes, I was doing an after-dinner speech with Barry Cryer. Well, it was an after-lunchtime speech. And I wondered why they were all sitting there waiting. So, in fact, the worst thing was he went on first whilst they were waiting for me to turn up. And, of course, I mean, Barry Cryer was the master of after-dinner speaking. I mean, he was just brilliant. Brilliant. I mean, I pinched loads of his lines to use. He was the Steve Allen warm-up. He was brilliant. He was absolutely brilliant. And I remember thinking, don't ever, of course it's not going to happen now, but don't ever follow Barry Cryer if you were doing an after-dinner speech. There's a few who are really, really brilliant. There's a very good one in America who's a psychiatrist. And he's made a study of after-dinner speaking. And he sort of does things like, don't give flowers to the dead. They don't appreciate them. You know, give them to the living. They're far more grateful. And children as well. He said, you train children, because he's a child psychiatrist. He said, you train them. He said, because children learn very quickly. You know, I'm not eating that. Eat it. I'm not eating it. Well, it'll come out every day until you eat it. He said, because children have to be trained like dogs and puppies. He said, you train them. He said, no child comes into the world being happy or sad. They learn. You know, how many times have you sat on the bus or on the train and there's some screaming child and the mother just totally ignores it as if they're deaf? Totally ignores it. And we're all sitting there going, why don't you shove a lollipop in its mouth or something like that? But they don't. They carry on talking to their friend. Yeah, oh, she said that, did she? Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Meanwhile, the kid is screaming the place down. And you think, that's terrible, isn't it? How do you decide between tea and coffee in the morning, says Joe? Well, it depends what laddie can get his hands around. And it's, yeah, I get what I'm given, actually. I don't really have a choice. Nobody ever says to me, Steve, would you like, an espresso or frothy coffee or, a cappuccino? No. Yeah, soya milk or almond milk, anything like that. No, I don't get any of that. I just get bog standard in a nice global mug, and it's a nice cup of tea. But I have a strict instruction. Leave my bag in the tea. Do not squeeze it. It doesn't need squeezing. It stays there till the bottom of the cup. And I do get through quite a bit of tea. I don't know if it's good for me or bad for me. And Vilas says, hay fever, giving me grief, having a mug of coffee. I feel very sorry for anybody who gets hay fever because it's been particularly bad over the past few days. But, of course, I can sit here and be smug and laugh because I don't get hay fever. I did when I was little. When I was a little person, 4'3", I used to get hay fever. I used to take Piriton. Actually, I don't think I ever got hay fever. I think I just sneezed naturally. I was just one of those sort of people. I mean, I do it on this programme. Most days I'll have a sneeze. Yeah, it's always twice. Never just the once, is it? Let's get the latest LBC News headlines, shall we? At 5:30 with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I trust we find you well this morning. I see Ant and Dec are pictured running along a beach together. I don't know what they're doing that for. It must be something that's coming up on the programme. Can't think of anything else. Neil Morrissey is very keen to bring back Men Behaving Badly, but fears the show wouldn't be woke enough. Neil is 59 now. His co-star Martin Clunes, we like both of them actually, is 60. They appeared as the beer-drinking flatmates Tony and Gary in the sitcom that ran for 6 years. Neil admits the cast, also including Leslie Ash and Caroline Quentin, would have fun trying to make a new series. That's what people were saying, weren't they? They were saying before that it's very difficult to make series as they were because of all the restrictions on what you can say and what you can't say now on the television. I don't know whether it would ever come back. I was never actually into Men Behaving Badly. I did see it, but I didn't quite get lad culture. I was never sort of into, two blokes. It's like I never got into Friends. I thought there was something very odd about a group of people all living together in a poky little flat like the one they had. And to be honest with you, I mean, half of them should have been pushed out the window, you know. And as for Gunter, who ran, you know, Central Perks, the coffee thing, I mean, I didn't quite understand what his purpose in life was at all. And they just looked a bit old to all be sharing flats. And yet, strange enough, I liked, you know, the ones that we had over here with you know, Robin's Nest and all those kind of things. I liked those early British sitcoms. They were quite nice and reasonably inoffensive. But if you literally, you know, they had to sort of, what was the one that they went through the other day? Little Britain, I think they went back to. And also we've got Monty Python. They've got to check all those ones because there's bound to be something in there that would be considered offensive to people. Because people take offence at everything now. I mean, literally, you speak to the amount of comedians who go, oh, people complain at all sorts of things. Apparently in Bridgeport, says Steve, we have lots of seagulls. I've been swooped on several times and pecked at when I go running. Really? Odd thing to do. I've also been swooped on from behind and had an ice cream nicked by a seagull. I wasn't running on that occasion, though. Yeah, I mean, they are quite big. I should imagine you could probably get a nasty bite from a seagull. It's like parrots, isn't it? People who buy parrots. Steve, love the show. But red and yellow, surely you look like you work at McDonald's. No, I don't. And although I wouldn't complain, we looked at a nice McDonald's burger there, the crispy chicken. We thought they looked quite nice, actually. That was one of those sort of good things. We've had the hawk from Piccadilly Circus sit on my arm, says Ian on the M40. The man parked his van next to mine. Can't disclose where for security reasons. Yeah. I mean, apparently they've got big claws on them, haven't they? Talons. Julietta says, I'm drinking coffee from my bitch's back mug at this very moment. My friend Liz visited from Ireland about 5 years ago, and I gave her a cup of tea in said mug, and she thought I was trying to tell her something. She's still affected by it. She's gone into deep depression. Yeah, home-style crispy chicken. It looks lovely, that crispy chicken. So that's a bit like sweet and sour chicken, isn't it, really? Only just in a round thing. Looks lovely, doesn't it? It's a chicken breast fillet and a crispy coating, topped with a hot and spicy mayo, caramelised onion compote, seasonal lettuce, bacon, red onions, a slice of cheddar cheese, and a glazed poppy and sesame seed bun. I could just eat the actual bit of chicken. It looks delicious, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, it does look particularly delicious. Mind you, I ended up getting my other one, didn't I, the other day, the Chicken Big Mac. That was delivered. They don't do it anymore. I was the last one to get it. Very fortunate from the McDonald's here in Leicester Square, thank you. Pete in Hong Kong says, Steve, when it's 14 degrees in Hong Kong, the government issue a cold weather warning. Most people dress as if they're going skiing. Yes, I can't remember the weather in Hong Kong when we were there. I just remember it was warm enough for us to go to the beach every day. I don't remember, yet we were there for 2 years. I can't remember certain bits of it. I would think it was probably quite hot, actually. And Angela says, I wish Richmond Council would borrow the man with the hawk. We've got so many of these feral creatures by the riverside in Twickenham, exacerbated by the idiots who think it's a good idea to stuff them with processed bread. Oh, you see people going down there emptying basically half their lunch, rice, everything all over the place. But unfortunately, the pigeons round our way are so fat they can't fly. They take the bus. And the bus comes along, the doors open, the pigeon hops on, it gets off. They did it in Waterloo Station. The pigeons get on the trains. I've been at Waterloo Station and a pigeon has walked up and down the aisle because they know that they're going to find bits of food on there. And then literally just before the train takes off, or whatever they do, the doors are open and the pigeon walks off the train again. But you're right. People at the riverside in Twickenham feed them all these things which they're not supposed to have. You know, bread for ducks. Very bad for birds, bread. So basically, these people are murderers. They are killing the pigeon population, but unfortunately it attracts rats at night, which is not good. White bread contains none of the fats and proteins that pigeons need. Pieces of bread that are too large can potentially cause digestive blockages. Also, bread left outside quickly develops mould, which makes birds ill. There used to be a woman, and she had one of those upright trolley things. You know, it's got the bit of plastic over the top of it. And she would go to the supermarkets and she would buy about 15 loaves of bread and birdseed. And she would literally, I mean, she thought, because she was a bit simple, that pigeons were starving, whereas pigeons eat everything. They're feral. They'll eat anything. We've seen them eating, you know, I can't begin to tell you some of the stuff they eat. Yeah, people being sick, the pigeons eat. They don't have any qualms about it. But this woman used to empty this thing all over the place. And I remember a friend of mine said to her, "What are you doing feeding the pigeons?" There's a blooming great big sign saying, "Do not feed the pigeons." And she let fly with a torrent of abuse, because people who like feeding pigeons are generally a bit screwy in the upstairs department. There was a woman, she got taken to court because she had so many pigeons on the roof of the house next door that she was feeding that the people had to move. And she was told, "Do not feed the pigeons." And unfortunately, she was a bit thick. And somebody said, "Don't feed the pigeons." They've got people down in Trafalgar Square to make sure you don't feed them. Things like that. Disgusting. Couldn't agree more, says Matty. Friends. People gasp when I tell them I can't stand it. Give me Birds of a Feather or Heidi. Oh, Heidi High. I'm watching, actually, at the moment, Matty, the box set of Heidi High. They would say, and I tell you who was the best. I mean, I thought they were all good characters, but it was Sue Pollard, and she does pathos very, very well. Very, very well indeed. And on one of them, on the last things, am I trying to be a yellow coat? I said to Miss Cathcart, I could be a yellow coat. But Sue Pollard was so good, and she was so desperate to be a yellow coat. That was all she strived. She was only a cleaner in the chalets, and she was very good at turning on the waterworks and everything else. I mean, seriously, you could watch her, and she's very clever. And it was on the last one, and they all go, and they go, "Nice to see you," after they closed the camp down because there was no more work for them. The camp was moving in a different direction, and gone are the days of people doing, sort of, whose bottom is this and all the rest of it. And she went, "Bye," and she stood there, and it becomes quite teary, actually, because they're all off on the coach and the cars and everything else, and she stands there, and at the very end, just as the coach is just disappearing out the gates, she jumps in the air and goes, "Heidi High!" Very, very, very moving. I think if I recreated the scene there for you with no extra charge. Some programmes charge extra for this. There's no charge on this programme at all. You get it all for free, which is lovely. Oh, look, a picture of Pamela Anderson. She's going to... Good God, she's aged badly. Is that really Pamela Anderson? Good Lord above. She's going to play Roxy Hart in Chicago. Has she had surgery or something? Pamela Anderson is stepping out in more ways than one. The 54-year-old playing Roxy Hart. She is unrecognisable. In fact, I seriously thought it was somebody from RuPaul's Drag Race. Seriously, the picture is that unbelievable. I might have to go and show them. She says, "I'll be fine. The story in my life is so parallel." Well, obviously something's gone horribly wrong. Doesn't look at all like her. Absolutely amazing, actually. Amazing. I mean, I like to think that I'm ageing quite well. I mean, not brilliantly, but I'm ageing quite well. A flight was diverted 1,000 miles after a woman passenger went berserk and allegedly slapped other travellers. One passenger claimed she was shouting in people's faces. Some said it was over babies crying, because I've seen this before. There's a lovely one on YouTube, and it's a woman. She works for the governor's office. And there's a baby crying, and the baby is next to her, and she says, she's sitting there, she obviously works in she was in the Arts Council side of it. Anyway, and she says, "I'm sorry, are we going to have this baby crying all the time?" And the woman goes, "No, she won't cry all the time, it's just that..." And she said, "I want her moved." She didn't want her sitting there. And so she says to the stewardess, she said, "What's your name?" And the stewardess says, "Oh, my name's Amber." And she says, "You may not have a job by tomorrow morning." And the stewardess is not being spoken to. In America, they're very hot on this kind of thing. And so she says, "You may not have a job by tomorrow morning, Amber." And the stewardess goes, "I want this woman removed from the flight." And this woman suddenly realises this has gone a bit too far. And so she goes, "No, I need to be on this flight." "You're off. You're off the flight." She was removed. Yeah, good for Amber. She was off the flight, and she was removed from the governor's office as well. I was so pleased. So pleased. I like that. But when you look at this picture of this woman here, this was a Jet2 service from Manchester to Turkey on Monday. It landed in Vienna. Bit of a shock for her. They won't want her in Vienna. Vienna's very cultured, very cultured. But anyway, she was taken away by the police. Good. Horrible old baggage. But you wait till I'm going to have to go and show the producer the picture of Pamela Anderson, who bears perhaps it's a look-alike or something like that. Really, I'm so taken by that. It's very odd, isn't it? 5:45 is the time. Let's get the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome. A bit cold this morning, but don't worry, because it's going to warm up later on. And if you manage to find a little spot to sit in the sunshine, because all the people round me, they all, not round here, they all want to sunbathe and do everything else. So my neighbours, Lynn and Lindy, they any moment the sun comes out, they're out there. bronzing themselves, and sort of doing what Dale did, which was sort of, you lie on the sun lounger with your arms out in front of you, and then the moment the sun moves, you move the bed round a bit. Kind of works. Clive Myrie is the man who's been chosen, they say, to spearhead a mission to repair the fractured relationship between the BBC and the royal family. Because the royal family were absolutely furious at the BBC after the full extent of fraudulent methods used by the ghastly Martin Bashir to secure the interview with Princess Diana. Last week, the corporation paid substantial damages to her former private secretary, Patrick Jeffson, who Bashir claimed had been selling information on Diana and banking the payments. It's now accepted the reporter forged the bank statements which backed up his story. Prince William says his mum was failed not just by a rogue reporter but by leaders at the BBC who looked the other way. He's also said to be angry at a recent BBC Two documentary which suggested some of the negative press surrounding Prince Harry and Meghan had been leaked by his own royal household. Did you see the bit yesterday in the papers? Apparently, Prince Philip was furious when Meghan and Harry announced that they were leaving the royal family because they didn't tell the royal family. They told the press before they told anybody else. But as I say, we're better off without them. We don't need them. I think she's going to leave him. I have a sneaking feeling that there's something here, because every time you see it, they had Judy James in the papers talking about the body language and saying that this means, because I never understand the body language thing, but she said even on the Oprah interview, it was her hand over the top of his hand and then all these other things like that, because he's not the brightest penny in the box, but he's not coming back for his father's memorial. Grandfather. It's quite unbelievable, really. Kevin the expat says, mornings, dear Steve, to your listener going to Barbados. The clocks remain the same there, so they'll be 5 hours, not 4 hours behind. Ah, right. And all the music that you mentioned is nothing. The best music in the world comes from Latin America, Calamarca from Bolivia, and Alborada from Peru. Now, I only listen to these groups because they have the real talent. Get rid of all the CDs I have. Right. I think you're on a hiding to nothing with that one, I think. Steve, in 2016, I paid £500 to watch Barry Manilow's One Last Time tour in the UK. A thank you to the fans, as he was never going to tour the UK again. I want a refund, says Jeanette. Oh, well, listen. I went to see Frank Sinatra when he played over here. He had more retirements than anybody else. Yeah, this is Frank Sinatra's farewell tour. People were rushing out there, and we went to see him in Docklands. And I was very lucky. One of the boat companies on the Thames had given us free tickets to go and see Frank Sinatra, and the boat trip on the Thames, and dinner on the Thames, and dancing. A little bit difficult, but anyway. And so we go all the way down there to watch Sinatra. It was quite something. It was quite something. Frank Jr. was conducting the orchestra, and Sinatra came out into this huge arena, this little man dwarfed by all the security around him as he made his way to the stage. And then, because he was fairly advanced, all the words to all the songs were on screens all the way around the stage. You could sit there and you could sing along with him, because he started forgetting the words to Strangers in the Night, which most of it is doobie-doobie-doo, and which can't be that complicated to remember, can it? And we all sat there, and people were dressed up in their finery, basically sitting on sort of planking in there. It was really odd, but it was to say that you'd seen Frank Sinatra, because when he played Vegas, he was so famous that they didn't need to say Frank Sinatra. They just said, he's here. And everybody knew it was Frank Sinatra. So now, whether or not Clive Myrie, who's just been reporting from Ukraine, but he's now been selected to front a documentary on the history of the Crown Jewels. How many more documentaries do we need on the Crown Jewels? I don't want to be rude about it, but one insider said, Clive has not been involved in any of the recent controversies and is seen as a very safe pair of hands. They're hoping it'll help draw a line under what's gone before. Think again, believe you me. And apparently this hour-long documentary made by an independent company, so, he used to work, he didn't work for LBC, but when we had the contract, LBC got the contract to do the news for BSB, which became B-Sky B, and he was one of the newsreaders I used to work with. I was a newsreader as well, mainly because I, had my own sponge for the makeup, and it was very good. It came from Crown House. They reinforced the floor upstairs, a diamond floor it was called, to move the cameras about on it. So even it still sits there to this day because you can't get rid of this stuff. It's very, very annoying, very annoying. But we had studios upstairs, and I got a job news reading. Unfortunately, I thought I was being clever by wearing a Hawaiian shirt because I thought it was a fairly young, trendy news thing. Unfortunately, because it went out on all the different channels, I apparently featured on some of Selena Scott's programmes where they went to Now the News. And so I'm sitting there in a Hawaiian shirt. I must have looked like a reject from Hawaii 5-0. It was all very odd. But, yes, but Martin Sanford, who works for one of our other stations, he was my producer on a programme called Weather Permitting, where we went all the way over to the Isle of Wight to do a programme up a lighthouse. And, of course, you suddenly realise if you make an hour programme on radio, it takes an hour. It shouldn't take any longer than that because you're doing it live. If you do an hour programme for television, it takes forever. We spent all day filming at the lighthouse. So, in other words, so you've got a one-camera shoot, and there's a set of stairs that go around the inside of a lighthouse, and they film you from the back going onto the first step. Then the cameraman runs ahead of you and then films you going up the stair. I mean, it just takes for ages. It's so slow, television. I mean, it's an interesting media, but I mean, you know, give me radio any time, because if somebody said, can you do an hour's interview with somebody, it takes an hour. If you're doing it on television, it could take all day. You know, I never understand, you know, why all these programmes have got so many people work at. What do they do? What do they do? It's a total waste of everybody's time. The Mirror today have said, thanks for nothing. Rishi's slap in the face to the families. I mean, I've never heard so many people complaining. A nurse, Matt Tovey, says most of his meagre NHS pay rise will be eaten up by day-to-day living costs. It's this, you know, another one here. A small business owner says the statement slams the self-employed in the beauty industry. There's another one here. A mum has got 2 jobs. Her name's Rachel Van Gogh, to help make ends meet, and thinks the 5p off fuel duty is a slap in the face. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing, 5p. Nicola Freight is a single mum, says the mini budget is just making more people go into poverty. Yeah, I mean, I agree. And also some of it, I think the people who gained the most from the rise in the national insurance threshold are those in the minimum wage jobs on $12,569 a year who are taken out of paying national insurance altogether. And, of course, pensioners who don't pay national insurance. I mean, for each pound of extra earnings they take home after tax, 55p in benefits will be tapered away under UC rules. I mean, it is quite amazing. The wage where you start paying income tax, £12,570, is frozen for 4 years. So wage inflation means 2.77 million more will be dragged into paying income tax by 2025-26. I mean, you've got to live that long to start with, or you start getting any of these so-called benefits. So Kate's all in a white suit. They make such a big deal about what these people wear. You know, she goes on holiday and she's wearing a white suit. Who cares? What's she going to turn up in, bra and knickers or something? She's just wearing a white suit. It's in Jamaica. She probably gets all this stuff free. She must have done, because it's a £2,000 Alexander McQueen suit. That'll go down well in Jamaica. You can imagine, can't you? She's wearing what? £2,000. That's an income. That's an income. She was wearing white stilettos and pearl jewellery, completing the smart on. What do you expect her to turn up in, tracksuit bottoms? And they spent ages trying to analyse. They say she looked dazzling in McQueen. It's £2,000. Analysing what that means. What is that statement saying? It's saying we're kicking your grandmother out. That's what it's saying. And so they visited. I mean, at one point, they were shaking hands with children through, like, wire netting. What was going on there? All very odd. Charles and Camilla, they're on their second day of a tour of the island with a visit to Belfast's version of Narnia. Hundreds of well-wishers turned up. And it was part of a commitment in the place where they went to encourage reading. And it's nice, actually. William was given a bottle of rum by the Prime Minister. Because that's, you know, Jamaica, rum, why not? Have you ever had Jamaican rum? By Jove, I tell you, knock your socks off. Knock your socks off. Some of the stuff there, the proof of it, I can't begin to tell you, because I was given a small bottle of Jamaican rum, and it's like white spirit. I mean, it is unbelievably... Well, you have it with just about anything. I mean, holding the bottle after you've had the first thing. Put it this way, I had a cold, and I tried a little sip of it. The cold went instantly. It was that strong. That strong. So Jeanette I'm sorry that you spent £500. But listen, if you're a Barry Manilow fan, you should never complain about going to see him, because there will be a time where he won't be there anymore. Steve, men behaving badly coming back, says Mike in Kettering. It'll never happen, as back in the day the snowflake generation wasn't about. These days, you'll get shut down over something so small. I weep for mankind. Well, comedians are finding it very difficult. People complaining about just about everything because everybody's a little bit precious. Oh, you can't say that, it hurts me. Oh, you mustn't say things like that. It's, I'm going to go into deep depression. You think, well, go into deep depression. For goodness sake, people just need to grow up a little bit. What in God's name was Katie Price wearing the other day? She looked like she'd wandered off, sort of wearing some peculiar face visor thing, which I've never seen before. Nice to know she dressed up for the occasion. Not. And the price of chicken could soar by 30%. Which is, up until now, chicken has been the cheapest food that you can buy. And this is because of the conflict in Ukraine. I mean, I wasn't actually sure whether we get Ukrainian chicken. Why would the conflict in Ukraine affect our chicken prices? Animal feed is in short supply. Because apparently Ukrainian farmers have downed tools to fight for their country. So we have to suffer with sort of the chickens. We don't get it. There must be loads of other places that we get chicken from, isn't there? Don't we grow chickens? We grow chickens here. But we do breed chickens here, don't we? I'm sure we do. We don't. I think we need to take a short break. I'm having an issue with the chicken situation. It's all very worrying. Up 30%, if you please.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up to 6:04. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7 when Nick Ferrari will be along. It's Thursday, the 24th of March. So it turns out Boris Johnson has broken his silence now on the P&O Ferries scandal, saying it appeared the company had broken the law. This is after they took that decision to sack, handled just really badly, 800 people. Now they've come back and said, they're actually going to be sort of handing out money to people, not a huge amount of money. Out of the 800, I think only 40 will get something over £100,000. But there's no work. And they're bringing in cheap labour. I mean, very, very cheap labour. People were working under £2 an hour. And it's very interesting. But because it's this under this flag of convenience, I thought that they actually could pay anything they like. I mean, Keir Starmer slammed the Prime Minister as all mouth and no trousers, saying of the fired workers, why does the Prime Minister think they'll take a crumb of comfort from his bluster and waffle? But the Prime Minister has now claimed that we condemn the callous behaviour of P&O. I mean, they're going ahead with it. I don't think it's going to make any difference. I think they'd rather move where the ships go into than these poor protesters. Because most of the people working on the ships, I'm assuming, live around the Dover area. And so, I don't know how much other work there is down there. But all these people, all they've done, they've just got rid of everybody. Blanket ban on 800 so they can save money. And they've said it's either a case of we have to do this or, the company goes bankrupt. So they're doing it to save jobs. But nobody from here. It's cheap overseas labour, which is not very good. And the Afghan girls' stories everywhere. They're all in tears, all these Afghan schoolgirls, because the Taliban have broken their promise to lift this medieval education ban. I mean, they really are. There's so much in the dark ages, the Taliban now. The fundamentalist Islamic group had banned education and most jobs for girls and women. But after regaining power, leaders promised education for girls. And then basically, because they're a bunch of liars, they've cancelled it and sent them all home. So, do not return to classes. And all schools for girls over 12 will stay shut. Really, how to live in the dark ages must be so embarrassing, mustn't it, really? But, it's the worst thing that can possibly happen. The Education Ministry said girls' secondary schools were closed pending a decision on uniforms complying with Islamic law and Afghan culture. Apparently, the excuse they gave was, you don't have the proper hijab on. I mean, how many different types are there? They just decided the hijab was not proper for whatever reason, and you don't argue with them because they just close the schools, they come in there, and they don't care. She called on the international community to refuse aid until the school decision was reversed. Well, you're dealing with so dark forces with the Taliban. You can't trust a word they say. They're compulsive liars. They've got no idea. I mean, they have to go and check to make sure they've not got high heels or smartphones or painted nails. I mean, it's like living in a backward country. It really is. And the Taliban going around with all their little beards and everything else, holding hands with each other. Slightly peculiar. I like the team of millionaire lottery winners rolling up their sleeves the other day. Mum of four. In fact, I'll tell you who they are. Rebecca Haynes, Leslie Herbert, Sammy Mackey and Di Foster. They won $5 million between them. And they've joined volunteers making care packs for new mums and families in crisis. Mum of four, Leslie, says she suffers from winner's guilt after she won $2 million on a scratch card last year. And she's just bought her home in Basingstoke. And she shares with her rescue pet. She's even got room for parrots and everything else. So she's obviously into the rescuing department. And she said, we want to help. So they're out there and they were packing bags and everything else. I mean, listen, at least they're doing something. At least they're making the effort. Loads of people are doing it. One of my neighbours is helping out in the Ukraine restaurant, which we've got in Twickenham, packing up items and making sure that that stuff gets abroad. I mean, it makes people feel a lot better about things, because whatever we've got, they've got nothing. They've got absolutely nothing. And as the bombing continues over there, it's a case of we have to do all we can to help, because you're not going to get any help from Russia on this kind of thing. No matter what they tell you about, this is going to be a safe passage to get people out, it's absolutely not. Another picture of Pamela Anderson. She's definitely had a lot of work done. I mean, I'm looking at a slightly different picture. It looks a bit more like her, but the picture that I've got in the Daily Star this morning doesn't look at all right. Brave Richard Arnold flew out to Los Angeles this week to cover the Oscars for Good Morning Britain, despite knowing bosses want him to make the most of the heat and get his legs out. No, they really don't want you to do that, Richard. Please don't ever bother doing that. He says, I mean, it really should go to lovely Ben Shepherd. I mean, to be honest with you, Richard was packing hand luggage to go over there. I mean, I've forgotten about the Oscars. I can't even imagine how they're going to be doing that. This Sunday night, is it? It'll run forever and a day. The Oscars, the most boring thing in the entire universe, isn't it? It runs for hours and hours and hours. And so they only show you the important bits, because it runs. It's not like they've got anything else really to talk about, but they do, best cinematography or best dolly grip or best this or best that. All we want to know is which are the big major stars, what are they wearing, and how much is the price of the goodie bags that they're all given for turning up. I want to be the toilet break person. That's what I want to be, the toilet break. They have them whenever the camera pans over, the seat fillers, they're crouching down. Somebody gets up to go to the toilet, which they seem to do with amazing regularity at the Oscars. And they, that's a bit of a sniff. And so these people, somebody gets up and sort of staggers off up the line to go to the toilet. And this person nips in there, so it doesn't look as though they haven't got a full house. And so it's, I mean, it runs for such a long time. I mean, seriously, careers have been broken over this kind of thing. And they all come up and they all go, thank you very much. I'd like to thank you. And there's a series of lights in front of them. Basically, you need somebody with a giant hook to get them off stage. Because I've got a lovely DVD, which I bought years ago, and it's called Oscar. And it was all the things that happened over the years. There was somebody who was sent up there. And I can't remember exactly who the actor was. But anyway, it was an actor who'd been given an Oscar, but they decided to send up a Native American Indian to say, due to the treatment by the filmmaking industry, he's not able to come here and collect this award. And it turned out she was an actress. She wasn't a Native American Indian at all, but she went up there and did her speech. They've had loads of other people. I think there was a very good one of, I think John Wayne staggered on stage. And, he was a bit like that. He was smoking 100 cigarettes a day. But my favourite bit was Charlie Chaplin comes on stage, and they couldn't get his microphone right because he'd left the country some years ago. And he came back and he stood there. They showed clips of Charlie Chaplin as a little tramp. And he said, with this microphone whistling away in the background, he said, "Oh, you beautiful people, thank you so much." And I thought, it's blooming Charlie Chaplin, for God's sake. It doesn't get any better. And yet It's like my roadshow, you know, they go, Steve Allen, he's still living. Unbelievable. But it was just seeing Charlie Chaplin, and then you look at it, and of course I never got the Keystone Cops or any of that kind of things, or the Buster Keatons. But I quite like the idea that, you know, somebody like Charlie Chaplin was a real person and really sort of changed the face of cinematography. But it'll go for hours. I promise you, people will sit there going, how much longer? And the worst thing is when they sort of say, and the nominations are, and they all pause, and then somebody will try to open an envelope. You know, just open the envelope, for God's sake. You know, read your auto cue, open the envelope. And everybody else has to sit there looking and so happy for them. I can't stand them. You know, and they all have to pretend. It's fake. You know, and all the crowds outside are waiting to see all the people turning up to see, as I say, what the gowns are. Because it's a competition to make sure that your gown is seen on national television by millions of people around the world. And so that's why they get them all for free. They get them for free. And you turn up, there's a huge room there which has got all these designer gowns in, and people fight because some of the outfits are ghastly, absolutely dreadful. You think it doesn't suit you. Did you look in the mirror? You know, I'd be the person on the red carpet saying to them, listen, did you look in the mirror before you came out? You look ridiculous. Okay, just so I tell you that. You know, yeah, I mean, I'm just dispensing bonhomie and advice, you know, on fashion, because you have to do it. There's no point in fibbing to them. You look absolutely fantastic, because some of these gowns look ridiculous. Only certain people can wear certain gowns. I mean, unlike over in this country, Holly Willoughby can wear just about... She could wear a bin liner and look great. Other people can't. They look like they're wearing a bin liner. And at the Oscars, yeah, I mean, Lady Gaga, I mean, mind you, I think she changes her image all the time. I mean, she could walk in here now and you probably wouldn't recognise her. Well, I mean, I'd be very surprised if she did walk in here now, but I mean, it'd be quite nice if she did. Mike on the narrowboat says, got fed up with screeching gulls. So, you know, they've bought, and I've seen one of these. There's one round by the post office in Twickenham on the trading estate. It's a hawk-shaped kite that's on a 20-foot pole. The pole you fixed in the ground, and this kite, which is whizzes round and round. It only takes a little tiny bit of wind to get it going. And they're obviously very effective. Very effective. And another one here, Andrew says, I've been listening to you for 5 years in the northeast of England. I'm going to hell at the moment. As Churchill said, keep going. I sadly lost my 23-year-old daughter as she was newly diagnosed with a rare condition called Addison's disease and had a crisis that controls body and shuts it down. She was on medication. We have the funeral on Monday, and it's good to listen to you as I wake up in the night and think about her. So, listen, you are not the first, Andrew, to go through things like this. I've heard of Addison's, actually, because somebody else wrote to me a few years back saying roughly the same kind of thing. And it's always terrible to lose anybody. And there's nothing that anybody could ever say to you that is going to make things different. If we give you a crumb of comfort, you know, on these dark, you know, hours of the morning where it's dark and you feel like everything's all falling apart, and we can sort of make you forget about all the disasters and all the other horrible things, well, then we've kind of achieved something. So thank you for that, and I hope it all goes very well for you. It's coming up to 6:15. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Charlie Girling says, bit cheeky this morning, Steve. Can't help it, actually. You know why? Because we've had such nice weather. And the nice weather brings out night, but don't get too complacent about it. It turns next week. And my friend Dan says, good morning, Steve. Another great open event at the Global Academy, where we supplied our photo booth over in Hayes. So thanks to JJ, Jonty, the students and the staff putting on another amazing evening. Next stop, he says, 30 Leicester Square. So well done you. Well done you. That was very good indeed. Very pleased. And Charlie Girling says that you're an angel. And, yeah, actually, you know, I quite like myself in this mustard colour. I've decided, actually, you know, sometimes you go into a place and you look at something, and the best thing you could do is open your wardrobe at home, and whatever colour leaps out at you, that's predominantly your sort of colour. And what are you doing? Taking a picture of what? Of me? Oh, right. And it's interesting, I recorded something earlier on for Charlie, and she says, and how gorgeous to see your handsome face. Woo! There you go. Pulled again. I've got to get a haircut today. I've decided, actually, if the weather's going to start getting a bit hotter, I think a nice... it goes a bit wispy, my hair, actually. I say hair. I treat it very lightly. Yeah, in the single, it's just the one, you know. I mean, whenever I go to the hairdresser, they don't so much cut my hair as make the noise of the scissors, behind me, and then they go, "Is that all right?" And you go, "Yeah, that's fine," and we'll just walk out again. I've never actually had it cut. Yeah, £10, thank you. Laura in Shenfield says, had a lovely day in St Albans yesterday. Nice part of the world, and the weather was glorious. Yeah, the weather was fantastic, and you're right, St Albans, very historical, very historical. If it was my mum sitting next to a constant crying baby on a plane, she'd offer to pick it up and calm it down, as they always do, quieten down. My mum's lovely with babies, says Tina. Yes, not this other woman. You have to watch it. It's very good. And another one here. Another one here. Wait a minute. Steve, it's hot and humid, says Pete in Hong Kong. May to November, hottest months, June to September. It can be cool in December and January, not helped by the fact that we don't have central heating or insulation. And the aircon on buses or in public indoor areas is set at about 2 degrees. I know we went on holiday to Spain years ago, to Gran Canaria, and normally the weather is great over there. You don't need to worry about the weather because you can guarantee it's going to be sunshine and it's cheap and everything else. But this was the worst weather they'd ever had. I got food poisoning. In fact, I spent 2 days actually in bed because none of the hotels have got central heating, because why would they have central heating? They don't, they're not planning on things like that because, 365 days of the year, it's boiling hot. It was just at this time around, the rain came down, feral cats everywhere. Gosh, it was ghastly. And that's why I got this sort of food poisoning. I got food poisoning. I think it was in a Chinese restaurant in the Yumbo Centre. And feral cats everywhere. Thousands and thousands of cats. All night. All night. They never stop. Dreadful. All over the island. I know, yes, I wouldn't let them out of the room. I thought I'm taking you home. Definitely. The tax cut will help small firms create new jobs, says the Express. It's amazing how the papers disagree on whether or not it's a good mini budget or it's a bad mini budget. And yesterday you had an opportunity to quiz Rishi Sunak. Strictly stars Craig Revel Horwood has fuelled rumours that Bruno Tonioli will not return to the show by revealing he wants Tony Beak to sit alongside him, Anton Dubek. Bruno was replaced, but I think because he couldn't fly between the UK and America, because you just get tired. You just get very, very tired. But he says there are only so many years you can be on the front row with the dancing. I was pleased they got him off the dance floor and put him where he belongs. Just a little bit smarmy. Just a little bit for me. I can do without it, actually, for most of the time. Brandy was written by Scott English and released in 71. This is the record. Barry Manilow's version was released in 74 but called it Mandy, says David. Yes, I know that, but is it the same words on Mandy or is it the same words on Brandy? They just changed the name. Oh, Brandy. So it doesn't sound at all nice, does it? I mean, Mandy makes far more sense. Who's called Brandy, for goodness sake? I've never heard of that before. Yeah, perhaps they were talking about the booze, which is quite nice. Boris is promising he's going to take P&O to court. Can't wait for that one. And 200 people fled a chlorine gas leak at the Olympic pool complex. Many were clutching their faces to protect themselves from the noxious fumes. 29 taken to hospital with breathing difficulties. And it was cordoned off. This is the London Aquatic Centre at Stratford, owing to the chemical reaction with a high quantity of chlorine gas released. Said I mean, seriously, you'd have thought it was a major well, it was a major incident, but you'd have thought it was something even worse than something like that. But all's well that ends well at the moment. Madeleine Albright in all of the newspapers. First woman US Secretary of State died aged 84. The face of US foreign policy in the decade between the end of the Cold War and the War on Terror triggered by the 9/11 attack, appointed to the role by Bill Clinton in 96 and served in it for 4 years, promoting NATO's expansion and military intervention in Kosovo. Her family said she died from cancer, surrounded by them and her friends. She arrived in the US from Prague. The family were Jewish. She was a refugee in 1948. But I always remember her because you remember these people in America. I don't know, it's the hair, it's the clothing, it's everything. It's like we all remember Nancy Reagan. We all remember Nancy Reagan not curtsying to the Queen. That was something that didn't go down too well in the early days. The National Trust has pledged to bring back the blossom after revealing an 80% drop in traditional orchards in England and Wales. They're going to plant 4 million blossoming trees to make up for the 80,000 hectares which research shows have been lost. The renewal projects will be centring on Wiltshire, Devon, Dorset, Hertfordshire, Shropshire and Surrey, along with fruit trees in Cornwall. How lovely. I've always wanted to have a house that had an orchard in it. You know, sort of quite a big orchard. I've seen some of the really big ones. It's not too late to do that. When we lived in Brentwood, the people next door had a little orchard. two trees. And all I remember is they had a goat. They kept a goat in their garden because goats eat everything. They're like human dustbins. And so all the windfall apples that they're trying to save, the goat's snaffling them as fast as it can. But I always remember going into the garden and being confronted by this goat thinking, bit of a mistake here. Devastated staff at the McVitie's biscuit factory have been told up to a third of their jobs will go. There's 470 people employed at the factory, which is in Stockport. 159 will go. Parent company Pladis, which bought McVitie's owner United Biscuits in 2014, says the industry faced new and growing external pressures. I've been to the factory on many, many occasions. The union said the staff were absolutely devastated. I can well imagine, because they do all sorts of things. Penguins, Jaffa cakes. Bosses last year announced the closure of their sole Scottish site in Glasgow, leaving McVitie's with 5 factories: Carlisle, Leicestershire, Sheffield, Harleston and Stockport. Because I used to go up to the Glasgow factory. I used to go up there because I always remember you used to fly into Glasgow airport and then get a taxi out to, it's a place called Toll Cross. And that's where the ladies used to feed me whiskey in the morning. We used to go up there because the radio station was fed out on landline, and we used to do factory visits to go and say, hello, I'm Steve Allen. But I just spent most of my time in the laundry at Toll Cross getting tiddled. That was about as good as it got, I'm afraid. The ladies were always going, Steve, you'll have a dram. And they'd be pumping whiskey into your body and all the rest of it. And the idea was you were supposed to go around and chat to people on the machines, but the factories were so noisy and they were constant. But I remember that site, very big site. And Harleston I've been to. And the other one was at Osterley, but that went some time ago. And each place made different things. But very sad in Stockport. A lot of people have been relying on that factory for a long, long time. There's a couple in their 90s who are in all the papers today. This is Maurice Benton and Joanne Orris. They're 90 and 92 respectively. They've lived together for 37 years and they've just got married. Finally got married days after he proposed while she was having a heart attack. So, well, I don't know, actually. They tied the knot in front of a vicar, and great-great-grand Joanne said yes after turning down his regular proposal. He said, I'm sorry, I can't take this pain away. Will you marry me? My heart attack made us realise perhaps we haven't got many years left. I think Maurice was so shocked he nearly had a heart attack as well. Honestly, I mean, you have to see the funny side of it, don't you? They've kind of realised that at the age of 90 and 92, maybe they haven't got a huge amount of time left. And so, having the heart attack. She's a great-great-grand, by the way, Joanne, and said yes. I mean, they've lived together for 37 years. What else could she say but yes? Goodness sake. Because I have to be honest, it does. And also, the other thing I keep telling people, at the moment, there's lots of adverts. You'll see them all over the television. Get your will done by a charity. So they will do your will, because if you don't leave a will, it makes it very complicated for anybody who comes after you. If you leave a will, it makes life so much simpler. And most of the big charities, from cancer all the way through to animal charities, are offering to do your will, provided, and they don't push you too much on it, they're very good, you make a small bequest to them. They don't state how much, but, they just can make a little bit of money out of it to carry on with the research that they do into cancer or leukemia, or whatever it happens to be. So you'll see these adverts in all the newspapers saying, we can do your will. And if you could see your way clear to leaving us a little bit of money in your will, then we'd be very grateful. And it saves you an awful lot of hassle. It really does. 6:30, the time. Let's get the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to the day after Rishi Sunak, and I'm quite sure that people are going to be analysing that one for a long time. The papers are absolutely full of it today, absolutely full of it. Kevin the Milkman says, talk about how long it takes to make anything for television, Steve. About 12 years ago, the BBC programme Inside Out did a piece about the resurgence of milk deliveries amongst the hipsters in London. I did 6 hours of filming with Joe Good and the team for just 5 minutes of screen time. It was a good experience, though, and got the dairy a lot of new customers. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. 6 hours of filming. I mean, I've seen people be filmed for something, and when it comes out on the television, it lasts less than a minute. And you think, but wait a minute, we filmed, we had hair, makeup, all sorts of bits and pieces. It just seems to take forever. Mark says, it's my last day at my current job. He's in Cheddar. He says, I've been there for 13 years and have listened to your show every morning. Well, what do you have to download? In fact, actually, for anybody new to the programme, you can download it. I have 2 podcasts every day. One is my Little Bit Extra, and the other is the full programme. We take out the news and the travel and the bits and pieces. You just go to lbc.co.uk and you click on Global Player app. You can download that. Once you've downloaded it, you can listen around the world to LBC on your telephone. And you can also download all of the programmes. And it goes back, I think it's about 6 years. 6 years of podcasts. That's a lot of not just from this programme, but from literally everybody, from Nick through to Darren, Adam, everybody has got podcasts. I think Ian Dale's got the most at about 6 podcasts. Where he finds the time, I've got no idea. But he's got about 6 podcasts. So you'll probably find the Rishi Sunak will be on there already on the system, and you can download that if you missed it from yesterday, and you really should catch up on it. But there's tons of podcasts, some really good podcasts. And as I say, we've had 21.5 million downloads, so we can't be complaining about it. We like blowing our trumpet every so often. The only thing we can blow our trumpet about. Paul says, read the 5p off the petrol. I'm paying $1.64 a litre. And I'm now going to pay $1.60 a litre. A bigger help would have been taking it down to £1 a litre. There's no chance of that happening. No chance. And you watch how slowly some of the independent garages take that money off. They're not going to be doing it. The supermarkets, was it Tesco and Sainsbury's, have said they're bringing it in immediately, which is going to be the cheapest place. But some of the other places, as I say, I paid $1.79 point something the other day. I can't see that coming down. In fact, I'll let you know. I might nip out later on today and go and put some petrol in. But, of course, the excitement around our neck of the woods is Pret-a-Manger opens in Twickenham. We've never had a Pret-a-Manger. Well, I don't think... No, we haven't. And, of course, you know the only reason I'm going there? The bacon roll. And the worst thing is, it's not a very big Pret-a-Manger because they prepare a lot of their own food. So I'm hoping that they do bacon rolls. If they don't do bacon rolls, I'm going to be so upset. Having had the debacle with the KFC the other day, and if I don't get the bacon roll, it's going to be very disappointing. You're going to have a very unhappy bunny. But I'll let you know how it goes. Because what they do is that we've got loads of... We're obsessed with food places. There's another one opening up where there used to be a Tony and Guy, and I think it's Mexican food. We've got everything. I've never known a place with so many fast food outlets. We had a big fire in Twickenham the other day. The opticians, excuse me, I was trying to work out what goes on fire in an optician's. Out of all the shops that could have a fire, we had fire engines and all sorts of things there on the high street, next to Poundland. I mean, I thought that was really bizarre, very, very odd. But I shall let you know about Pret-a-Manger. Excuse me. The Jamaican Prime Minister tells William we need to talk about ditching your grandmother, then gives him a present of a bottle of rum, and then talks about slavery. I mean, everything was actually sort of chucked in, wasn't it, really? And the landmark court defeat for the Cambridge woke warriors, the plaque linked to slavery, can stay, they say, as none of us is without sin. So this is very interesting. An artefact, Jesus College, returned a looted bronze cockerel to Nigeria. And so a huge victory over wokery. Cambridge College plans to tear down the memorial plaque to a 17th century benefactor with links to the slave trade, slapped down. I mean, it's a very nice plaque, but people were going round and they backed the objectors yesterday, ruling that widespread opposition to the memorial was a result of a false narrative. Because people were going around everything with statues pulled down and all sorts of things. It's this new woke culture which seems to be taking place. As I say, people complaining about everything. And if it came up in Jamaica with... I mean, I wonder if they were prepared for that. Do you think somebody said he's going to mention this? Or do you think he threw it in at the last minute as a curved ball? And, well, I mean, hopefully they're able to answer these sort of questions. If you go to, well, actually any of the papers today, they will tell you how the cut will affect you. Sunak vowing to cut income tax, like his hero Lawson. And so you can go through the list, everybody's salaries from 20,000 up to 150,000. And so you can see how much tax you pay. On 150,000, the tax due 24-25 would be £52,000. I mean, it's an awful lot of money, isn't it? Awful lot of money. You think it's not a lot of money, or you think it is a lot of money? Yeah, I think it's a lot of money. I mean, there's one here, a nurse called, because they're very keen on concentrating on the NHS in the newspapers. She said the spring statement's income tax reduction was brilliant and would help a lot of people. She said the earlier the cut in basic rate of income tax, currently scheduled for 2024, came in, the better. So many people were struggling with rising costs. Well, I mean, if you get to this stage where people are saying, there's no point in taking potatoes from these food stores because we can't afford to put the oven on to cook the blooming things. I mean, it really has got bad. There's a florist called Gemma Hales. She said that even with the 5p cut to fuel duty, it's still cheaper to import her flowers than drive to buy them locally. That's how bad it is. The 32-year-old has had her blooms delivered from Holland, which she thinks costs hundreds of pounds less a month than making the regular journey a few miles across London. She's got a shop in Wimbledon called Femme Petale. Clever little play on words there. And said fuel is something that's increased a lot, so this cut is a drop in the ocean. And so she says when you look at how much fuel has gone up, it doesn't make enough of a difference, including the London, that ULEZ. I've now seen signposts, actually, in London, ULEZ scheme from here and things like that. She calculated it would cost her around £300 more a month to make the 10-mile round trip to New Covent Garden Market in Nine Elms a few times a week than order from Europe. So they deliver. I mean, I've seen the huge lorries that come over from Holland, and they literally sell wholesale to flower shops and florists and everything else. They open up the back of it, and there's every kind of flower that you can ever think of. But she said it's not just the petrol, it's everything else on top of it. Ordering things online to be delivered to me is just so much quicker, cheaper and easier. So she's still going to buy her blooms abroad because it's and all the other people who've got to take their cars. I mean, 5p is nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, they could have knocked it, back at least 10p. At least 10p. I mean, I'd have gone, yeah. I mean, it's the same price as it was last week. 5p lower. I don't quite see it. But somebody says, Steve, I know you love the Titanic and hate overly long movies, but in James Cameron's version, the reason it runs 2 hours and 40 minutes is that's precisely the amount of time it took for the real Titanic to sink. And there was also a real J. Dawson, Joseph, not Jack, who died on the Titanic. Oh, it was 2 hours, 40 minutes. Went down, though, didn't it, fast? We were thinking about all the food. People had just finished eating dinner. And so because we saw the menu. Lovely. Angelina in Camberley says, back from the border of Ukraine and Poland for a couple of days to try to restock donations and supplies, and then back out again on Saturday. We managed to get a lady out of her basement in Kharkiv and safely to the border with her mum and daughter after 5 days down there without food or water. If anybody else can help share our page, it's Southwark Mutual Aid on Facebook. Southwark Mutual Aid, and also Ukraine Hosting Support and Community Group. Bit more of a mouthful, that one is. So Southwark Mutual Aid on Facebook and Ukraine Hosting Support and Community Group. So lovely to hear your cheerful voice again on the couple of days that I am back. Well, thank you for the work that you're doing. If people never say thank you enough, it's because they've got so many other things to think about. Happy 60th birthday to my brother David in Newdigate. Steve, we've been listening to you for years, and you brighten our day, says Liz. I know, there doesn't seem to be very much to sort of brighten people's days at the moment, does it? That's why we try and find something, that's a little bit cheerful. And the best I can offer you are the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 this morning for breakfast on LBC. And Laura says, my parents saw Frank Sinatra twice. They thought he was superb. Personally, I preferred Matt Monro's voice. Well, given the choice, I would also go for Matt Monro because I was a big fan. Do you know they used to use Matt Monro for testing songs out? Don Black, the lyricist, would call Matt in if he had a new song that he wanted to try out, and Matt would go in there and sing and everything else. And I've got, I think, some of the last appearances of Matt Monro. He was doing concerts in Australia. It came out. Steve, are you looking forward to the Pret opening in Twickenham? Yeah, we just said a minute ago. I bet you anything they won't have any bacon. I've just got this feeling there'll be a run on bacon rolls. Steve, my 5-year-old got food poisoning from a fried egg on holiday. It was a dreadful week, says Leanne. You've got to be so careful. I mean, it's very easy to be... Fish is the worst thing, isn't it, for picking up on food poisoning? The quickest reaction is food poisoning from fish, which is... Because I don't know how people sort of cook fish, because I don't do it. On my way to Bracknell, says Jordan this morning. The weather's good. Thank you for brightening the day. Well, I'd make the most of the weather. You've got it for a few more days, and then we go back to, it's going to be about 13 degrees, so it's a bit nippy, actually. Any chance, Steve, says Sarah, you could say Happy Mother's Day to my amazing mum, Christina, in Bushey, in Hertfordshire. Yes, Mother's Day. And the papers are full of adverts for bouquets and boxes of chocolates and stuff like that. I mean, I always think flowers are quite a nice thing to get mums for Mother's Day. And if you're a little person, then just a little bunch. You can buy a little bunch of daffodils for £1, can't you? And most of the supermarkets are doing discounted flowers at the moment. One of the only things we can actually guarantee. I'm more disappointed that the price of chicken is going up 30%. Well, they say it could go up 30%, but I thought we had a glut of chicken. I thought it was one of the cheapest meats on offer, and there was it's just more expensive to buy now because of the problem of getting the food in and things like that. Another one here. This is it's quite a nice picture, actually, and it's a picture of Jeff Lynne from the Electric Light Orchestra. You won't know, unless you're a certain age, who the ELO are, but they had hit after hit after hit. And I remember seeing him at a concert in the park some years ago, and they were absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The Ukraine has now received 6,000 more missiles from us here in Britain to keep the flame of freedom alive, and Putin could fire supersonic rockets from the coast. And then there's a dreadful picture of basically the port city of Mariupol lying in ruins after this relentless Russian bombardment. I mean, literally, there's not much standing there. So that's why we didn't quite understand. And then there's a fire blazing after the shelling of a warehouse. Plus the big-hearted boss who's thrown open his home to the family fleeing war. 10 relatives and their 2 dogs, because apparently a lot of the Russian soldiers are shooting the animals because they're giving away their positions. They're barking. And so they're killing the animals. And then inside Putin's £500 million floating palace. I mean, ostentatious or what? Even with a lavatory roll holder, which comes in gaudy gold. Doesn't really help, does it? A key Putin insider has quit over the invasion. This is the climate envoy, Anatoly Chubals, who gave Putin his first Kremlin job and backed his run for presidency. But as I say, the Red Army have lost 40,000. That's the total, they say, killed, injured or captured. As another top general, this is Colonel Alexei Sharov, has been killed in action. A Russian journalist has died after being hit by shelling whilst filming in Kyiv. This is a video journalist with an independent news website. I mean, it's literally day after day, hour after hour, and that's why the amount of good that is being done by all these people who've raised all this money and sending over all the things that they need. Still water. They need water. They need, baby pants and stuff like that. They need blankets. They need sleeping bags. They need all sorts of things. Anything that people can spare. And the money. There's a big concert coming up, which Global are backing, and you'll be hearing it on many of our radio stations. And they're hoping to raise in one concert £3 million. But again, it's the tip of the iceberg. They need so much help over there, because when you look at the pictures of destruction in the papers, you can't even imagine how you would begin to rebuild. You really can't. Other stories in the papers. Oh, the 29 hit by the Olympic pool gas leak. I remember going there when they first opened all this up. We did a documentary over in Stratford on it, and statins could combat Parkinson's, apparently. Older people who take statins have a lower risk of developing Parkinson's-like symptoms, say researchers. It's all these different drugs. What were they saying the other day? There was a drug which is known for people who go to nightclubs, and they say it could be very useful in MDMA. They were saying it could be used for other things to stop people getting dementia. And I remember thinking, wow, absolutely amazing. The Channel crossings, people still... we've forgotten about the people still crossing the Channel. They say it could hit 4,000. 4,000. And Paul Hollywood is used to his dough rising, but his fortune sank last year by £400,000. The Bake Off judge saw the combined value of his two main businesses drop from 7.9 million... crikey, to 7.4 million. You don't imagine there's that much money, do you, in it? I'm absolutely amazed. So, in other words, it's a surge. I mean, originally, you know, it was sort of 2.5 to 3 million. He is in sole control of both of his enterprises, although his ex-wife, Alexandra, was the director of Paul Hollywood Limited until 2020. Amazing, isn't it, really? Anne Robinson reckons she's too long in the tooth to seduce famous figures into appearing on Countdown, so she offers them free stays at her swanky Cotswold home in order to get people up to Salford, which is where everything's done in Salford, isn't it? I forgot to mention the birthdays today. Grayson Perry is 62. Those clothes have changed over the years, quite definitely. The 2003 Turner Prize winner and host of Channel 4's Grayson Art Club said the arts world has been good to me. Certainly has. Certainly has. And also Kelly Lee Brock, the New York-born, London-raised model stroke actress, is 62 today. Grayson Perry is 62 as well. Also Linda Barron, the Lancashire-born actress, died, as you know, only a short while ago. Trained with the Royal Academy of Dance and appeared in the film Yentl with Barbara Streisand. That was a really dreadful film, actually, I have to be honest. It was a bit of a labour of love for Barbara Streisand, but I remember thinking at the time, this is really not going to be one of her finer moments. That she played Aunt Mabel in the children's series Come Outside with Pippin the dog and was a regular on EastEnders. And in 1980, on this very day, March the 24th, the Jam were enjoying their first chart topper, Going Underground. Still got huge coverage, the Jam. Still now, people are very into Weller. And what else? Another milestone in the decline of British television in 1998. I can tell you that the Jerry Springer Show has moved to a primetime afternoon slot on ITV. Like any American talk show, it has a host able to cry and laugh an audience of baying hysterics and people desperate to spill their guts on screen. Sound familiar? I thought it might do, actually. I thought it might do, because we got rid of the Jeremy Kyle show. Whether or not we get anything like that back on the television in the future remains to be seen. I have a sneaking feeling probably not. So I think today, enjoy the weather, because it's about, I think we've got a couple more days and then it'll sort of fizzle out. Vivian Walpole says you maybe slurp my tea talking about feral cats. You know, there are, if you go to Gran Canaria, it's absolutely full of them. You mentioned men behaving badly, Steve. I remember the series on the Comic Relief sketch with Kylie Minogue. Well, they're saying she could help bring back, believe it or not, Neighbours. I think unlikely. Conrad says Kylie was wonderful and joined in, so we should bring back the